Okay, it's jury duty today. You have been subpoenaed. That's oh, funny. Yeah, this is gonna get it's gonna get ugly. It's gonna get Bubba Sparks ugly. I'm going to stupid. I'm gonna send DJ Focus the link. He's gonna either block me, cuss me out in a text or a phone call, or he might pull up. Believe me, if he hops on a live, he's not gonna let me finish. Believe me. No Nation of Islam member want their doctrine to get out. Okay. All they want to get out is how much they hate the white man and how much the white man is evil and diabolic. That's it. And wicked. Their word is they love wicked, but they don't like to let people hear what their doctrine says about themselves. We're gonna touch on the tribe of Shabazz. We're gonna do all that. Yakub, Boo. Yeah, we want the story of Yakub. Oh my! I put all my books up, so that means I got to Google. I got to use Google for story of Yakub because I'm packing, and I packed all my books up in boxes. Okay, so I'm just do I know any other? I wish indigenous black man. I wish work on my delivery. I'm still. It should be sound. Y'all can hear me now. Let's see. Oh yeah, let me try to get my man on here. I wrapped him up, man. Oh my god, this one dude, hostile member, like focus. Let me see if I can. I send him a link all the time. He hopped on one time. I wrapped him up. He ain't on none of the doctor. Oh, that's another thing. That's another thing. Okay, so that's another thing. I'm not bragging when I say this. Okay, right? Because nothing to brag about. I'm saying that. Oh, well, books I need. I need Message to the Black Man. I need Our Savior Has Arrived. I need How to Eat to Live, book 1 and 2. Those books are hilarious. When I say hilarious, I'm talking about Dave Chappelle hilarious, right? The books that attempt to teach you dietary laws. The claims made in that book, you might as well have a big red nose and big red shoes with rainbow hair when you read that book. If you thought Sabi was pseudo, because he kind of made a little sense, he just was extreme. Well, these 2 books got nothing on Sabi claims. So yeah, so let me see if it's in a box I can reach. Hey, I might got lucky, Melvin. Hold up. I might have got lucky. The first book I looked at got the religious books. Hold on, I might have got lucky. Okay, hold on. Yeah, hey, Melvin, but if you can get me books on politics, right? And more specific, the role of government, you can get me like mayor, councilman, voting. If you give me anything on that, I will really appreciate it and I'll make you proud. I will read those books. Those books would be priority. I will put that over everything except for chess. And I will make you proud. I will definitely store as much information in my head. And so I need books on politics, more specific, voting, policies, governors, mayors, councilmen, all those people that whole process. The schools, how the school play a part. I need that. Okay, so the one box I have access to, the one box I have access to has my religious books in there. So let me go ahead and send a link. This is going to be a fun one. I sent DJ Focus a link. If he was brave, he'll pull up, and he sees the title. He sees the title. Again, nobody bold enough to pull up. Nobody. I don't want to call out names, but anybody that know me, okay, they're not going to pull up on this live now that the Nation of Islam doctrine is on trial. They're not going to pull up. So let me just put the link in there. I'm going to put the phone number in there. Okay, I'll text it right now. No. Let me see. Yeah, I'll be eating spaghetti every day. I ate some. I'm most likely going to make some more later on. Again, I guess I got a weird appetite, man. Like I like something like Chipotle or something or pizza, I would eat it until Thai food, and hopefully it's nothing expensive because that Thai food, that stuff gets expensive. So I was mad as hell when I had an appetite for that. I was broke like a mug. But I might regret being broke from buying clothes and maybe a car and jewelry. But one thing to watch, I don't regret being broke for food. I do. I think that's money well spent. Gas, gas, and of course the other necessities. But I'm just saying, gas and food. Like when I say food, I mean things I cook. Or I don't mind spending $100 at a restaurant. I don't mind as long as the food was good and I'm happy. So I made spaghetti today earlier. I'm going to make it again. And okay, so let me hit Melvin. Yeah, yep. How? Let me see. Let me see. The budget in a community for schools. I think the mayor has something to do with that. How councilmen become councilmen. Yeah. I need the Yakub book ASAP. I need that Yakub book ASAP. Oh, and another thing, guys, look at this. Not that. Look at this. This is Tazariak website. I'm gonna put it in the chat. So I'm definitely gonna give him a chance. Hey, yo, last live we talked about when you don't have something, right? You tend to realize you didn't need it. We talked about, Amber said jobs. We talked about, what else we say? That was something we didn't have that we end up realizing we never needed it. Oh, the malls, shopping, right. There was something else. I just lost it. Dang, what was it? So it was, so I will only buy cologne. I wouldn't dare touch my oils that I had. I got bougie. Well, now that the pandemic happened, I was going to the gym. I started putting my oils back on. You know what I mean? Just to mix it up. And now I like my oils again. So I wouldn't mind trying some of the Captain stuff. I wouldn't mind trying the soaps, the oils. So, he got spray bottle cologne. I'll try his cologne out. You know, everybody know I'm a cologne freak. I'll try his cologne out. Actually, I'm gonna buy, once things get right with me, which is things are headed in the right direction, by the way. It is slowly progressing, but I'm definitely gonna buy all of his cologne. Like, that's how much of a cologne freak I am. Definitely gonna do that, and I'm gonna get his bottles also. So that's what I do. That's what I do. Like, for me to make an opinion on something, I want to be knowledgeable, and I want to have the experience in that, whatever it is. Let me see. Okay. All right. So let me see what I got in here. Looking for Al Siri has arrived. Oh, nope. I think I'm in the wrong. I got lucky with one book. All right, so I'm not gonna be lucky with the other books. So the other ones are boxed up somewhere else. Oh, I got the Supreme Wisdom lesson book. All right, so we could do that. We could do that. Yeah, I've been in my Ricky Williams lately, the ex-football player, running back. from the Bears and Dolphins. You know how he went all crazy and he didn't cut his facial hair off, hair grew out. That's how I'm looking right now. So I would have cut my camera off so y'all can see these books, but I'm looking like Ricky Williams before he quit football for the last time. All right, so let me attempt to see if I got something. Hey, Melvin, I'm going to try to see if I got something on my hard drive. Sometimes I do. Let me see. So, yeah, I'm going to need that. So, the Yakub thing I definitely need. Okay, so let me begin. So there you go with the Captain products. I'm definitely going to buy his stuff and try it out. Let me go to, I think on my other hard drive, I know I got the Nation of Islam, Wacky Doctrine. On this one, I'm not sure. So let me just check one folder. If it's there, then we are on our way. Again, their creation story, for them to be sitting here, sitting on platforms like Rizal Islam, touting all this fake pseudo information, for them to have a doctrine like their creation story is hilarious. Okay, I gotta read the Yakub story once Melvin send me that thing. So just be patient because there will be some reading today, right? We're going to learn their doctrine. We're going to learn why they never, ever, ever talk about their doctrine regarding themselves. They want to talk about white folks and everybody else. Comes to themselves. And we're going to talk about the men on Mars too. So I'm going to find that. Oh, and I got a treat. We're going to, I'm not going to spoil it. I got something for y'all that y'all going to love. And we're going to critique it together. So yeah, Sarah, he kind of low-key apologized for that, Sarah, Dice Man. Yeah, he definitely low-key apologized for that. I think they had a discussion with, I don't know if it was Brother Jabari or if it was Sinetta, but they definitely revisited that conversation, and he low-key, apologized for that. All right. Yeah, because that was crazy. All right. Let me see if I can find it. Do I have anything? I might have. Okay. Oh, I got something. Okay, so I got their God. Okay, so I got the message of Black Man. Let me see what Melvin sent me. Yeah, the Yakub story. I need that. All right. So anyway, that's how Sarah's arrived. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So hold on. Let's take a peek at this right here. Let's peek. Oh no. Nah, no. This ain't it. Okay. Damn. I had the whole doctrine somewhere. They used to. All right, so let me pull up this this treat real fast while I look for. Well, I definitely got the material on, but it just on my other computer that's hooked up to my TV. You know how it is. Like I watch my TV from my other. I got mad laptops. And I got 2 hooked up to TVs, the bedroom, living room, and I can read it from there. But there's no way for me to source up because that one has a Zoom application on it too. But if I log in, it's going to disconnect me from this one. Matter of fact, let me make the watcher and Stupees host. So if I get kicked out, the show doesn't end. Hey, Google Scholar, I definitely sent DJ Focus the link. But Stupees, he got mad at me because he was making a point about Margaret Sanger. He's
about
Margaret Sanger. He said he showed us the letter. We all read the letter. It was a bad letter. But then he said Margaret Sanger had met with the KKK. And then he stopped. Now, that's very disingenuous because you meet with the KKK or meet with Hitler or meet with Farrakhan, because you meet with somebody, that's bad. Okay,
Marcus Garvey met with the KKK.
Say that again.
Marcus Garvey met with them.
Right. So I'm trying to say, so is that bad? What happens is what was the meeting about? So I said, DJ Focus, did Elijah Muhammad meet with the KKK? He tried to deny it at first, but he knows that's well taught in the Nation of Islam. So he got mad because he had me on speakerphone. He called himself embarrassing me in front of his barbershop crew. So when I pointed out Elijah Muhammad also met the KKK, hung up on me because they heard that. He hung up on me, and then he said, "Don't text me anymore." So I sent the link now. Hopefully he joins Google Scholar. I doubt it. And if he did join, there's no way he'll talk because they don't like this silly doctrine to be heard. It's goofy. I'm going to let you.
But we have to expose the silly doctrine. Man on Mars and spaceship and
right,
mothership and bomber jets and all of it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start. Oh, you got to see Farrakhan. Farrakhan did a long lecture on the mothership.
But is that a name?
Okay, I got it.
Just have the address. Okay.
They go.
Somebody has to sign for it? Michael, you have an ID?
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, so I'm going to, as I look for the material, I'm going to play this. Something I know most of you never seen before because you had no interest, zero. So we're gonna have and guys like him speak to this right here. There we are. Hopefully it's some audio to this, like it's, some volume. Oh, hold on, wait. I gotta ask something here because this might help me out. Okay, hopefully I don't get flagged.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Oh man, how the hell is skip to this? I'd be hating that. I'm supposed to be.
Regulations of which we would like to press you on in the course of this session today.
Please, can you hear it?
Yeah, I can.
All right. Before I continue to press play, get your popcorn, get your laughing barrels. You're about to hear something for real.
How long is the video?
This is 11 minutes, but I'm going to stop it in between because it's so funny that we're going to be laughing. Okay.
Okay.
So this is what they're going to hide from you.
One, you call for the separation of the Negro into a separate state, either in this United States or made possible by the United States. Two, you say that war between the whites and the blacks is inevitable.
Yes. I'm very glad to answer these.
For those who don't know, this is the founder, leader, and teacher of the Nation of Islam, Elijah.
The most honorable.
Right, the most above everyone.
Yeah.
Guys only. Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Questions, Mr. Cup, to you and to the world. They are most essential that we should give the world the answer to such questions. I have been preaching and teaching the answers to these questions for many years.
Bye.
I give.
Yeah.
You know your guy's in the chat. DJ's in the chat.
Oh, I sent him. Oh, you want the link?
He said you lying.
About what?
Send him the link.
Well, I gotta. Okay, after this, right? Hey, he'll get the link.
Okay.
Just first, you know. Yeah, like he knows. Come on. I sent him the link to the video, right, to let him know we're live. You know, that's what I do. I send everybody the link, right? I usually tag everybody, DJ Focus. I usually tag everybody the link at the same time. And then when they come into the
It's a
chat,
misunderstanding.
Huh?
It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding.
yeah, I'm about to say, because I do that first. When you come to the chat, I will send a link to the chat. Okay, but I don't want to, you know, just be interrupted with arguments. I just want to, don't worry, I'm going to send the link. And don't forget the point of the live, DJ Focus. The point of the live is that we're going to review the Nation of Islam teaching. So I don't want you to be arguing over that. We're going to read it. And then if you want, you're allowed to give commentary. You can elaborate. You can clear up some stuff. No problem. No problem. But there's going to be a lot of reading today.
Thanks first, Mr. Cups, to God, who came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad around 34 years ago now to me. And all that I have and been teaching, it is from him. And it is very easy for us to recognize the visit of this mighty one according to the time. If we have the knowledge of the time that we are living in, we can accept and respect this mighty visitor in this part of the world to fulfill that which was written of him, that he will come. And now he has come, and he has given out his purpose and his aims, as it also is written in the Bible and Quran. And therefore, I have nothing of myself in this answer. It is all from him.
From him, you mean the messenger of Allah?
No, not the messenger of Allah. I'm the messenger of Allah. I mean from Allah himself, who came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad.
Who preceded you as the head.
So the God who sent or delivered the message to the messenger, in this case is Elijah Muhammad, the God of that messenger, his name is, they call him Master Farad Muhammad. Okay.
All right. Okay, hold on. Let me say something. Remember, you know, anything him said now, you know, he's not lying. He's saying that everything he's saying is as he got it from Farad Muhammad.
Right.
So you cannot blame the messenger for lying or
Right.
saying anything, because these are not his word,
Right.
but God's words. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So that's a good highlight. So we want to definitely highlight that, because when we read what God has taught him about the history, right, of certain people, of the cosmos, right, the heaven and the earth, the history or the knowledge of what foods to eat, which foods to abstain from. Don't forget, this knowledge is from God himself. All right. So this knowledge, this science, this history should be far superior than in the textbooks as written from the wicked white man. You dig? So let's continue.
The Muslims.
Well, he was actually the beginner. Yes, sir. And I'm taught.
So DJ Focus, I'm gonna let you in a little bit. Oh, yeah. Just go on mute, because go on mute, because you're supposed to come after the interview, not before. Because we're adding commentary, and then you'll have your chance to speak, and then we're gonna read some of the material.
By him. This separation we begin with, it is absolutely necessary. We have lived here in America for the last 400 years and have served our slave masters well before these past 100 years. And now the time has arrived that we want something for ourselves. The natural spirit of God is moving in us and making us to think in such terms towards self. And the doing for self is now getting into the very life of the black man in America. We want to go for self. We want to be ourselves. This is aroused in us by God himself. And to oppose it means nothing but death to either side. If we oppose it, it's death for us. If others oppose it, it's...
Okay, now we're getting some context on, the wicked, like we hear about the word wicked from these governments and other institutions, because he just said that separate is the best way, and to oppose separation, to, advocate or experience integration, it means death for both sides. So from what we hear, the death for Black people would be the devices we hear about that they use. We hear about chemtrails and all other stuff, vaccines. Some of those things are the death plots, depopulation, abortions. These are some of the death tactics, right, for us. And for white people, all I hear the death for them is, like, I guess, sex, eugenics, like having sex with their women or men and having brown babies, wiping them out. Like, I never heard of another death plot for whites. He just said that it's death for both sides. Like, other than Allah's, rule and his final decision or his final say so, I'm using the wrong words, for white people, I don't know another death plot for white people other than Allah's destruction or having sex. They don't sex what you heard yourself, sexing white folks out, giving birth. I haven't heard another death plot, or unless you want to go with World War II, 3, 4, those wars. Outside of that, I never heard of a death plot. Okay, for whites.
Death to them.
But even your own people oppose it, Mr. Muhammad, if I may interject a thought here. Most of the civil rights leaders with whom I know you disagree, Dr. Martin Luther King, and Whitney Young, and Roy Wilkins, and James Foreman, and James Farmer, and any number of others, all believe in integration, getting along with the whites and moving into the same society.
This is all due to their lack of knowledge of the time and what should be done in such time. They don't know that this is their time, that they should be separated or they should go for themselves. This is what I'm trying to teach them. Teach them that this is the time that they should go for themselves.
But is it not, would you disagree that it is the ambition and the goal of most Negroes in this country to become Americans in every meaning of that word, to participate in our society, to be responsible, legitimate, honest citizens? Isn't that the goal of the overwhelming number of Negroes in this country?
It may be their goal, Mr. Cup, because that they don't even know, as I just said, that this is the time that they should be going for self. And lack of knowledge of the time, the lack of knowledge of self. The American so-called Negro, especially the leading class, do not actually know themselves. Excuse my voice.
I think most Black people believe that our knowledge of ourselves has been taken away from us, our history. I think we can agree to that, especially Black Americans. You dig? Now, the history, who we truly are, we're not going to agree on that. All right? I think we can agree that we're not going to agree on who we actually are or who we were.
Yes, I'm look like trying to be a little hoarse this morning, but however, I may clear it up later. America's so-called Negro, as you know, have been kept in the dark of the truth of self and kind for now 400 years, and the only one to break forth this truth, it is God himself, as it is written. And the Bible, Ezekiel, and prophesied by Jesus, that the dead must rise, mentally dead. So our so-called leadership is as dumb as those they are leading to this knowledge. Therefore, they hopes that they could have a place somewhere in the life of the white man of America.
Teach,
and
Mr.
in his
Muhammad.
country and government. They seek that place. Not that they seek some portion of the country, earth here. They seek only recognition of the white man as being a citizen of America and being his equal.
Okay, so I got to pause in between. You don't know, for the Fair Use Act, I can't let it just play out. I'm trying to avoid a flag. So there you go. So now you see why if you attempt to correct history in regards to white people, you're seen as a coon or something like that, sell out by their doctrine, right? The leader just said it. If you're trying to make yourself comfortable in this country, like you said, means of integration and things like that, that's not what you should be doing according to the messenger. He's saying separate.
You taking everything he's saying out of context, you cutting it off and purposely trying to recontextualize what he's saying. If you're going to cut him off and speak your piece about what you believe, allow me to do the same thing to clarify, because you taking it out of context on purpose.
Okay, that's why you got to go in the waiting room. Okay, look, any commentary I give other than that's the messenger, oh yeah, he's right. Any controversy, any criticism I give is going to be an agenda from me. He's going to always charge all of them. Every believer is going to charge me with an agenda. Yeah, I'm purpose. What I take out of context? Everybody. How can I fool people who understand English? Everybody heard what he said. So if I'm mistaken, which I can be, I'm the watcher. We know the watcher and Amber, out of anybody in Haskell, are going to correct you. We know if you're mistaken a little bit, Amber, the watcher, and Haskell are going to be the first people to correct you. So I'm okay with correction. If I'm stretching, you might say, cool, no problem. But I'm gonna let you back in a second. But this is why I didn't want the interruptions, my man. It's like, just let me do what I do.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah.
This is to the brother Focus. Please get a pen and paper and write down the discrepancies or any contradictions or any points that he's taken out of context. Because if you're getting frustrated, you can get emotionally charged and you may not be as poignant or salient or clear with combating everything you feel that he's misrepresenting. So to maintain your poise, I would advise, and maybe I'm being pretentious or something, or I'm disrespectful, but just hold water, write everything down, and then you can address it that way. Because I know it's hard to just not butt in when you feel like you're being aggrieved or whatnot. I'm gonna just suggest that to him.
And also, there's a timestamp, so you can write down 6 minutes 40 seconds or a little before, and you can say go back to the video and press play. And then I could press play. You can say stop it, and you can give commentary and tell us what you think he's saying. You know what I mean? And I just explained, my brother, I have to stop the video. I would love to just play it straightforward. Okay? I played a video before Focus, and they shut my live down. This called, you're not allowed to play somebody's content. But under the Fair Use Act, they allow you to criticize, give commentary on videos that you find interesting or you disagree with. You know, it's like for education purposes only. So you're forced, if you're going to play somebody's video, bro, just go watch any, you can tell him on YouTube. If you go watch any reaction video, they're going to pause, play, pause, play. They're going to do that so they don't get a strike. That's everybody's reaction video. Okay? Unless they got permission from the author of the video. You're going to see a whole bunch. It's annoying for everybody. For me, when I listen to these, it's annoying. The Watcher, are you familiar with Devin in the Lab?
I'm sorry, who?
Devin in the Lab.
Devin in the Lab. Who is this? A YouTuber?
Yeah, basketball player, a street baller. He's like very, very popular, and he does a lot of. Right, he's known for his training. Right, he trains.
Does he wear a do-rag? I mean, there's a lot of them. You got to like describe him to me. I don't know him by name. Does he wear a do-rag? No, that's another guy.
They call him.
What does he look like?
They call. He might have worn one before, but he's not known for that. They call him the talking trash coach or trainer.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So as he's playing one-on-one, whatever, he talks trash throughout the whole damn thing. But
all right, I'm gonna look him up. Go ahead with. I don't want to take it out of context, but go ahead.
Anyway, when he does his reaction videos, or when he like shows film from like one-on-ones or critique somebody's move, he's gonna be talking throughout the video, pausing. It's annoying, but you got to do that so you don't get struck. Anyway, that's why I'm pausing, my brother. So even if I don't want to talk, I'm forced to talk, so I won't get struck. I can't play it straight out.
And this is the wrong thing to be seeking, since we now have served our prophetic term of slavery here in America, and now we have a taste of education of our slave masters and their children. We don't go now to the colleges and universities of the white man looking for degrees to go back to him then for a job, to work, live with him, or some bread in the bread line.
All right, so we don't go to the college universities, bring back a degree to him and work for him. That's what he said, okay?
What is wrong with that ambition, Mr. Muhammad? It seems to be working out in growing numbers.
A subject, a servant all the time. He's not getting an equal place with his master by seeking a job. The only thing that he should seek now, since he admits that he's free, and he is free, he's not no more a servitor slave. He's free.
The growing number of Negroes who have achieved prominence in all the fields of this country, economic, the social life, the arts, indicates that there is tremendous progress being made, and the growing middle class of the Negro is tremendous today, with a tremendous purchasing power.
Mr. Cup, but the progress is only being made to the position or status of a more prominent servant, and not a servant that is equal with his master and owning such thing is placed on this earth that he can call his own like his master.
Then you say that people like the Dr. Ralph Bunches and any number of other Negroes who have achieved fame and fortune are still servants in this community?
His fame and fortune is not his. That's the white man. He have achieved fame and fortune for the white man, not for his black man. All that the prominent, I would say, politicians, teachers, and clergies, all has worked forward to the help of the white man to achieve fame for him and his race, but not for themselves and their race.
Let me take you to another area, Mr. Muhammad. Our government is spending millions of dollars in various programs mostly aimed at uplifting the Negro for better education, better job opportunity, a better share of this society. Now, isn't that a worthy commentary on the white man's role?
If the slave master gets rich and richer, he can do better by his servant, his slave. But the slave is now, as I say, stands at the crossroad. He can go for himself. And why not the master teach him how to go for himself and provide him with the necessary means?
Now, some people would say that's what college is for. Like, so whatever you're going to college for, that information can help you go do for yourself. Again, you can go to college and be an engineer, like a whole bunch of skills you can get in college to go and build your own nation. Because outside of that, where's the information coming from? You know, the white man, you want the white man to go teach you. The white man is saying we will teach you, but it's going to come through our educational schools, which you just said wasn't for black folks. So if the white man going to teach you, it's going to be the same education that you're going to get from his schools.
To go for himself and not say, keep petting him around his door.
Well, let's assume,
with a better suit of clothes.
let's assume, Mr. Muhammad, that your separation policy comes into effect. You will ask the United States to give you a state large enough to take care of all the Negroes in this land. That would be about 1/5 of the territory.
Well, it's about 22 or more million of us.
And then you would ask the United States for 25 or 30 years, according to your book, The Message to the Black Man,
No.
to help operate this for 25 or 30 years.
Not 30.
25.
20 or 25.
And also to give you a land that's fertile and rich in minerals so that the Negro can thrive from the earth.
Yes, sir.
A justifiable living.
Yes, sir.
How would you bring an economic system? How would you get the people to start a new state?
How would we get
That's a great question. Can we get some answers?
them to start? I'm asking you for the start.
You want the government to start the state for you, to build all the buildings and give you the educational system, and give you the business.
We believe that you are obligated to start for
Okay, now I didn't put the words in the mouth. The white guy said it, he agreed. You want the government to build the infrastructure and do all the hard work. Okay, no problem. That's no problem. But just make it clear that that's the solution. Okay, that's part of the solution. And some black people might agree to that. Like they should do that. You dig, for what they did to us. No problem. But just you're hearing the solution. The solution is they got to go build it for us. Okay.
Start us off in such state according to your own civilization, or set up for your own civilization. The means that you have to set your own race up as an independent race here today, not what you had 400 or 500 years ago, but what you have today.
Let me pause for just a moment,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Muhammad. We still have to interrupt for commercials on this program.
All right.
We'll pause for a moment.
Part 2. I think it's only just 2 parts.
Mr. Muhammad, while we're talking about this
I lied. It's 3 parts.
very unique proposition of yours as expressed in the Message to the Black Man and, of course, in all your philosophy, it's interesting to note that Abraham Lincoln once proposed or thought that all Negroes, perhaps for their own best interest, should be moved to a separate state. And Garvey, a great leader of the Negroes many, many years ago, proposed that the Negroes have their own state. He was never too successful. And if I remember correctly, the communists in the early 30s, at the height of the Depression, urged that the Negroes be given their own state in an effort to capitalize on their following, I presume. None of these ever came to fruition or were ever successful or ever interested too many Negroes. How do you figure that you today can get Negroes to leave this country of theirs and go elsewhere?
Well, I will not have any power to do, don't have any power to do any more than those teachers that preceded me on the same subject. I myself don't have any power of myself to bring about such change. But God is with me to bring it about. And the time is with me.
How has your God, Allah, manifested himself in this presentation?
Okay, so Elijah don't have the power. Elijah has the power. Allah has the power with him. I'm just echoing, just for the sake of pausing the video, just talking. So there you go. The only solution I heard thus far, again, we got a part 3. But DJ Focus can correct me. So far, this interview, the solution I heard was the American government should start Black folks off this, create a separate state, fertile land, and build the infrastructure. And then Black folks, thank you, and we move in. That's the so far it's the only solution I've heard. But I haven't heard. But we also hear do for self talk. When are Black folks going to? Let me just finish.
He have manifested himself in the person of a man, and with the knowledge of the end of the history that we has been in.
Here's my opinion, real quick. I think they was on a good topic just now, right? So here's my problem with like weird doctrines, or weird parts in the doctrine. The fact that he could bring up this story, was they're off track now. Like they was talking about something real. Now we're talking about God and how he came in a person.
Service to white people and the time that we should be separated from them. This knowledge was given by him. And he is the one that is backing it up. It is not me. I don't want you to look at me as nothing but a messenger. That's all I am, just a messenger to tell you what someone said to me. This that I have said to you concerning the separation, it is not, say, contrary to prophecy, the sayings of the prophets concerning a separation.
Okay, so this is part of the prophecy from the prophets, right? The prophets of the Quran and Bible. So, so if you're into religion, our faith is built on, is prophetic.
Of the slave and his master. It is not contrary. But where I comes in at there of asking you if you would like to do something for yourself and admitting this justice from yourself, as this is nothing but justice, to give the slaves something to go with if you have freedom. That America has never done for us. Our parents was never given anything to cook for self. Now, the time have come that God himself will intervene to separate the so-called Negro or the lost members.
Okay, so now we're getting some solutions, okay? Just highlighting the solutions. God is going to intervene, okay? So we're waiting for God to intervene.
Of their people, the black nation of the earth, from their once slave masters. This is the time, according to the prophetic sayings and writings of prophets, that we must be separated.
I just want to ask you one question along the separation theory before we move on. There are approximately 22 million Negroes in the United States. Yes. There's an estimated 100,000 members of these who belong to your sect.
Okay, now you got the number. That was my little secret, by the way. 100,000 members in the Nation of Islam. Okay, 100,000.
How can you expect 100,000 to dominate 22 million who don't feel the same way that you do?
Oh, Mr. Cups, the number doesn't mean anything. We have history dating back that just less people than that. Even the people that dominated in the world today, your own race, they was
Please remember that. He said the numbers do not matter. But what we keep hearing, numbers matter. They're trying to depopulate us because the country is going to be brown. He just said the numbers don't matter. I keep hearing both arguments from the same people. The 1% rule the world, they're dominant, they're smaller numbers. But Black folks need to be larger numbers to fight the small little 1%. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says numbers don't matter.
Not started with even 100,000. Only 59,000 was used to make your own world.
Yeah, cool. We're going to touch on that next.
Don't make any difference about the number. It's only the ones that believing in the honest about accomplishing the aim and the purpose.
So it's not about the numbers. It's about the people dedicated to bring about the aim and the purpose. All right. So let's stop hearing about numbers going forward.
You had your choice of territory in this country. Where would you select?
Well, I'm not saying as I have said time and again. I will not say where I would like to have a room.
There you go. No answers.
In your house before ever you are willing to give me a room there.
Mr. Muhammad, in your book, you also say that war between the non-whites and the whites is inevitable.
If you will permit me, Mr. Cup, I would like to go back here to this separation again.
All right.
We often has been misunderstood on this. We know that the prophesy says that we should be returned or will be returned to our own. But I have said here in this book, and almost weekly I'm saying something about it, that if America want to ease their troubles, as this is the trouble that she is confronted with, it is her slave. I don't care what someone might say or may say about the problem, but the problem of America, it is her slave. And the solution has been given. And this is just only a little twist of the solution that I am presenting to America today. That instead of all of this I would say mistreating the poor man, crying out today for more justice and better justice, better recognition. Put him over here in some place. You have a house big enough to do so. Put him over here someplace to himself, regardless to what he say. You knows the truth. You know that he should be somewhere to himself, because you will never agree to all that he demands you of. You cannot do so unless you want to become a subject slave yourself, or that you want to get in the same status that your slave is in, to yield to all of his demands. That is trying to respect a once slave as your equal. You can't do that and keep your respect in the world of civilized nation. But you can, I should say, stop trying to force the ideal in the slave that he is as good, he is as honored, he is as much as the master. This cannot be accepted as true, even from the master.
Would you
by
deny?
Just giving, if you will just permit me, I will give you.
But don't teach. Okay, then I got to stop it. It's just going to echo. So don't tell the slave he's equal to the master, because he can't be. Okay, so he just point out some things.
A chance then. By giving him a chance to sit in the house with you and talk with you and your family, or even marry your sons and daughters. That's not yet making him your equal. Or to prepare in your laboratories jobs for him, factories, build factories to give him a job, keep him at work. That is not making him your equal yet. He's still unequal. And it's a real ignorant thing to say he's my equal because I give him social status with me. This is bad on the white man's part, even to offer his slave integration in marriage, intermarriage. It only makes him worse in the eyes of the world, and his intelligence is now has been, I would say, lost, and his decency of his society is lost, even by just offering the slave such opportunity. But if he would go and offer his slave a place over here to himself, say, boy, you have, allow me to use this slang, boy, you have been a good old plowboy for me. Now I'm going to let you plow for yourself. Here's a mule, here's a plow. I will furnish you plow tools until that you're able to pay for them or make them yourself.
You don't think that the white man really thinks of the Negro as boy anymore, that this era has
allow me
so
to
many
use
years
the word,
ago?
but he still calls them boys in many parts of the country.
You still refuse to acknowledge, though, that the tremendous progress of any number of Negroes in all the arts, in all the political world, in all the sports world, in the entertainment world, in education, these people are not the equal of the whites with their tremendous success?
Well, if he has made progress in the way of civilization for the white man or in the civilization of the white man, well, why object then to him doing this for himself? Let him make a way now for himself.
But don't you feel, Mr. Muhammad, that this success is generated among the Negro youth who look up to these people as idols, and they themselves take a place in the society as successful people, inspired by their own people who have made successes?
Until he learned the truth. When he learned the truth of himself and of those who that he's worshiping.
He's repping the ideology of a separatist. You dig? He's, nothing. He don't give a damn what the interview is going to say. It's not good enough. Separate or nothing. So he's making it plain. You dig? He don't want to hear none of that other stuff. Separate. We don't hear about. We don't want no. I don't hear nothing about no progress amongst your slave master. Separate or nothing. You know what I mean? Or you say separate or else. So he's making that very plain. He's sticking with it. And again, he's this. That's the ideas of a separatist. You dig? There you go.
Then he will go for himself, as I have the spirit to go for myself. I don't want to be a slave for you. I don't want you to use me as a servant. I want to be my independent self. I want some of this earth for my people like you. You came here and taken it by the knowledge and power of your own fathers from the Indian, and you made a great country out of it. Then you goes back to my country and brings us here to serve you as slave, free labor. For 300 years we has did that for you, willingly or unwillingly. We did so, and our fathers. Now for 100 years, you say we are free, and 100 years we are not free. We are so blind, deaf, and dumb, we still look forward to you to make our clothes for us, get the cotton and the wool, go and put it through the mills and make cloth out of it for us, and we still sitting looking at you do all of this for us.
Mr. Muhammad, if you'll pardon me, I must say that your interpretation of the Negro is far different than mine. You sound more like Governor Wallace when you say the Negro is deaf, dumb, and blind. You don't want to be linked with Governor Wallace as one of the outstanding
I say
racists.
that because God himself said it. It's written in the Bible and Quran. Wallace didn't write this.
No, but he announces it.
It says basis the Bible, Quran. So okay, so you're hearing it. He's a theologist, so I can only assume that he's basing everything off prophecy and the Bible, Quran. You hearing it from his own mouth that when we get our own separate state, it'll probably be a theocracy. You dig? That's what we're getting so far, at least what I'm getting.
Enunciates the same principles that you're enunciating.
Well,
that the Negro is dumb.
Well,
not
he's
equal
saying
to-
what God in the Bible says. The Bible said that we are blind, deaf, and dumb, and even dead.
Well, many people certainly will disagree with anything that the
Well, they
Wallace
disagree
recites
with God and the prophets then.
only in your Bible, not in any other Bible.
It's in your Bible.
That the Negro is dumb and
I
blind.
got mine from you.
We'll have to pause for a moment, Mr. Muhammad, for a message, and we'll be right back.
This in your Bible, Negro dumb. That was funny. Our last one.
Mr. Muhammad, I know you want to say a few more words before on separation before we go into
Yes,
another
Mr.
subject.
Cups, I'm very anxious to finish what we started with on the separation. It is very nice and good for America to prepare educationally her slave that she once had in servitude. The education that we have acquired from white America, it will help us to begin to for self anywhere on this earth that we may prefer to go or stay. If we are to stay here with you, we must stay in a separate part of America with you. And the education is still accepted. We need all the education, I must stop and say that we can of good education to help us to go for self. And as far as our reaction to what we have acquired in the way of education, it doesn't mean that we should now be satisfied to remain with you just because that we have now acquired more respect of self in the way of education and can do more better service for you than we have in the past. The thing of it is, since we have acquired enough to make a step out of the house of bondage where that our fathers was enslaved or put in bondage, we should now go, and you should help us to go and provide the necessary means for us to continue going in the way of self. This would also give you a great and a good name. The slave master sent his slave off with the provision to keep going for himself. We need modern tools now. We don't need to apply a mule. We need a tractor. And we need the land, certainly, that will provide a living.
Paul Green said, I'm going to go on record. The messenger is telling it right. Indigenous Black man said, the world is blind, deaf, and dumb by design. Other comments are just hilarious. All right, let me see. Okay, I'm not gonna read certain stuff. It did, because we got a guest, and I ain't trying to, no rabbit holes. So after the interview, folk is gonna respond. Stu Pease, whoever can ask, or after Focus respond, whoever's on the panel can respond to Focus, and that could be like a little exchange, no problem, 30 minutes. But then we want to put a cap on it because we want to finish. I don't want anybody in my mind to purposely stop the information that's going to come out. So I don't mind a little dialogue, but at some point we got to put a cap on it, and then next thing.
And the necessity of life otherwise, such as buildings and other machineries, we want that we can go into as you have went into it and pull out of her treasures the necessary means for us to build a nation for ourselves.
But is this consistent, Mr. Muhammad, with your position? You were saying about the Negro doing things for himself. Then you say the government must turn around and give him all this territory and operate it for him for 20 years.
Good question. Good question. That's a great question. Great question. Because if the government is going to build it for us, then we don't have the engineers and we don't have the skilled labor men and women. And therefore, that knowledge will still be lost amongst us. We won't have the experience or the skills, let alone the knowledge to do these things if our society was to fall through war or whatever. You got natural disasters. How will we rebuild it? Look at what happened with the tornadoes recently. Toronto City, that got to be rebuilt by skilled labormen and women. So it's interesting. And I think, in my opinion, I think if people would be more proudful if they actually built their own infrastructure, their own place where they stay. This is my opinion.
We think the government is obligated. We have given her 400 years. And now we want to go for ourselves.
He said, so let me rewind that real quick. That's a good question. And pay attention to the answer.
And pull out of her treasures the necessary means for us to build a nation for ourselves.
But is this consistent, Mr. Muhammad, with your position? You were saying about the Negro doing things for himself. Then you say the government must turn around and give him all this territory and operate it for him for 20 years.
We think the government is obligated. We have given her 400 years. And now we want to go for us.
Did I miss something, or he acknowledged the contradiction there?
How are we to get started for ourselves if the slave master is not willing to provide the means for us to go free for ourselves?
In your position on separation.
So he's held bound on that. He's stuck on that point that in order for us to get started doing for ourselves, the American government, needs to start us off, right? So from what I'm hearing, and I think most of you are hearing, we won't be able to do for ourselves unless the American government starts us off. I haven't heard anything different. Let me know, anybody, focus, let me know if you heard something different. The means to doing for self is the American government has to start us off.
Did you feel that the Supreme Court made a mistake in 1954 when it ruled that segregation must end in the public school systems?
No, I don't say the government made a mistake by saying the kind of segregation that we have lived under should be terminated. I don't think she made any mistake there. But I do think the government is making a mistake now to try to hinder us from being separated, since we have already lived under segregation for the past centuries. Now we would like to be separated and live over here to ourselves, since we cannot get along with you in peace.
Let me take you into another area that we discussed at the opening of the show, Mr. Muhammad. That is your prediction in the book, The Message to the Black Man, that the whites and the non-whites inevitably must come to a war. Do you really feel that there must be a war between the races?
If you will not submit to the law of justice, freedom, justice, and equality, and submit to do good, secondly, this is the time that good confronts us to rule the people, and not evil. Your history teaches us that you have always warred. In Europe, there was once a 100-year war, a 30-year war, and there have continued a war history of your race ever since you had civilization.
But it isn't only the white man, Mr. Muhammad. Every man, white, red, yellow, has always engaged in war just as much as the white man.
History never give us any knowledge of a war between the brown, yellow, black races before you.
Well, the Chinese and the Japanese warred for many, many centuries, and certainly the blacks in Africa had their tribal wars, and the Muslims and Christianity had their religious wars. I mean, war has been a part of man ever since.
And in your sphere of ruling the people since 6,000 years. You will mention what happens in the period of 6,000 years. Well, you are the boss there.
Just gotta pause it. I've been playing a lot. You know, just little. Ain't got too much to say. It's just what it is at this point. You know, just put a little pause, little talking behind the scene. Try to avoid these flags, these strikes. You dig? All right. So, are you guys entertained? Let me know. Is he dropping knowledge? Is it elementary? Yeah, you know, does this satisfy you? Is this answer sufficient? Okay, let's go ahead.
You started that.
You maintain that the white man, according to this book, has been on this earth only 6,000 years.
Only 6,000
and that the
years.
black man was here many, many years, centuries before.
We don't have no birth record.
But
there's no birth record of the black man, and the white man is dated 6,000 years. Okay, just highlight that.
Anthropological facts may differ with you, but this is, of course, according to your religion, right?
It depends on the man who does the analyzation of this past history of our people.
In other words, white man history.
And rocks and whatnot.
Your statement of inevitable war is so reminiscent of what Red China has been saying, that the yellow race and with the colored race will fight the white race, that it's a little frightening that you would be on the same beam, the same line of reasoning with him. I wish you to explain that further.
We cannot move ourselves if we are there by God himself. In the beginning we are there, and you are there. In the very beginning, we cannot change nothing, and I'm not asking no one to accept any change that I would try and make, because I'm not trying to make one. Everything, Mr. Cup, that I say concerning the truth, whether it's war, whether it's separation of nations, I have it from Bible, Quran, from Jesus, from all the prophets in the past, from God himself, and I'm not talking myself. I'm talking what God and his prophets say.
Of course, Mr. Muhammad, Jesus, and all the other recognized religious leaders always preached love, not hatred.
Take for an instant.
My B got a song, spread love, not war. You dig? That's what I think about when I hear that.
He taught love of his Father. We used the name he used there. He taught that we should love the Father. We should love the word, the teachings of God. We should love the man that loves God and loves the teachings of God. This was Moses' teaching to Israel, was to love thy God with all thy heart, soul, might, and strength. But you are not taught to love the enemies, the nations that will not love your God and will not allow you to pass through or not allow you to settle in your own land. You should destroy that nation, or God will destroy them before you. This is Moses. Then God goes so far as to say himself that there was two brothers, that he loved one and hated the other. God is the first hater. That Jesus also seconds his Father in these words, that unless you can hate your mother, brother, sister, father, pick up your cross and come follow me, you cannot be my disciple.
All right, now I think Elijah won that point right there. I think he won that point.
You have to hate first. He gives stress. The old well-known teachings there in Matthew.
Now that was a good one. Yeah, I don't think my man gonna want to touch on that any further. I think he's gonna move along.
I think it's around Matthew or in John 1. Anyway, he's there in his teaching. Here comes again some more of Jesus' teaching. He mentions the same of the two brothers. One hated northern love,
Jacob the Ephraim.
to verify his own hatred of the evil people. He did not declare himself as being a lover of all men. He could not be the representative of God if he loved all people, because some people are evil. And a time of judging and meting out sentences to the evil and the contrary people of God is also on the page of history that these prophets put there for us to read and study. Moses did so, and now comes Jesus, who covers his spear of delivering the message to Israel, a final message, and then denounces Israel as being enemies of God, and that a day of judgment is set for your execution. All of this is given right there of the Bible that is put in the words of Jesus. And we continue to have this, and in the beginning we have it, Moses addressed Israel, and Deuteronomy there, saying to Israel that in the very beginning, when we speak of separation, that God separated the sons of Adam. If God saw it more less than peaceful to separate these sons of Adam, brothers, these sons represent brothers.
So let me be clear. I'm going to, we got a 1 minute, 13 seconds left. DJ Focus is going to respond before anybody. I'm going to let him go in, 3 minutes, whatever. He's going to correct me, whatever. He's going to do what he wants to do for a good 3 to 4 minutes. Then after that, if Stu P's had a question or the watcher, then they have a little build. If not, if after Focus go in, if Stu P's the watcher don't have anything for Focus, then Akachi, he's on. Let him go ahead and say what he got to say. If Focus is in agreement with it, then we move to the next one. If Focus disagree with what Akachi says, then they could have a little build. But after that, we go into the next one.
They can't live together. We separate the very sons of Adam and give them a place on the earth and set boundaries for them, that they cannot be entering in and out of the other's country without permission. Boundary means that you must have permission to come in my part of the country. And now, all of this is set forth to us in the Bible, in which the Christians say we should believe. If the Christian don't believe in his own Bibles, the sayings of his own Bible, how can he preach to us to believe in it? If the Christian don't want to abide by the book that he represents is from the prophets of God and their sayings, how can then he force us to believe that which he...
All right, so I think that, the third part was the last part. Okay. All right. So Focus, go ahead.
All right, so first of all, let's clear up some things that happened from the very beginning. When I first got on the Zoom, I heard you talking about earlier what we were talking about at the shop and what sparked you to have this little emotional tryst of yours that you're having right now. I'm going to put the Nation of Islam on doctrine. We had a conversation earlier in which I said to you, Rondell, you don't have to be the voice for white supremacy. You don't got to be the person who tries to, disagree with every black point and agree with every white point. And Rondell says to me, or Bombay says to me, well, I just want to be the balance. I just want to be the balance. So I want to be able to, just tell all the good stuff white people did. And I said to him, well, wait a minute, unbiased. We have every institution in America telling us the good stuff white people did. All on TV, all in the movies, you go to church, you go to the schools, everywhere in America, they're force feeding us all the good stuff white people did. We don't need to be on a black podcast with black people trying to find reasons to be Uncle Toms. They have their platforms in which they tell everybody their side of the story. This should be our platform to tell our side of the story. You shouldn't feel no obligation to, you know, have to reprove them. He gets mad at me and, you know, starts throwing jabs and whatever the case may be. And then all of a sudden, you know, I hung up on him because he was pissing me off. He texted me, oh yeah, I'm gonna go in on the nation. So all of this stuff right here started from an emotional point, which you can't get around, that you don't have to be the voice of white supremacy. Now, I'll go move on from that. First of all,
you got 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm sure. First of all, you said that, or you paused it for a moment and you said that, you know, the only solution that he gave, I mean, the only way we're going to be able to do it, do what we need to do, excuse me, is if we get education from his schools. If we get education from his schools is the only way we're going to be able to properly move forward. And that's false, and that's not the point he was making either. He never ever said that we have to wait around to get education from their schools. His whole motive and means was to do for self, build your own school, build your own, do for yourself. Because his point was that although we would like you to give us a separate state and territory and fix the curriculum and do right by us, you're never going to do it. It's not in your nature to. Therefore, we're leading towards an inevitable race war. See, how do you say we're going that our only solution is for the white man to give us this separate state and territory, and then on the other end say, well, we're headed towards an inevitable race war? See, because a part of his doctrine was also saying, although this is the correct thing for you to do, Mr. White Man, you're never going to do it. Therefore, we must be forced to do it for ourselves. Also, when you say, oh, the white man is going to put us up for 20 years and give us infrastructure and this, that, and the third, bruh, first of all, not only do they owe us, okay, so if we could work for them for hundreds of years, like the messenger said, we worked for them for hundreds of years, then they definitely should be able to, you know, repair or reparate us for 20, okay? And then, bruh, in 4 to 8 years, we can have all the engineers we want, as long as we build the proper and funnel our kids towards the proper education as opposed to funnel them towards criminality like this society is doing. If we funnel our kids towards being engineers, being scientists, and we build that up in this particular nation, then guess what? We'll have all of the doctors, engineers, to run our own society in just a few short years. So it's never a plan for them to sustain us forever. It's just a plan for them to help us out because they did so much in destroying us. But once again, we know they're never going to do it because we bring in all of this money for them. That's another point. This guy's talking all this. Well, what about the sports and the entertainment figures? You guys are making so much progress. Woo, 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 woo. But for every sports figure making $1 million, it's a white man making $1 billion off of them. That's why Elijah Muhammad just said, listen, at the end of the day, all you teaching them is to be better slaves. You teaching them to be a better servant in your society while you still run everything, while you still own everything. And that's another thing. This illusion of equality. Oh, you guys are so equal now. Huh? Integration made you equal. When you own the trains, when you own the railroad, when you own the railroads, when you own all of the...
That's the line. Hold on. Because, yeah, so now at this point,
you know what? 3 minutes was not enough time for me to respond to all that stuff you did.
I actually just... go
ahead.
Now, when you was going in,
I'm just starting to get into my groove. Right. The first minute, I was feeling it around.
No problem. But guess what? The first minute, you were actually addressing some things you thought I misrepresented, but just now you were just repeating exactly what Elijah said, you know, as far as sports entertainment. Like, so what you're about to go into is what he just said himself.
Okay, but like you just paused to clarify, I can reiterate his statements and clarify as well. You're not the only one who get to pause his stuff and give your interpretation. No, I get to reiterate his words and give my interpretation as well.
Right. Now the last live, Colleen, DJ Focus was very,
Getting too irate. Let me calm down because I don't want to be unhinged
no.
guy.
Now, in this case, I'm a chess player, so I expect more passion because this really, it's something like you're really involved with. So I expect feelings to be really more associated with this type of dialogue. So now you're good. But I was just saying, like, when I was pausing, right, and giving commentary, you were supposed to come behind me. If you disagree with my commentary, you're supposed to come behind me and correct my commentary.
I tried to. You kicked me off. That's what I said. If you rewind it, I said, if you're going to misquote him and misrepresent him, then at least allow me to come in after you. Hold on. I said, at least allow me to come in after
you. You couldn't do. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying after I'm done with the video in my commentary.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I thought you just said when you paused it, you had a comment. I was supposed to
never finished. We never finished the video. Right?
Oh, okay. Well, I thought that's what you were saying. But just real quick, I want to get this out. Yeah. You know what I mean? So what was that? Okay, the equality. Somebody's making $1 million somebody's making $1 billion every time we're making $1 million. This illusion of inclusion, this plan they have to make us all of a sudden feel wanted when we ain't been wanted in this country ever. Now all of a sudden when we go to get free and do for self, and you see us building Black Wall Streets in Wilmington, North Carolinas, and the old Philly and Rosewoods and all of this, you see us building a Black economy, and a bus company down in Georgia got 600 Black buses, and you see the Black restaurants, the Black barbershops, the Black retail stores, the Black hardware stores, Black mechanic, all this stuff is taken off. We had these hubs for Black business, okay? And when you see us building for ourselves, now all of a sudden you have a problem and you want to give us the illusion of inclusion. Well, you don't need to build for yourself. Just come with us. Do it with us. When you have severely and firmly planted yourselves ahead of us, we will never be equal to you. We will never get a fair shake to you. It's impossible. We're 400 years behind the race. And then on top of that, 400 years, we're getting plotted against on post the 400 years. So the illusion that one day Black people going to be equal in this country is false. We ain't going to do nothing but be a better slave, which is why we're in the condition that we're in now. And we're on this podcast wondering how we got here. Why are Black people in this condition? What do we need to do? How do we get out of it?
You did say real quick. All right. So, Stu Peas, did you have anything or no?
Oh, I just want to make one last point, then you can go. I just want one. Well, I had a few more, but I just want to make this one last point. You said the numbers don't matter, so we don't go deal with numbers no more.
I didn't say that.
No. You said Elijah Muhammad said that. You said, no. You have to understand the point because you're taking it out of context.
See, I repeated him.
Listen, sir, you didn't repeat him verbatim.
I did.
But excuse me, sir, the guy asked the question, how do you expect when only 100,000 people believe for you to get 22 million people to believe? He said it does not matter how many of them we get to believe, and it doesn't. And his point is that all we need is the foundation and we'll grow from there. What do we want 21,800,000 non-believers for when we could do 100,000 believers and grow an actual nation of like-minded individuals? See, it's not, so it was never, so his point was not that we shouldn't grow numbers, proliferate numbers, but you tried to flex it to, that we shouldn't grow numbers, that we shouldn't build our numbers, that we should rebuild our numbers. His only point was that we don't need the whole 22 million to believe. We can start with a small foundation. But go ahead, Stu Peas, I'm gonna let you go ahead.
All right, Stu Peas, well, that's if he wanted to say something. If not, we'll go to Akachi. Stu Peas? Nope. Okay. Akachi, you have something?
I don't really have much. I agreed in large with Honorable Elijah what Muhammad said, and I'm gonna start calling him the Honorable, but I agree with Elijah Muhammad said. largely. I kind of got lost with what Kaleem was saying, a lot of this stuff, but he's in agreement with Elijah Muhammad, so I don't really have any critique.
All right. And did you have anything before we switch focus? Did you have anything else?
Can I?
Oh, go ahead, watch. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I guess, parlay for focus if he has any points. But I don't even really have any questions, but I saw in the chat, and maybe you already addressed it and it just went over my head. Pardon me if that is the case, but it seemed as if you had real point disagreements. So I was waiting for like timestamps or statements where Elijah Muhammad made a point and then unbiased misrepresented the point, and then I was waiting for you to clarify what was really meant or what was taken out of context. Or I was just curious because I mean, like you came on and
I think I did do that, but I think what the thing is, the messenger did such a great job of smoking him and smoking that weak attempt to try to misrepresent him that I mean, what else can I do? I mean, at this point, you're right. I mean, at certain things, I'm reiterating things that the messenger said. I'm trying to break them down, a little bit more. But you guys brought up the education from schools and that, that the only way we'll be able to get it is through their education. I said, no, that's not the only way we'll be able to get it. Okay, it's through their education. We need to take a path towards doing for self. That was one point. Then I said, about the 20 years. He mentioned the 20 years. Pause that, and I said, wait, no, it's not going to take us 20 years. In 6 or 8 years, we can have all the engineers, all the scientists we want. I dealt with that point. He said, hold on. The point about, well, we just got to wait around for white people to build this for ourselves. That's our only plan. I said, no, he never said that was our plan. Actually, if you read his teachings, he said they would never do it. But as a man of God and a man of justice, I'll give you your way out. I'll tell you what you can do to be a just person, but I know you're not going to do it because I know your nature based upon how you've been dealing with us and dealing with all of the people around the world. You're not going to do this, right? So I dealt with that point, okay? Then he said, he never, hold on. He never said, wait for God to intervene. That was another point. He said, we just gonna wait for God to intervene. I said, no, he never said we just gotta wait for God to intervene. He gave us a clear-cut path towards what we should be doing now. Build for self, do for self, build the military, build schools, build economic plan. He gave us real life tangible things so we should do now, not just sit around and wait on God on some cult shit. Okay. So I dealt with that point. And then the numbers. He said the numbers don't matter. We're not going to talk about numbers. How many of the 22 million we get to? What did he say? He said only 100,000 is going to believe, as opposed to the 22 million. How we going to get them to believe? I said we don't need to get the whole 22 million to believe. We can start with the foundation of 100,000, and that's what he meant by numbers don't matter. So I dealt with each and every point you timestamp. So I don't know what the watcher or any one of them is talking about. Maybe I'm talking too fast. Maybe it took me a minute to get into my groove. But we're gonna have to learn how to keep up.
That's not. Come on, man. Let's go. I mean, you say what you said, and now you're just ranting at that point. Okay, watch it.
I'm not ranting. What are you talking about? I'm wrapping up my point. Stop saying that.
I mean, I appreciate it, and I thought I prefaced it, but maybe I did miss it because that's irrespective. But outside of you wrapping it up, but yeah, thank you for the quote unquote recap because I wanted to see which points that you found contention with, as if there was anything unbiased needed to rebut. But thank you.
Well, hopefully you got clarity now. I appreciate it, bro.
Now, the guy who talks about misrepresenting points, he just misrepresented mine. First of all, Elijah Muhammad, out of his mouth, said that when the guy mentioned education, the schools and colleges, Elijah Muhammad said, no, what's the point of going there, getting an education, and then coming back to work for the slave master, right? That's what he said. I can go back into the video. Then after that, so that's education. And then after that, Elijah Muhammad said that the government should teach Black folks how to do it, like how to build their infrastructure. And then I said, well, that teaching is going to come from the same institutions that you said you disagree with. That's going to make black people subservient. Then I said this. I said what Elijah Muhammad said. Elijah Muhammad said that the government needs to build, start them off, build the infrastructure. He said that their black folks are owed that. So when focus talk about building schools and those things, if it's left to A and B, A was the white man should teach us how to do it, and B was the white man actually do it. Okay, so my thing was, if the white man doesn't teach us and the white man don't do it, then how are they getting built? For one, you don't have the economics currently, because you need when I say economics, the teachings, like you don't have the education. You need white folks to teach you. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. They need to teach us. And then what if they don't build it? So now if they don't teach you and they don't build it, where are you starting from?
Okay, so listen, what he said, to clarify, was that going to your schools only is not a singular solution. See, the guy tried to act as though the solution to black problems and the solution to black salvation was going to college. So he said, well, wait a minute. What's the purpose of us doing that if we're going to come back right to work for you? When does the do for self, build for self, get our own economy, our own, when does that come in? Because that should be our main aim and goal. Then when he said you should provide us for 20 years, he never said teach. You added that in. He said you should provide us with the means for 20 years of separate space and territory to build for ourselves. He never said you got to teach us. In fact, about it, he detests the teaching of this society. So the belief that we don't have any black engineers, that we don't have, especially at that time, remember the three sisters from Hidden Colors with the three sisters. They were responsible for the mathematical equation to bring spaceships back into space, into the earth from space. All the spaceships was blowing up. And three sisters came and said, oh, wait a minute. And they used their knowledge and their ingenuity to fix the mathematical equation responsible for all space shuttles coming back into the world, into the earth. So the idea that we didn't have black minds, black engineers, black teachers, it's BS. We had all of that. We just needed a separate state or territory that we could build for ourselves. And one last quick point. Whether you believe in God, whether you believe in karma, whether you believe in what comes around, goes around, whether you believe in you reap what you sow, there is no reason for us to have to share the fate of the people who murdered, enslaved by the billions. We didn't do that. It's not our history. It's not our karma. It's not our destiny. We should not have to share in that destiny with the people responsible for destroying us. We're the victims, not the victor. We're the conquered, not the conquerors. So our karma is different. Our fate is different. We should not have to share in their fate. Go. That's why we need separation too.
Okay. Kachi, nothing?
So I largely kind of agree with what Kaleem is saying, but I kind of want to clear up some of the language. Their college, their education, that kind of stuff like that. We can go to college. There's nothing wrong with going to college. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with receiving an education. You can go and study engineering without accepting all of their philosophy. So I just want to clear that up, because I'm not trying to demonize the college institution or the college system. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It's something that they, quote unquote, built that we can use to our advantage. And it has its disadvantages also. But I don't want to demonize education as it being theirs. Like, I know how it's a pet peeve and bias that when Black people start talking about their science and this and that, some of it is their science and some of it is actual science. And
right.
We have to be invested and educated enough in it to understand and distinguish which is which. Yeah, Elijah Muhammad, he said, he admitted that we would need help to do this from them. They would have to give us our starting point, which is what Bias was saying. And I mean, that is
So,
what it is. Yeah.
right,
Is it
and
owed
I
to
would
us?
agree though.
Is it owed to us? Reparations.
Go ahead.
Yeah, reparations should be given to us, but like Kaleem was saying, like that's not going to happen. There's gonna be some kind of assimilation required on our part, and we are going to need assistance. I don't think it's because we don't have the engineers or the minds to do it or the skills to do it. I believe that we do have those, even though it's not it's not a populace. It's not a very well populated group with the knowledge and ability. But I think that we do have it. We just don't have the organization to do it, and we don't have the resources to do it. So could we just automatically just leave them alone with no help and build it? No, you know what I'm saying? We couldn't. We definitely need help from them to do it.
Well, go ahead. The biggest help that we would need is for them to leave us the fuck alone. See, that was another point that he was making. Just leave us to do for self. Now, sure, in the world that you
look at this point.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Do your thing.
You said to the watcher.
I don't want to be the ranter. I want to be unhinged.
Actually, you just said to the watcher that Elijah smoked me so well, like there's nothing else to add on. Like he actually went and Elijah kept going to that point. Even when the subject changed, he could say, let me go back to separation. So the separation part, we don't need extra commentary on that. He kept going back to that and kept explaining what he meant and in great detail. Right. So if you was to come back on that, like I think we got it.
No, I got that. I was just going to address a couple points the brother made when he was clarifying, me. But whatever, I don't even remember where I was at. But just to clarify a couple points that the brother made or that he addressed, when you say like, oh, their education and this is, that shit exists, bro. Like you're right. There is science, and then there's their science, and there's their, their history and their whatever. Right. But then there's actual history and there's actual science. And I agree.
Wait, but
hold
isn't there their science, actual science, and then is it your science?
Say it again.
If we're gonna do that, isn't there a their science, an actual science, and a your science?
Yes. I'm biased.
Okay, so listen. There's a their science, there's an actual science, there's a my science, right? There's three sides to every story. It's my story, his story, and the truth. Right. So we can address their science. We're not going to act like whiteology don't exist and their science don't exist and it does exist.
I got you.
Right. So when we bring up these points and we say, their schools, we know what we're talking about. We don't have to we don't have to reiterate what we're discussing about when we say, their schools, because their schools exists, right? Where they're in control of the curriculum, with what they say goes. Who they choose to teach you about is who is taught about. And it's not just science. Like if you go to University of Islam, you hear about Minister Farrakhan, right? You hear about Marcus Garvey. You hear about Noble Jew Ali, right? You hear about Nat Turner and Denmark Vesey and Yakub, right? But we're not in a minute. We'll get there, right? But hold on, we'll get there. But you hear about all of these people in great length and detail that you will not hear about them in a regular American school. That's what I mean by their schools. We send our kids to these schools.
Which names you don't hear about in American schools?
Huh?
Which names you don't hear?
I said in depth and in detail. You don't hear about Farrakhan. You don't hear about Elijah Muhammad. You don't hear about Noble Jew Ali. You don't hear about the true great exploits of Marcus Garvey. You don't hear about, they give you their heroes, W.E.B. Du Bois and Frederick Douglass and Rosa Parks and all people who benefited their thing. Du Bois working for the Jews under the NAACP, who all founded by Jews. You got Rosa Parks, who, as soon as she got on that bus and was made a hero, You had 600 black buses company. Hold on real quick. A black bus company with 600 buses shut down. So I only say that to say the heroes that they give us are heroes that benefit them. We have our own heroes and our own stories to tell, and that's what we can do in our schools.
So you would say Noble Drew Ali, Dr. York, Dr. Sebi, those are our heroes?
You added Dr. York in there. But Dr. York had a couple of contributions, but you added him in there. Dr. Sebi, definitely one of our heroes. You know what I mean? Definitely. You know, it's just a lot of people who stood up for us that don't get that billing, bro. Like,
so, okay. So, like I said, you guys said it, and then I said, you know what? Well, let's go there next. You said there's actual science, there's their science, and there's your science, right? Okay.
Right.
I want to take a look at your science, and y'all let me know on the panel and the chat. Should this be accepted as science? Should this be taught in black schools, or should this remain in the University of Islam? All right. So we are in chapter 11. Our Savior has arrived, the knowledge of God himself. Savior's Day, February 26, 1969. Okay. So let me know which science is this? Theirs, ours, or not? Theirs, yours, or actual science? Okay. How came the black God, Mr. Muhammad? He is self-created. So the black God is self-created. How could self create self? Great question. Take your magnifying glass and start looking at these little atoms out here in front of you. You see that they are egg-shaped and they are oblong. You can crack them open and you will find everything in them that you find out here. Then where there's some of them atoms out here. Well, who created them? Who created the atoms? I want you to accept the black God. So the black God created the atoms. You say there is no beginning or ending. Okay, I admit that. So that's science. There's no beginning or ending. It's the science he's promoting. But we do know that they had to have some kind of beginning. So no problem. They don't know the beginning or ending, but they knew it had to be a beginning. But how it happened, we don't know. So they're aware, they speculate, they hypothesize that there's a beginning. He doesn't know, no problem. Nope, because science admits we don't know something. So their science admits no problem. So they don't know when it happened. They don't know about the beginning. That's why we say that his beginning, we don't know anything about. Talking about the black guy. So he said, imagine you close your eyes now. Imagine the whole entire visibility of the universe is gone from you. This is the way he was born, the black guy. Total darkness, not triple darkness, in total darkness. There was no light anywhere out of the total orbit of the universe of darkness. There sparkled an atom of life. Now, that atom in total darkness, according to science, does anybody in this platform know which was the first atom? Does anybody in the chat know what scientists say, modern science say was the first atom to spark in darkness?
If I'm not mistaken, that's helium.
There you go. That's correct. So, helium. Imagine you close your eyes. Imagine the whole entire visibility of the universe is gone from you. How you know that? I caught you on this little. I see you, man.
Yeah. I think I don't know science, but I do. And hydrogen was next.
Google.
All right. Well, okay. Believe what you want.
He didn't Google it. That's not an easy find. Okay, so he said this is the way he was born.
I think you knew it.
Yeah, I think he knew it. That's not an easy find. Because in the periodic table, I thought it was hydrogen since that was first, but that's not.
I found it in 13 seconds, so it is easy to find. Go.
No problem. But if anybody know about the elemental chart, periodic chemical chart, the first on the list is hydrogen. So it will my opinion, it would be common sense to think hydrogen was the first one. So it's kind of like a trick little question, but it's not. It's the one that's listed as number 2. So anyway, he was born in total darkness. There was no light anywhere. Out of the total orbit of the universe of darkness, there sparkled an atom of life. Okay, I don't know what an atom of life is, but helium was the first one. So I don't know if he's saying, because this is your science, his science, their science. I don't know if he's saying Allah started with helium. Okay, so once upon a time, but don't ask me when it was, right? Don't ask him once upon a time that was. Don't do that. How could the atom of life make a record of its own creation? So don't ask him that. How can the atom of life make a record of its own creation? It could not. How can the atom of life make a record of its own creation? Don't ask me that either. It could not write its own creation, the record of it, because he was the first. Okay. So we're giving a pronoun to the atom. There was no recorders around him. He was first to record his own self. How long was that? We can't tell. Don't ask. We weren't there. Duh. All right. So he was the only one in the entire dark universe. That's why. So he said atom. He said it was only there before everything else. That's helium. Okay. So the helium atom was the only atom there. He had to wait until the atom of life produced brains to think what he needed. Okay. This is their science. So this atom, this helium, had to wait to produce brains to think what he needed. Now, where are we? We're in total darkness. We're in space. There's nothing there but the atom. The atom has to wait until he produced brains to think what else he needs to form himself. Okay. Where are we? Okay. He had to wait until the atom of life produced brains to think what he needed. How long was that? I don't know. Why? Because we don't know the beginning. So we know what time frame this is. Brothers, we don't know what time that was, but he was a black man. So we don't know about the time frame. Don't ask. The record, none of that stuff. But all we do know that atom, that helium, was a black man coming out of total darkness at that time. So we clear what time we're talking about. We're talking about the beginning or close to the beginning where nobody knows what time it is. And don't ask. Okay? So we don't know. He was a black man coming out. Okay, we don't know, but he was a black man coming out of total darkness at that time. We could all say that we are produced by a white God. But there was no light, nor any white anywhere. So you can make that claim that you were produced by a white God, but it has no validity because at that time there was no light or white anywhere, right? There was all darkness. So I guess when God in the Bible, it says create an image after his own likeness, a black God, I guess, in darkness, in darkness, he's gonna create a darkness people. Okay, so God revealed to me in that darkness, which had no end to it there, that darkness created an atom of life. And the color to be the color had to be black. Why? There was no light. Therefore, it had to be the color of the thing that created it. All praises is due to Allah. So I'll stop right there. I'll let Focus go first, and then the Watcher's next. No, Akachi's next, then the Watcher, and then.
I mean, I really don't have nothing to say to that. I don't know. I wasn't there. I've already explained my position on the first God, the first Adam. We don't know. All of it are theories, which is why as you will pretend to poke holes in this, I'll do the same thing with your little Darwin theory. And the thing is, it leads us back to the inexorable conclusion that we don't know, which Elijah Muhammad just said 40 times. We don't know. We weren't there. So he's just giving an exegesis of his belief as it was told to him. That's one thing he said on the video. He said, none of this man, third grade education, none of this stuff comes from me. I'm only giving it to you as it was taught to me. That's it. So, like I said, I don't really get into those. Well, what happened 76 trillion years ago? To me, is irrelevant as hell. It don't have nothing to do with how we're gonna get our people up out of this problem, out of this salvation. So y'all can have all of those arguments. You can win it, you can call it whatever you want. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not even a freaking scientist myself. Okay. So, you know, I'm not the one to even argue that point. If anybody else want to go ahead, go ahead. But like I said, you poke holes, I poke holes. We wasn't there. I don't know. It's all a fucking theory in my mind. But go ahead.
Akachi.
That was kind of a long response to say I don't know. And I agree. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know. It's all conjecture. You know what I'm saying? It's all interpolation or sermonization. It's all that. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to prove it. And I was listening to Unbiased, and so I'm going to kind of go opposed to Unbiased, even though nobody can really say you're wrong. But I think that first, the brain did not have to be created out of helium. And I'm not arguing that helium was the first atom. But what I would, my position is that intelligence has always been here. That's how I look at it. Intelligence has always been here. It wasn't something that's created, because an omnipotent creator would have to be intelligent. An omnipotent being, period, would have to be intelligent. Otherwise, there would be no intelligence here. So I would start from the position that intelligence has always been here. That was not created. And God, not being a man, God is not a man. He's an omnipotent being. So that really can't even be, comprehended. What is omnipotent being look like? You know what I'm saying? That, looking at it from a scientific perspective, God is not a man. But if you had to give it a color, black would be it, because black is the presence of all colors or everything, you know what I'm saying? So, and then when you look into dark matter and the void, or what the Greeks call the ether, and all of that is black. Whatever you want to call most of the space and outer space, all of that is black. So, that God being considered black, yeah, you look at it like that. And then you get all these nuts talking about, melanin and all that shit. I ain't gonna get into all that, but they are on to something, even though they don't know how to articulate their point. What else?
So when you hear this science, right, that we heard about just now, is that their science, white folks? Is that actual science, or is that Nation of Islam science? Their science.
It was kind of a combination of both. When you get into okay, so with God being black, that was their science. You know what I'm saying? That is their science. That's not necessarily.
What about the atom being here first?
The helium being here?
Yeah, first. I mean, above everything. No. Look, he said out of everything you.
You're right. About the atom being here first. He did say that. I don't think that is. I think that's their science, the NOI science. I don't think that's actual science. Science. I mean, because atoms can be broken down into something. At what point, you know what I'm saying? But then again, atoms may have already been here also. That's a hard question.
Had to have a beginning.
Are you wait? According to science, now I got you. Okay, according to science, helium got here from something, right?
Right.
Okay, so it wasn't always it.
Okay, so this is why I'm saying that that's kind of hard to answer, because the things that make up helium helium came from something, right? It was made of something, and that something was made of something. Something had to always be here.
So that's not the way it's thought, but okay, but yeah, whatever. Go ahead.
And then whatever was already here composed to
Right.
make
Okay.
helium.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But in that case, if you want to go that route, the human beings were here at that time. You dig? So that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's more like a philosophical argument. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I agree with you though. You know what I'm saying? Where does the rabbit hole stop? I agree with you. That's a good point.
Okay.
But go ahead.
The Watcher. So the Watcher got the Watcher. You can go back. Everybody trying to silence you. The Watcher go, then you go.
Yeah, I just had a quick question about like you guys are referring to the elements. My mic on?
Yeah.
Right here. Okay. Yeah. So like, what was the oldest element?
Yeah, the first element.
Okay, the first element. What's the difference between the first and the oldest element?
Yeah, same thing. I guess same thing.
Okay, so what is the oldest element on Earth?
It's supposed to be helium.
Okay. All right. Then I mean that's all I wanted to know. You guys can go ahead and carry on.
Go ahead, focus.
Yeah, and that was a good point the brother made about the intelligence being here. You know what I'm saying? And just piggybacking on that point, you know what I'm saying? This universe is infinitely old, okay? And the intelligence that can be produced, we really don't know. You think if the universe could produce this intelligence, us, me and you talking here, who's to put limits on the intelligence that the universe can produce in general? You understand what I'm saying? So, I'm just adding on to that point, you know what I mean? But my position is still the same.
Okay, so now I'm gonna read a little further. So we got paragraph, so that was paragraph 25, 26. This is paragraph 32. Watch it, that's you? I hear her back there getting, she's very clear, articulate in her speech.
You'll be surprised, man. You'll be surprised.
Very, very, none of that baby stuff with her. So anyway, paragraph 32, the black man's God. Why do you reject the black man God when the black man God is your God? The black man God made the white God. Why do you reject him? Long before ever there was, as the old people used to tell me when I was a little boy, as when and aware he was God. I bear witness today. Just think it over. A little small atom of life rolling around in darkness. Okay, now I understand third grade education is showing, okay? The atom of life is rolling around in darkness. Think it over. Building itself up, just turning in darkness, making its own self. Let's go into it, all right? So let's get it. With this science, that God, this is God's science, by the way. He said nothing is of him. He's just a messenger. He gets everything from God. Okay. But he don't know certain things. God, he said, we don't know the beginning. So God is giving him the education, but God don't know the beginning because he wasn't there to record it. He had to create himself. So I get it. So it says, think it over. Building itself up, just turning in darkness, making its own self. Let's go into it. Do I have any proof of this? Yes, sir. He got proof now. He made himself into total darkness. Nothing about triple darkness. He put his own self turning on his own timetable in the black womb of the universe. He started rotating. He demands every life that comes into the universe today to start turning first. Woo! Over to me, for I had that to do myself. That's a quote, end quote. Now I'm going to see that every life that comes into this universe comes out of total darkness. Every life, yes, sir. It must come out of total darkness. Out of the womb of our mother did we come. We were created there out of the sperm that was emitted into that total dark room, the womb. It took that to make the child. It couldn't be made in the light. no way. He didn't say no way, that's me. He must be made in total darkness. Okay, so let me see. So he goes into the, okay. We must know ourselves. We must know the nature of life. We must know the law of life before ever we can say that we are masters. Now, we can't say we masters. This is why you got Master Farah Muhammad. Now, if by nature we are born in total darkness, think it over. And if by nature life brings us out of darkness, and if by nature we walk in the light from out of total darkness, and if by nature we can think through darkness and bring light out of the darkness by our own brains, we did so with the white race. Okay, this might be going somewhere else. I want to stick to the creation. All right. Okay, so 35. Matter of fact, I'll finish that. We did so with the white race. Look into the sperm of the life and find him. Here's an unalike, or here's an unlike. Take it, separate it. Your first separation from the white and black was done. Now you say no separation will settle it. It won't settle it with you, maybe, Mr. Fool, but it will as once upon a time you could not see out of darkness. Now today you can't see out of light. Who is that did this? Was it a white God or a black God? It was a black God. That is who did it. He has taken his universe, think it over, and engulfed it with the path of light that you call the Milky Way. Think that over. Now you say he had evidence. I'm waiting for that. He engulfed his own universe with nothing but a path of light. He made the lights so close to each other that the light of this one never stops before this one ties his light in with that one. It was a whole path of nothing but light, a belt around his universe. He thought so much of his earth. He loved his earth so well that he took his own earth and divided it, the live planets, rotating around it with light, stars. Think it over. About 600 million miles out from this planet, he has a region of stars that divides the other planets from these inner planets. He has made a wreath around his head of nothing but stars. Think it over. Think it over. So you got to think about it. That's your evidence. Think it over. He made a crown for himself over the earth with stars. This is my house, and I want to put a crown around it with stars. You tell me you don't like the black guy. Okay, so let me get that. Let me see. Right. So he created, okay. So some more theology. Anything more? So, what do you think so far about this science? Is this the actual science, or is this part of, if this another their science?
I mean, I don't think he got into too much science there. I mean, this is a man of God, a religious man, a man who believes in God and the fact that intelligence came before creation, as opposed to their belief that intelligence came last. And everything was all osmosis, and then we finally got to think later on. His position is that intelligence came first, and that the intelligence, was responsible in ways that initial intelligent force, whatever you want to call it, stylize it as, was responsible for, putting things into existence, making things roll, making things work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's clearly, somebody, in this belief that puts things into existence and then lets it go. Okay, like not, oh, it's an omnipresent being up there that, you know, God snapped his finger, you're pregnant. God snapped his finger, your baby died. God snapped his finger, you did. God, like that's not the path or trajectory I think that he was going on with his exegesis or his, you know, quote unquote scientific position and stance. I think he was trying to, you know, just correlate it, you know, with God, with the religion in that particular point. You know what I'm saying? Oh, God put the stars in the sky, he put a crown. I mean, this is not, you know, an in-depth 360-page review of the beginning of the world. This is just,
no problem.
Yeah, it's just him teaching it as he was taught it.
Right. So, but what happens is that if you are attempting to tell how the earth, the stars, everything was created, and you leave so much out, then you leave it to other people to fill the void. Okay. And then you don't have a leg to stand on and say that somebody's wrong. You had your chance. You didn't do it. So now I
don't think that his position was to say, oh, you're wrong or you're wrong. I don't think his position was to be an adversary to science. I think his position was to try to correlate science with religion to a degree. You know what I'm saying?
So when he tells us that we need to learn our true selves, right? And, you know, leave the white man's history about us, the science about us alone. I think that's very important to tell us, you know, how things started. And if you can do that, you know, that's like validating the whole God thing. Okay, so now
he never said leave it alone. He always contended that science, history, math, and whatever you want to go only bears witness to what he's teaching, is only going to give you a deeper point of view to it. But it was never abandoned, quote unquote, science.
All right, so far science doesn't agree with the Adam growing brains and all that stuff, and it was a black guy. So now this is chapter 19 of the same book. Our Savior has arrived. This is starting from the beginning. According to the teachings to me of man's histories by Allah, so God is the teacher, the history teacher, in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, praises is due to him forever, the great Mahdi and the Messiah that the world has been expected to come for the last 2,000 years, has come and is going about his work as he predicted that he would do. He taught me for 3 years, day and night, on the histories of the two people, black and white. That's a lot of teaching, 3 years, day and night. What he taught me verifies the teachings of the Bible and the Holy Quran, if rightly understood, of the two people, black and white. He said that there was no birth record of the black man, and therefore no one can say how old the black nation is. Okay, I mean, all right. As far back as he said, a record has been kept. So this is the furthest they can go back trying to find the birth record of the black nation. It dates 76 trillion years. Okay. Big Bang say 14 billion. He says 76, and look, it goes back even further. This is the furthest they can date it back. 76 trillion years. These years, 76 trillion, were divided into periods of 6 trillion years beyond 66 trillion years, which would make the said figure 76 be 78 instead of 76 trillion. So it's actually 78 trillion. I will not go into the finer details here. I bet you won't. That's a lot of information to uncover. 78 trillion years.
That's definitely NOI science.
All right. He said, I ain't going to talk about those details.
You know, just a few short years ago, they all believed this world was 6,000 years old. They taught that. This society taught that not 30, 40 years ago. Now, 30 years later, they're saying, or 50 years ago, whatever you want to say. They weren't saying it was 14 billion years old.
Well,
they were saying, hold on, let me finish this real quick.
If they're coming to, well, I'm just going to read the science. If they're coming to 70, if your point is they'll get there, maybe you're right. But that's gonna be
My only point is y'all talking about science and what science says, but science said something different 20 years ago and something different 20 years before that. So this science that y'all saying is so concrete because you read it on Wikipedia.
No. See,
they change that shit every day.
Okay, dude. Now we got nothing. You just ranting at this point. All right, you just ranting. You're saying what science says. Nobody agrees with that. All right, and science never said this is the absolute date. It's saying what we got so far today, 2021 going to 22. This is the years that we come up with. Okay,
right. He said he got his from the Almighty, and that's what he is professing.
But
so we've seen in 40 years they getting closer and closer to his number.
All right, see, now you want to do this, man? This is what you want. Okay, science attempted to tell you how they got to that number using science. They didn't say think it over or don't ask me no questions or I won't go and find the details here. Science exhausted itself trying to give you the finer details. And with their finer details, they came up with their number. This man
just because he said he don't want to go into finer detail in his small book.
But that's all we got. The point is, he didn't go into
one part of his book.
Cool. If you can find something else, we're all open.
Yeah, you trying to say because he said I won't go into details here in this chapter because I'm going somewhere else.
All right, bro. We're not, bro. Just
like it's weak,
bro. While I'm reading, you go find the other details.
All right, I'll go mute myself.
Thank you.
Just talk.
Thank you. And we need the evidence because remember, it's their science, it's actual science, and it's your science. And this is no science here. This is just somebody talking. Don't ask no questions. I won't go into fine details. Allah taught me we don't know.
When did he say don't ask questions? That's bullshit. You're making that up.
Okay, back up. I got you. You sure?
Yes.
Cool.
I didn't say don't ask no questions. If he posed a question and said we don't know,
no,
that's the answer.
It's on me. Okay,
bro,
you're saying the same thing 10 times. Okay, I said it. It's on me, right? Okay, I got it.
Cool. Okay, before we pivot somewhere, can I ask about this specific time age that he was quoting, and then what the socially accepted or traditional people were saying? What were you saying, like 6,000 years?
Yeah.
And then the brother, Mr. Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable, right? He came with a different source at a time that nobody else was coming with the source. Is that what you're claiming?
No, that's not what I'm claiming. What I'm claiming.
What I'm asking for clarify.
What
I'm asking for clarity.
What I'm claiming is that this science that you guys are saying is so irrefutable that if we juxtapose his number to this science's number, it proves him wrong. But this same science was different 20 years ago and 20 years before that and 20 years before that.
Because you can't
and 100 years before that they said
paint science as like one broad entity. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what's confusing. Like, science is this, science. No, there's
I'm not. I'm just saying that it's not absolute.
Just understand it. I'm not debating or trying to be contentious. Everything I'm asking is for clarity. No, I'm okay. Right on. But when I'm trying to get in,
no, not disrespectfully. I'm just saying I don't want to be the ranter and the unhinged. I'm saying I'm gonna go on mute peacefully.
He's actually addressing you. This is the time to not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get information from you, but when we go back and forth, it throws me off because I'm trying not to be offensive. I'm working on trying to ask questions and get clear responses without people getting defensive and antagonistic, and it just because then I get annoyed. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing this for? All right, so because I'm trying to get information. So so what we're trying to clarify is that he didn't have specific information, but the information he had was closer to what traditional people knew at the time. Is that what we're saying so far?
No.
It
was completely opposite. Yeah. Like traditional people were saying the Earth was 6,000 years old. Roughly,
and he had more accurate numbers to what reality is.
Well, he went way further and beyond that and said.
Okay, so what I'm saying is what you just clarified. So you said no, but
no. You said that his stance mirrored the stance of the time, and I'm telling you it didn't. It was the exact opposite. They said one thing. He went way farther.
Okay, let me try this again. Yeah, I must really suck at this. I don't know in other levels and other forums, and I seem to just be clear, but. for some reason, when I get here, it's just wow. All right. So what I'm trying to understand is
Now you're being contentious.
traditional knowledge. Again, I'm asking for clarity. If I'm doing a bad job,
in a contentious way, but go ahead.
Okay. If I'm contentious, I apologize. That is not my
And I
goal.
accept your apology, but go ahead.
Thank you. Okay.
You don't have to
Now, what I'm trying to get clarity on is he, and I think we're saying the same thing. He was more accurate in comparison what the traditional people believed with regards to the 6,000 and then the other number. That's what I'm stating. You said no, and then you reiterated what I stated. What I'm asking is, I'm certain you do, but I'm sure the audience has gotten it by now. But what I'm trying to state, you're still talking, and I'm trying to clarify, and it's always going to confuse me because Bias brought it up before. When you're making sense and people don't like where you're going, they're going to interrupt you and cut you off. So I'm clear. I thought Bias was bullshitting, but damn it, he seems to be right most of the time with this shit. We're dealing with this group of people. But what I'm trying to clarify,
now we're these people.
We understand these group, this specific group, religious, Muslim. I don't mean to generalize, but I'm getting confused as I'm trying to speak. So let me try to get. It would be easier if you didn't interrupt me. I'm struggling here, and I'll admit it. I am struggling.
You are.
Back to the point. Technology tends to get better with time. So we're going to get more accurate, and we're going to get more information as time goes along.
Right.
Right. So what all I was trying to do is not condemn you. I was trying to steel man your argument and help you out. But you see how contentious this last fucking.
I'm not contentious. I just
now you're cutting me off. Now you're cutting me off. Now you're cutting me off.
When you went, everybody was quiet, man. Even myself.
All I'm trying to say is,
I said I was going to go on mute. You told me not to because he was talking. Now you're telling me the fuck.
All I'm trying to say is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yeah, he may not have been accurate, but he's been proven more accurate with time as technology came when they were stuck at 6,000. That's all I was trying to do, but you kept cutting me off and interrupting me and trying to be contentious the whole point because you thought I was going somewhere else. And this is all I'm trying to say. Even when I first got on and I realized you're coming out here swinging, I'm like, bro, you're sounding radical. Just write your stuff down so you can try to address his points point by point. But when you got on, you start bringing up the backstory, talking about your argument and what you were talking about him in the barbershop and all this type of stuff. And you missed your points. You were stepping on your points because you're so frustrated. All I'm trying to do is make you sound or bring you back to your original points. But you're just so, I don't know what the backstory is, but my man, you're so frustrated and you're such on the defense, which you may have a valid point in being, but you're so defensive that it's so fucking hard to talk to you. And I'm just going to hop off the panel because I feel like no matter how hard I try, I just cannot be antagonistic towards you. No matter what I say, for some reason it's antagonistic. So let me just fall back.
People, before you leave though, real quick, Watcher, I think people have seen me on this panel, have knows me on this panel, and guess what? I'm way more fucking irate than I am now. I'm normally a wild guy. Like I'm normally like I try to go on mute. I'm trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to take a different approach to things. And I tell you, buddy, I really didn't understand your question. I mean, I didn't understand. I wasn't clear. Like when you were saying, so you guys were your point. I mean, his point was mirroring. I thought you were saying that it was like closer to the socially accepted scientific view of the time or something like that. But you were saying that as it grows, it's getting closer to. I was literally confused, and I
understand that,
but I'm not irate, not upset.
All right, right on, and I appreciate that because I feel like this is more. All I'm trying to do is bring the conversation back to logical points that we can have contentious on. Now, when we get emotional, it just dilutes it, and I'm not great at staying succinct to the point. So let me fall back and let Bias and Akachi and the other people on the panel, because this is more their avenue. I just try to keep whatever. I feel I fucking fail. So let me just fall back. I'll say slick shit in the chat. Peace, y'all.
I'll say slick shit in the chat. Watcher, I love you, man. No disrespect, bro. My fault, man. All right, it's all good. Love my people. Love my people. Yeah, man. All
right, so hold. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I do apologize if I'm being a little bit too much, but like I said, when I first got up on here, it was like, oh yeah, this guy DJ Focus in the barbershop, he didn't want to hang up. Next thing I know, yeah, Elijah Muhammad, hey, ha. So yeah, I did come up here a little bit, in the words of Unbiased, gloves off. Maybe I should have put my gloves on and taped my joints a little bit.
came with the gloves. Oh, he didn't have them more to begin with.
I had my socks on, nigga. I have my shoes on. I'm coming. Gloves off, socks off. Nigga, I'm trying to kickbox. It's like, nah. Nah, but I think this was a good build, though. Look, man, I mean, at the end of the day, I know the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, you know, he taught. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's just go into it. Now, it's funny you mentioned the kickboxing. I was watching a bare knuckle bout the other day. I just happened to click it. You know, it was like, you know, a suggestion. Like these white folks are actually in there with tape on their knuckles, no glove, nothing. Just punch each other. Like, come on, like yeah. Listen, y'all want to take it there? You're gonna lose in that too. Like, I don't get it. All right. So anyway, so going back.
Hold on, baby.
Where we were. Okay. This is chapter 19. He said that there was no birth record of the black man, and therefore none can say how old the black nation is. As far back as he said, a record has been kept. It dates 76 trillion years. These 76 years were divided. I read that. He said, I will not go into fine details here. I hope to go into the details and analysis of our Lord's Master, okay, teachings to me in a book entitled Black and White. Do you have that book, DJ Focus? DJ Focus, do you have the book Black and White?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, so that's the book he said that he was going to go and find the details of. Okay. So let me just write this. Oh my God, look at this. Look, what was that? All right. So anyway.
Oh my God. Look at that there.
Okay, so I'm going to skip past that. Okay. So now I'm going to jump down to that was 19. I'm going to jump down to 23. All right. We're dealing with the science here. Like it's not the whole point of going here. So in case we got lost, the whole point of reading this is that I'm hearing their science, their school, their education is unfit, right? Then you have, we have what we're going to teach in our schools. When we do for self, have our own nation, when it's built up, going schools, and this is what's going to be taught. If it's up to the Nation of Islam, you know, they're going to teach this science in the schools as the correct or the actual science. The other science that's supposed to be more correct. No problem. So now,
honestly, that doesn't even really go into the realms of science like that. The Nation of Islam, we deal with regular science. We deal with science as science is, because it's much more than the Big Bang and the first God. It's so much deeper than that. So we actually deal with the natural sciences, and we would teach the natural sciences in the University of Islam. So it's not like we're gonna be like biology 101. God created a crown and put the Milky Way. Like that's not how that goes. So
I mean, like, if this is all we got.
Now when you're dealing with history, okay, when you're dealing with the history of things and you're a theological person and people want to know, well, how did it start? Well, we can deal with science to a degree and glean certain things based upon the atoms, based upon the intelligence creating things and having intelligence prior to creation. You know, based upon these certain things, we can glean certain things and deduce this is what happened there. But we don't know because we weren't there. And guess what? This is what I was taught. So the teachings, it far goes past this. But this is what a lot of people try to do when they get emotional.
Right. Yeah. This point you're teaching. Right. So check this out. Okay. So we're at chapter 23. Our series arrived. We're at paragraph 30. According to Allah's God's teaching to me, the age of the present earth. Do you know, by the way? according to the teachings, the age of the earth? DJ Focus?
Isn't it 86 trillion or something like that? Something like that.
Well, how could it be older than the universe? Because the universe is 78 trillion years.
What?
If the
No,
universe,
I think he just said that. Well, you know what? I got to get clarity on that. I'm not sure. But go ahead. Finish. I don't know.
I got you. So he teaches that the universe, as far as they know, as far as back they can go. Now, you keep saying we don't know, but then you have a date. You have 78 trillion years, so you do know.
He said as far back as we could go.
Right.
He just said we weren't there to record 76 trillion years ago, so we don't know exactly what happened or how it happened. Like you don't know about the Big Bang.
Relax, my man. This is what you do. You start to rant like
I'm sorry.
you said when we're getting somewhere. He's saying he doesn't know, we weren't there. But then he'll give you a date, 78 trillion years. How do you know that? How do you know about 70?
He just explained that. He know that according to what he was taught.
Right.
That's
okay.
it. That's it.
Okay, cool. Other than somebody telling him,
Teaching him.
he doesn't. Other than somebody's teaching him something, he don't know any other way. Like he is no.
No. He said that 30 times already. I'm only a messenger. I'm not here of myself. I'm only teaching you what I've been taught according to the teachings given down to me. Now I was given these teachings and I worked out with him.
So when he said we don't know, right? We weren't there. Is he also representing God? God thoughts?
Well, what's your perception of God? Because as a former member of the Nation of Islam,
because this starting to go nowhere, man. Let's have a genuine conversation, man. Because if you don't know, just say you don't know. Or if the messenger, if you don't know how he came to that, say I don't know.
Just said he came to it based upon what he was taught.
But now
that's clear. That's all. He said according to what he was taught.
Conversation, man.
Hold on, wait.
That's why I want to sign off.
Come on.
No.
You said, how did he come up with this?
Okay,
I told you. He just said he got it from his teacher.
We heard that, but then you said, but then
third grade education. He never said he was a rocket scientist.
Okay,
who graduated from MIT.
He should have been if you're gonna talk about how
his teachings was far more than that.
I got it, my man. You gotta let. Dude, you're interrupting at.
That's because I'm being accused.
Nobody knows. We're not being. We're listening. You're saying you don't know, but then you go and talk about it. Like he said, if you don't know, that's it. Go on mute and listen.
How is that? What you're trying to do is purposely skew.
All right, focus. Okay, relax. I gave you 5 minutes to go in.
I'm clarifying it. Now go ahead. Because
you just say you don't know. Cool. You
not
don't
going like you thought it was going to go.
That actually is going well. It's not.
Yeah, this is what you do. You get emotional, then you try to put the nation on trial with the same 6 points you've been making for 15 years, and it's not going like you thought it was going to go.
Got you. It's good. He's going to cut in. He cut the watcher. He's cutting everybody. Now, the people other than DJ Focus, because I don't want him responding, getting all crazy. Akachi and everybody listening. He just said, he answered it. We don't know, but all we can go back as far as 78 trillion years. He can't verify, he can't corroborate, he can't substantiate it. It's just what God told him. And when he said we don't know the actual date and time, I simply was asking, is he also speaking for his God? Well, who's God? The guy who was the atom spinning around, creating himself in darkness. That guy. So
that's why I asked, what's your perception of God? Because as a former member of the Nation of Islam, we don't believe in no omnipresent God. We don't believe that first Adam God is still here, and you know that. So stop being disingenuous with your questioning.
This guy is out of control. He has no self-discipline. What is he talking about? I'm asking him a question. Right. I'm saying I know what Elijah Muhammad said. He said as far as the information he got, they can only go back 78 trillion years trying to find out the birth date of the black man or universe, whatever. Okay. Then I was saying, is he also speaking for God? The God that he used the word God, which would be my concept. The concept Elijah Muhammad used. He said God created himself from an atom spinning in darkness with brains on it. That God. So when he say we don't know, is he speaking for that God with the brains?
No, See, according to the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, that God is no longer with us. He came, he served the purpose and put in.
That got nothing to do with my point. If I don't care if he's with
It does, though.
No, it does not. You want to make it the point. It's not. Okay, that's not the point. The point is, did he know or not? Did the first God, was he unaware of the beginning or not? So when Elijah Muhammad said that we don't know, was he also speaking for the first God, the Adam of life? That's all. You don't know, yes or no. That's all it had to be. All right, so let's move on. He's trying to avoid this.
Bruh, he said, we don't know. We don't know. That means he's talking to us and the people who's reading this. He's not talking about somebody who.
I got it. Oh. Okay, it's the same way he charged.
Clown, yo.
I got it. Then he goes to name calling. This what, like you said, this is what they
all. Cause you mute me.
Off your screen. I'm trying to get somewhere, and this is why I didn't want you in the room while I was playing the video. This is what you're gonna do. This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna add confusion, argument.
You asked me a question. What are you talking about the first God? Now when I go to answer
you ain't answering the question, man. God damn.
I am.
No, you're not.
This is my
just
answer.
Because you give a response, don't.
Okay, listen, sir.
You're going on and on, not answering the question.
Wait.
Real quick. Let's clarify.
Wait. Before you give an answer, I asked the question, okay?
Love's muting me.
I'm muting you because I'm not gonna have you just answer anything. The question was real simple, my man. Okay, because it's not looking good for you right now. I asked a simple. Okay, can I get it out? I asked a simple question. When Elijah Muhammad said, "We don't know," is he also speaking for the God who gave him the information?
No, he's talking about us. That's what we means. We means us. Cool. Who he's talking to.
Got it. But you said it 4 times. Okay, cool.
All right, but you won't want me to clarify my point. Got it.
What's to clarify? You gave
mute. No, I have to.
What you mean? You gave the answer.
All right, whatever.
I got a follow up now. You gave the answer. What else could you say?
You have no follow-up if you let me explain. That's why you have to shut me off.
The question is very simple. You answered it. So now my follow-up was this. Since he's not speaking for the first God, the Adam of life, do you believe that the God knew the actual time?
The actual time? What do you mean?
The actual beginning of everything.
Did he know it was the beginning?
Dude, no, that's not what I asked. You see what I'm saying?
I'm confused. I'm confused though.
Yeah, he believes the guy knew, but the guy just chose not to tell him.
Okay.
No, I don't believe that. That's bullshit.
Why is that bullshit? That's the best answer.
No, it's not.
You said
because
now.
That's why y'all won't allow me to elaborate. See,
hold
on. Elijah Muhammad teaches that first God is no longer with us. That first God has perished, as we all will perish.
What they got?
The universe it got everything to do with it. Because if you asking me about that particular God, and whether we're speaking for him,
you answered. You just answered. Yo, Kachi, is this dude?
I'm confused.
He acting like he retarded, man, or he's drunk or something.
Okay, clarify your question.
Okay, dude.
There's no clarity needed. You just need to calm down and listen.
Right. You answered the question already.
Right. Didn't even mean to. You answered his question by accident.
I know I answered it, but then he asked a follow-up question, which
fucking
confused me. Dude, what is wrong with that? Why can't I be confused?
My brother, what is the follow-up? Dude, what is the follow-up question? Can you repeat?
That's what I'm asking you. Clarify the follow-up.
Let me clarify. I'm just going to ask it again.
But this guy got to get on here and focus. No. Don't say shit. Mute him. He's being crazy.
I'm not even reading it. I'm going to ask a simple question. Okay. You just said we don't know. He's speaking for humanity. Cool.
I didn't say. Oh yeah. Well, humanity. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Humanity.
Oh my God.
Fine. Humanity.
You just want to bark. All right. Secondly, my follow-up is this. Real simple. It's yes or no. And this is literally a yes or no question. Do you believe the author of the message, that the info that's given to him, do you believe the author knew when the beginning was?
Knew when the beginning was,
Yeah.
to his best estimate, yes, 76 trillion. I don't know exact beginning, but yeah, I believe he did. I believe that he,
Bruh,
his,
listen
yeah, I
to the
believe he
question.
did.
I'm gonna
I
rephrase
believe
it
he
for
did.
you.
I believe he did. I
Okay,
answered it. I
okay,
believe he did.
relax. Go ahead, Akachi.
Okay, look, what he was asking you, the Elijah Muhammad got the message from a God. I don't care if it was the first God or the second one. He's asking you.
It's not a first or second, nothing, but go ahead.
Okay, well, he got the message from a God, correct?
Right.
Did that God know about the beginning? Did he know?
He already said no. Only to,
Okay, so
to
now you
appropriate
contradicting yourself
a
because you
certain
just said
time and
yes.
date, only to appropriate the time and date. You asked when, you asked, did he know when the beginning was? Then you asked, did he know about the beginning? See, there's two different questions. See, when is a particular date?
All right.
How exactly it happened? That's something totally different.
This is a guy we're talking about. We're not talking about
right. That's why your Big Bang. That's why your Big Bang.
No, we're not talking about Big Bang. We're not talking about.
I can clarify it though. Relax.
Big Bang.
I can clarify my point without you curtailing it and all of that.
Dude, you asked what point? I got the points. You're answering the question.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this: the Big Bang is a theory. It's a theory that's not testable.
Mention the Big Bang.
Hold on, real quick.
No, we're not doing Big Bang.
I know, but I want to clarify. I just want to clarify how
you don't need to. Look, dude, you knew you came to the show. Dude, it's called the NOI doctrine is on trial. Okay?
Fine, sir.
You're answering to the doctrine. That's all.
This is why I don't do this. So I don't do this.
Man,
this is where it gets wacky. We're not gonna let him talk more.
You making it wacky, yo. You making it wacky. And what's crazy is I agree with a lot of NOI doctrine, and I am contending with you because you are talking foolishness, bro.
Okay, all right, fine. But don't tell me say yes or no.
So focus.
Don't tell me.
You got it. Do it. Look. I can say that. Don't
tell me not to mention the Big Bang. Let me answer.
No, I don't. We're the NOI doctrine on trial. You can request.
Oh God, this guy.
Look, I got you. He's clearly understanding.
You can't say this. You can't say that.
Focus, Colleen. I don't
mute him.
I don't want to put you in the waiting room, my man. But
put me in the waiting room. I'm done for the night.
Okay, good.
Yeah, man. You need a timeout, bro.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Dude, you're right now in front of the whole world. Okay. So paragraph 30. I asked you the earth of the age of the earth. You said you don't know. Basically, you don't know. Okay. So according to Allah's God's teaching to me, he made it clear who's teaching him. The age of the present earth is around 76 trillion years old. The earth we live on is 76 trillion years old. Of course, the earth's material does not decay fast, but it's decaying. Then he says, science proves this. What science proves that the earth is 76 trillion years old? Now, that's a question.
Okay, so I'm going to answer my question, and I'm going to answer it fully. And I'm going to use the Big Bang, and you're not going to shut me up because you're afraid for me to correlate my points.
I'm going to give you a 3-minute answer.
Jesus Lord.
You're getting 3 minutes.
Okay. Now, the question that you asked and that you posed, how old is the earth? And how exactly did the first God come here? Or when did the universe? Those are two vastly different questions. And when one says, oh, it's around 78 trillion years, but we weren't there to record, so we don't know exactly verbatim how it went down. Well, that's the same thing with the Big Bang. You guessing as to how the universe began, but you also saying, but we know it's around 14 billion years old. But then you gave a guess and a theory to how it began, but you weren't there. And it's not testable or verifiable. So you made some shit up after you came up with a date. So don't now tell me that when Elijah Muhammad says 76 trillion years, but we're not exactly sure at the beginning because we weren't there to record. Don't tell me it's some sort of contradiction, but then you follow Darwin, who don't know how it happened at the beginning, but gave you a number 2. See, that's why you don't want me to articulate my points. No, I'm not looking crazy for the world. Just let me get my point out, and then we'll go from there. Now, you said, well, what science? You say, yo, science proves this. He was saying that science proves that the earth is decaying. That's what he was saying. Read that again. Science proves that the earth was decaying. That was the point. Okay? So the 76 trillion years are old. That is what he was told. That is what he was taught. He said it himself. He said, I'm only here professing what I was taught by the God who taught me. That's the 76 trillion. That's where that comes from. Then when he says the earth is decaying, science proved this, that's two totally different statements. You can't correlate the two to try to find some sort of contradiction.
Okay,
That's wrong.
I thought you were going that he got the 76 trillion. First, I thought you said, because you bring it up decay when nobody said decay. So at first, I thought you were trying to say that he's measuring the rate at which the earth is decaying to come up with the 76. And now you're saying there's two separate statements. And so if those two don't got nothing to do with it, you just spent 30 minutes talking about nothing, bruh.
No, you misunderstanding my point, bruh.
No, I'm not.
I'm telling you, when he says science proves this, excuse me, sir. I'm just saying, when he said, well, all right, I'm just saying.
Why did you bring up
you asked,
if that didn't have nothing to do with how he calculated?
You know that I'm just letting you know that was the point he was making when he said science proves this. That's all. That's all. Now, when you ask him, well, where'd you get the 76 trillion number from? He's going to tell you, I got it from my teacher. I'm a man with a third grade education who was given a knowledge and given a time to work out. Now, let's see what I did. Let's see how I progressed. Let's talk about the entirety of my teachings, not page 32 of one of my books. This is what you do. But let's talk about the entirety of my teachings, right?
Okay.
Go ahead, man.
So now you just said the entirety of the book. I'm reading in the book about creation. I'm not skipping any parts about creation. I'm reading about the creation story, right? Of the first God along with the cosmos. So you got a problem with that?
Listen, I don't have a problem with none of it. I mean, I preface this entire argument and conversation by saying I really don't even have these conversations. I don't. All of y'all know, I grew up in a nation. I love the Most High Elijah Muhammad. I love Minister Louis Farrakhan. And at the end of the day, I do believe in the teachings and the salvation for my people. However, I'm not on my deen. I ain't been in a mosque in years. I don't wear a bow tie. I'm wearing long dreads right now. And I only say that because it's fair. Real quick. No. I just want to say that real quick.
You just went for 3 minutes. No, I cannot do that. You uninterrupted. You went for 3 minutes.
This guy is crazy.
You want the floor again?
I don't. I just want to say to all the nation listeners out there, don't pick me as the quote unquote. We're not. Right. I'm not in the nation right now. So I don't want any nation members who making their meetings, wearing bow ties, or doing all of that to act like I'm some representative, quote unquote.
Now, what is that?
I'm gonna represent the best of my ability, but
yo, this is very unbecoming of yourself, man. Like, really,
you're not gonna go look at DJ.
He's still going.
All right, whatever, man. Whatever. You win. You win.
Am I winning? Okay, cool. Relax. You said what you had to say. I said, get it out. 3 minutes, go. You winning.
You love cutting me off. You're afraid of my points. But go.
3 minutes. What are you talking about? You got 3 minutes.
That's fine. But if I say let me make one last point, just let me make it. No. Like, come on, bro.
Spoiled as hell, man.
Ridiculous, bro. It's
Damn,
ridiculous.
you spoiled as hell.
Just let me make my last little point.
Childish,
Bring it
yo.
home.
Let me make
my last little point.
Hold it.
Go ahead. You got it.
He's purposely gonna be disruptive. So look, they do that. They purposely be disrespectful, disruptive. So I could mute them or put them in the waiting rooms. That's their excuse to leave. He's doing this on purpose. He's throwing a temper tantrum right now on purpose. But I'm not gonna bail you out.
Y'all talking about me, my religion, what I believed in. You started it by talking about I was running from you. Now you're talking about I'm getting defensive. Like, bruh,
Because you
I'm a
are
child.
getting defensive. It's an
Okay,
intellectual
because you want
conversation,
He's
man.
still going. Yo, something is mentally fucked up. I didn't want to curse today, but something is not right now.
Oh God.
The dude cannot stop. I'm moving on to a different chapter. Okay, is that fine?
That's fine, but I can at least say, let's preface this that I'm not quote unquote the pure representative of the nation. I can say that. I can say that.
Dude, you just said it. I'll say it for you.
I didn't say it. I said it between you chopping me up and cutting me off.
Got it. Listen, disclaimer. He is not representing the Nation of Islam. He is representing himself. He's limited on certain subjects. He's by himself. So his view.
Not limited. Don't just say that. You're trying to switch it.
Bro.
I'm telling you, I'm not shooting both.
That's not an insult to say that you're limited. We're all limited.
He's trying to throw stones, though.
No, he's not.
Out of here.
He's not, bro. You need to calm down. He ain't trying to throw stones. He's just acknowledging the point that, hey, this guy's not God and he don't know everything. And he may or may not be as studious in this area. There's nothing wrong with that. Calm down, bro.
Yeah, but that's not my point. I want the people to know that as much as I'm up here, you see that?
Look, he's gonna go, yo. This.
Why can't I just rebut his point?
No, there's no need to. There's no need to. We give you time.
It is.
Okay, I said
just directly.
Come on, my man. Because now, look, I don't know if you know this, but there is a way I can mute permanently, right? Where you can't unmute yourself. I don't want to do that because then I got to give both of you permission to mute yourself. It gets wacky. It gets crazy. The only time,
yo, I appreciate y'all. Good night.
Got it right. I understand. You got to run. Go ahead. Nobody's gonna be crying for you, Akachi. I promise you, my man. The only time I had to ever permanently mute a panel. Now you would think we had very contentious subjects. We cut each other out. The only time I ever had to mute a panel was my elementary kids.
Man, you know what? Truth be told, I kind of like this dude's heart and spirit, but he's one of these people who they too proud to admit when they don't know something. And truth be told, based on what he's speaking, he don't know a lot. There's a lot he don't know. He's using words incorrectly. He's trying to sound smart, using big words that don't fit in his sentences. They don't match. Like, come on, man. You don't know. I see what he's trying to do. And I admire him for trying to do it. But guys, damn, man, at some point, you can only fake the funk for so long. You know what I'm saying? And he was faking, man. And he's passionate about NOI. And you know what I'm saying? It probably has changed his life. And I respect that. You know what I'm saying? And you know personally, well, I mean, you don't know me personally, but you know based on what you know about me that, you know, there's a lot of similarities between what I believe in the NOI. So right. I'm not his antagonist. I'm not his enemy. But that guy, there's something wrong with him. You need to invite Hassan on the panel because he was I don't know, he just did a better job of articulating his points and speaking on, you know what I'm saying, on his philosophy. There's something wrong with him, man. He's not mature, man. I don't know how old he was. I'm guessing he's like 21 with the mind of a 16-year-old.
Nah. He's
he older than that?
He's like mid-30s.
Mid-30s. See, that's our people, man. That's our people. This is what he was talking. This is what when you were playing the video, and Elijah Muhammad was talking about how I don't even remember what was it.
Dumb and blind.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. That's what he was talking about. He don't even realize he is, man. That shit was ridiculous, man.
Hey, yo, listen. Hey, yo, look, I did this for y'all, right? And we got more. But thanks for the coffee earlier. Thank you. That Cash App is still there, right? I'm gonna need I'm gonna need a drink, you dig? All right. So chapter 26, verse 20, it says, the will of Allah must be done. Now, you know what? Forget about that. Let's go into the making of man, all right? Because remember, they claim the white man's science, and then there's actual science. Like the white man's science is got some holes in it, whatever, right? So cool. But then they act like their science is foolproof, right? Because why would you throw rocks at a glass house, living in a glass house? Why would you say that white man's science got holes in it, and then you have your alternative science and you got holes in it? So what's the point? And your holes are huge. Matter of fact, you don't even have science. He just said that God said it. Then he said earlier, God don't snap his finger and produce things out of nowhere. Dude, his information comes out of nowhere. God says 78 trillion years. No, he said 76 trillion years. He said, matter of fact, if you add the so and so and so on, it's actually 78 trillion. So God, you doing the math on the fly? Then he just said God doesn't know. But then he's calling God. This guy can grow brains in space. Be as an helium atom. Their God can grow brains on a helium atom. And he's growing human brains on a helium atom. You know how tiny an atom is? Like nobody even can see the damn thing, even with all type of telescopes and microscope. Okay, so a helium atom, their God is. He grew brains on himself. He can do that miracle thing, miraculous thing. But he don't know when the beginning was, and he can't snap his fingers and create stuff. That's beyond me. The dude was a helium atom. It said he had to grow brains to know what to build next because he's in the process of self-creation. He's creating himself. Okay. Oh my God. Hey man, Boom, welcome, Boom. Let me mod you up. You dropped the link in there in case anybody. Thanks for coming on, Kachi, because you really, because without you, he'd have thought I was just out to get him. You dig? I'm so glad that somebody else, the watcher had enough.
I see. I actually, when the watcher was signing off, I thought about it too, but I figured, man, I was gonna need some help.
Yeah. I threw that in there, and we're gonna get to this Yakub thing. And okay, he's back. All right. Let me change his name. His name is Colleen, but he goes by DJ Folk. Yo, next time, tell me to change his name right away. So, we all got real names, but we use our screen names. So, you know what I mean? So let's respect each other's screen names. He's DJ Focus. We got Akachi. We got The Watcher. I'm going to buy sports. Now, for me personally, DJ Focus, just for the record, because, you call me Rondell, you say, I'm biased. For me, DJ Focus, it wouldn't matter. Like, you could use Rondell or unbiased. And the reason is because I encourage people to send me friend requests on Facebook to keep in contact with me. You know what I mean? Just in case the channel gets shut down and things like that, updates. So, but even though my name is Rondell Harrison, I got 2 Facebook accounts. I use Ron Harrison. So if you send Rondell a Facebook request, I'm probably not going to accept it. So send me a Ron Harrison Facebook request. You can do that, but make sure I know it's you from, the live stream, the chat, or the panel, because I won't just accept anybody. Okay, so just on that. So for me, you could say Ron. I like Ron better, to be honest. But if you say Rondell, that's not a problem. Anybody can say Ron or Rondell, unbiased. It's up to you. Anybody can use any name. I don't mind. Okay. But I'm really not trying to argue. I am trying to be controversial, but not contentious. I'm not trying to be too, like today, like you said, sometimes you told the watcher you would be more crazier. Well, myself, I would be more crazy myself and be more funny, more, sarcastic. I'm not today. Today, I'm like the most serious I've been in a while. I'm just talking. I'm not adding jokes. I'm not laughing at anyone. That's usually who I am. I'll laugh and joke. No, I'm not even doing that. I'm just trying to bring across the information that I believe needs to be known because people are curious what the Nation of Islam believe outside of the white man's the devil and global depopulation and those things, the things that they pretty much either agree with already or already know what the Nation of Islam teach, up to some degree. Now, what they don't know is how the Nation of Islam's creation story. They don't know this. I'm not even sure if you knew all the details. They don't know this. So I'm sharing this much, right? For some reason, Akachi, for some reason, we know the knowledge of the devil more than the knowledge of God in their doctrine. In regards in the streets, we know more about the knowledge of the devil than the knowledge of God. Now,
can I respond to that?
They are definitely the first. You could note that. You could bookmark that, and I'll give you a chance to get back to that. But so now I'm just saying, like, that's the first religion. If I think hard, that might be the only faith-based religious spirituality group, whatever, that the public is more aware of the devil than God from their own propaganda machines. And like I said, just note that. You come back to that. I want to, matter of fact, if you could just do 1 minute, you could respond, just 1 minute, because I gather what I'm going to gather.
I forgot my point. Say that. I forgot.
He said on the streets, we know more about the knowledge of the devil.
Oh yeah, right. That's what
that of God.
Right. So no, that's not true. That's why I said
the masses.
Right. But that's why I said you have to have a working understanding of what the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught. You can't just start on page 76 of his fourth book and be like, see, look, there's an encompassing factor to it all. Okay. So when you ask this question about God 76 trillion years ago, if you don't know that Elijah Muhammad's teachings tell us that there is no omnipresent God, there is no quote unquote present being that's with us today. No, there's not. That's not what he teaches. That's not what he taught. You know what I mean? But if you don't understand that dynamic, then you won't understand what he means when he says God taught me. When he's talking about Master Prophet Muhammad, so he's not talking about an omnipresent spirit. That's not what he's talking about. He's saying we're direct biological descendants of the Creator himself. That's what he's saying. That's what he was taught. That's what we believe. So being the biological descendants of the original Creator himself makes us creators. That's why we create. You close your eyes and you can create anything you can bring into existence, anything you can fit into your mind. You create your children. We create the structures of this world. We create based upon having this conscious thought. So we are the direct biological descendants of the Creator himself. That's his position. So when you say like, oh, the first God, no, we're descendants of that particular entity, but we're not still in connection with that particular entity. We're not. And if you don't know that particular point of the messenger's teachings, then you won't be able to properly correlate 76 trillion years ago to now to Master Prophet Muhammad. You won't be able to correlate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just won't. It's an encompassing factor.
Okay, cool. Now that response had nothing to do with what I just stated. I said the masses that know anything about the Nation of Islam. Akachi, you're here. The Watchers here. Sosa's here. In the chat there. I'm saying that the masses, if they know anything about the Nation of Islam movement, I'm saying, and they could check me right now. I don't like yes men. I don't like dick riders. Look, just be honest. When it comes to the NOI,
Alexa, cut it off.
When it comes to Nation of Islam doctrine, do you guys know more about the knowledge of the devil or the knowledge of God I just read off? Akachi, start with you.
I know more about the knowledge of the devil. What he's trying to say is this book that he's reading from was written by Elijah Muhammad. I didn't know anything about 76. I didn't know the NOI believed the earth was 76 trillion years. And I didn't also, if somebody would have asked me if the NOI believes that the history of the black man goes back trillions of years, I would have said, nah, they don't believe that. But he just read it from Elijah Muhammad's book. but I know a lot about the white man's knowledge, which is the so-called devil. I know a lot about that. So that is his point. Like, we don't know anything about the knowledge of God.
Focus.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Watcher, and now just answer, which I already gonna do, but just for the record, please just answer honestly. Did you know which one you knew more of? The knowledge of the devil, the white man being the devil, and his history from the Nation of Islam doctrine, not anywhere else? Or did you know more about the self-creation of God going back 70 trillion years and him being an atom of a helium atom?
I never heard the latter. It was just the white man and the devil, honestly.
Okay, Sosa?
I heard a 70-something trillion year shit from last time y'all built.
Right. But I'm saying before the lies, right? Before I, Chef, before just you. Before you came, which one you knew of? The devil, the knowledge of the devil, or the knowledge of God?
Shit, I don't know. I think the devil shit.
Right. So like the Yakub thing, right? So that's my thing. Like,
So, can I say something though, real quick to that?
Let me just
Real quick, because 5 people talk, and I should be able to respond. Not 5 people talk.
Look, this guy, what's up with you, man? You can't just interject when you want to. I give you the.
You're doing that now, though. You're interjecting right now.
I'm the host. I'm
talking. I thought that was the other guy. Yeah, I'm talking to the other guy. He's interjecting right now.
No.
Stop.
I asked a question. Well, first of all, relax. Akachi is not cutting me off. He's actually cutting in. He is the balance maker. He's the peacemaker, really, because he's on your side as far as every point you're going to make about global depopulation, the white abortion, anything you're going to say. This guy's rocking with you, not me. On every point you're going to make, damn near 90% what you're going to say, he's rocking with. What he does not respect is the disingenuous, the lack of respect, the cutting off, undisciplined, that stuff he's not rocking with. Can't answer a question directly, beating around the bush. I made a statement. I said real clearly that the masses know more about the white man being the devil and Yakub than about the self-creation of your God stemming from an atom, a helium atom of light. That's a fact. And the chat is probably, I ain't reading the chat, they're probably saying the same thing.
Okay, so with that being said, I would like to ask them. Hold on.
No, you're going to bookmark that, man. Okay, the show is going to continue. The show's going to continue because now I made that statement. You disagree, and this is why I even went to that level. I wasn't going that far. I made a statement. It was, but you disagree. So what? I mean, how can you tell
people be thinking y'all winning?
So, to him, it's about winning. Winning what? Nobody getting a prize. Nobody getting money. Nobody, you know what I mean? Getting a trophy.
One get muted.
Nobody get a date because you're the only one keep cutting in, being contentious. Now, I will ask you a question. And again, when I ask you a question, I usually give you time enough.
How do I just have to answer questions? Why can't I make statements?
This guy can't even shut up for me to tell him what he can do. He can't even do that. I was going to say, when I ask him a question, I will give him time to answer that question and whatever else he wanted to say before. He can't even shut up to hear that. He cuts in on that too. That's why we kept saying, bookmark it, get a pen, jot it down. I got a hell of a memory, so I could just let you go and I could just, I trust my memory, right? But it's up to you. But I'm going to give you extra time to answer the question, which it takes like all your answers are time consuming. And I'm going to give you extra time to address whatever point you're going to make.
Actually, just wanted to ask a question.
Hold on. Right. I'm going to give you time for that. I'm going to give you time for that. I'm gonna give you time for that, my man. Relax. Okay, because it's 10 o'clock. I know Sosa want to hop on. Let the show, but you do this on purpose. You don't want the information to go out. I get it.
What are you talking about?
Dude, go on mute, like you said. Go on mute. So now, when you're on mute, you can say whatever you want. And nobody can hear you. No problem. Now, so this is going to be for you, right? This is going to be for you. I'm going to ask a question, then you can answer, right? It's 2 parts. So you can talk about whatever you want to talk about, and then I'm going to let Sosa and Nakachi, and then I'm going to do this right here I'm showing. So when it comes to the making of the white man, the devil, this is the reason why we know more about this than God. We have an actual book. You're looking at my screen. We have an actual book or a section in his teachings that explicitly tell you how the devil was created. I mean, event after event, very specific in detail, to the point. But when he talks about the creation of the black man, all he said was the atom of life, black folks had to come in. You got some background, folks, you got some background. So when he talks about the creation of the white man, the devil, you know exactly, or you have a great idea how that process was done. The devil. When he talks about how black folks got here, it's really nothing there. He says the atom of life, darkness, so black folks had to come out of darkness. That's it. There's no other great detail of how black folks got here, but he gives great detail how white folks got here. This is why we know more about the devil than we do of the black man. This is called the making of the devil. It's a doctrine. Where is the doctrine, the making or the creation of the black man? Focus. I'm going to give you 2.5 minutes.
Okay. So the first thing I want to do is I want each and every one of those guys you just asked who knows so much more about the devil than they do to explain to me Elijah Muhammad's teachings on the devil verbatim. I want them to explain it since they know so much.
What do you mean verbatim?
All right. Look, I can give you what I know about the making of the devil. How the white man was grafted.
I thought I had 2.5 minutes.
No,
what happened to wait for their turn? They could jot it down like you made me.
All right, you're right. Go ahead.
That's crazy.
My fault. No,
I'm
he's
unhinged.
right. He's right.
I'm
My fault.
unhinged.
Go ahead.
Craziness. Now, so I want each and every one of them to answer, and we'll see how much they know. Because when, according to Elijah Muhammad's teachings, he said the black man is God, right? He said, we the descendants of the original creator, that makes us the creator, we are God. So when you say the history of God or the history of the black man, what are you talking about? He gives us an incredible history of black people and what black people have done.
I said the creation.
Let me finish.
No.
Creation. Wait.
No, because that's no, dude. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do. I said he gives explicit information on how the white man was created.
I said off, and I'm unhinged, and you muted me
because you're going somewhere else, and we're not going to do that. We're not.
Self-control.
Dude, we're not doing it. I'm gonna put you in the waiting room. We're not gonna do that. If you're gonna respond to what I said, respond to what I said. I said the reason why we know more about the devil because we got a book right here. We have a doctrine on how the devil was made. I said when it comes to black folks, he has no set doctrine how black folks got here in great detail, similar to the white man. You can respond to that,
bruh. Let me. I'm going to just hush.
No. I'm not interested in you just ranting. Do you have a doctrine? It's real simple. We're going to source it right now. We're going to source it right now. Do you have a doctrine whereas he's telling us how the black man was created? Detail.
Yes, it's in theology of time. Okay. But before we go there,
wait.
Before we go there.
Oh, hold on.
No, let me get my 2 minutes.
No, I'm not because you're responding to what I said.
I'm crazy and I'm unhinged. Look, people.
You responding to what I said. I'm gonna keep muting you. I said, you said theology of time. So my brother, Akachi just gave you he was attempting to tell you how the white man was created. Akachi, can you tell us how they teach the black man was created?
Yo, you just took my 3 minutes from me, muted me, and gave up the mic?
No, not you'll get it back.
Fuck it.
Yeah, this guy is this guy is crazy.
All right, so I know about the mad scientist Yakub with the big head, who was evil, and he started grafting white people. The skin started getting lighter and lighter until he made white people or some shit. I know that. That's how they created the
Okay, cool. Right. Now, do you know? Okay, good.
Yeah, you don't know more.
Okay, so now, do you know how the steps? Do you know the steps?
Oh, this nigga's disrespectful, yo.
Do you know the steps of how Allah was created according to the teachings?
No.
It's not Allah, the creation of the black man. Steps for steps like the white man.
No.
There is no such teaching. And he's lying, theology of time. Dude, tell us. Like Akachi just said, Yaqub, 59,099 followers, the island of Pilam, grafting, separate the darker from the lighter and graft them. See, we got a gist of what happened, all the way down to get a pure white man, blue eyes, blonde hair. Dude, tell us, just like I just did, tell us the process of the black man being created.
Okay, so according to the teachings, if you would just let me finish, damn you. So according to the teachings, and I was almost going here. See, the white man's history is 6,000 years old, right? And if you pay attention,
give us the process.
Okay, wait. And if you pay attention, his history is our history. So when you're telling, and that weak little explanation, your man just gave about Yaqub, so he don't know. He has no idea, but yet he knows more. I know some shit about some shit, bruh. Now you're reducing the black man to just the creation story because that makes you right now. Okay, but the creation, according to Elijah Muhammad, the creation of the white man happened in the midst of the history of the black man and only 6,000 years ago. And seeing that we're in his world now, we're dealing with that because we're under his heel. Why should we go back 76 years ago?
You got the question. No, see here.
Oh God, this nigga scared of my points.
What are you talking about, dude? Are you gonna answer the question or not?
I am. Give me my 2.5 minutes.
No. I wanted to start with telling the process.
They clowning me in the chat.
We want to know about the creation of God. I don't want to hear about 6,000 years of the white man. We already know that. We want to hear about the creation of God.
Bruh, we just explained that. That's what we spent the whole
No. I said
we spent the whole first hour talking about it. We talked about the atom spinning in space. He talked about right.
Are you serious?
This is the initial thing we talked about. That's the initial thing you talked about.
Yo, dude.
Now,
bring in Hassan, bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead and bring in Hassan, man.
Yeah.
Bro. Just let me get my point out.
No. I can't. Bro, you're purposely deflecting.
I'll leave for the night. Just let me get my little 2 minutes.
I'm not gonna do that because you're purposely deflecting. I want to get back to the point. Okay.
I'm purposely deflecting. Wow.
I made a point. You disagreed. I said source up, you can't do it. You gave you chances,
you're wrong. We don't know more about white folks.
Okay. I'm saying
we don't know more devil than God. That's
okay.
But you won't let me explain my point.
Dude, I asked you and you
won't. You're afraid.
All right, I'm gonna put you away next time.
Suck my dick.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. A little kid, feeble in the mind. A little kid. There you go. That's DJ Focus.
That was ungodly.
Yeah. That was wicked. So listen.
He wouldn't have did that in a lie debate.
This guy's supposed to be on the pathway of getting into the Nation of Islam. Okay? Yo, how dare you even say their name with that type of representation, whether you want to claim it or not? Don't speak nothing about Elijah Muhammad. That's believe me, Akachi, Sosa, The Watcher, Amber, believe me, no current active Nation of Islam Muslim would associate themselves with him. Zero. But they would have zero dealings with him. They don't associate themselves with anybody who behaves like that and use that type of language on the World Wide Web. They would never do that. Okay? He just embarrassed himself before.
In his own defense, he did say that he hadn't been to a mosque or any of that. So he's really a part-time Muslim. You know what I'm saying? He's not really active in that Muslim community. That's in his own defense. He even acknowledged that himself.
All right. So, all right. Well, since you got Sosa, did you since he's out of there?
I mean, because just looking at logic, right? Okay, the black man's 78 trillion years old. Okay, cool. 78 trillion years, and up until 3500 BC, we got is the Great Pyramids of Giza.
Right.
Over the course of 78 trillion years.
All that time.
And then from 3500 BC to now, we got iPhones and shit within a 5,000 year span. But you know what I'm saying? Like
that's a great point. Yeah, all that time to yourself, and there's nothing here to show it.
That makes us look horrible, bro. Like
Sosa.
Crazy.
Is this the religion that the planet risks and the aliens is associated with?
No, that's a damn NOI and shit.
Okay, all right. Just making sure, because I'm trying to figure out where they get all this space and science and technology and information from, because if the 78 trillion, you're trying to say that nobody on earth had that information?
Yeah.
The Nation of Islam was the first one to introduce that out of everywhere.
Yeah.
That's pretty powerful.
We spent 78 trillion years fiddling our thumbs. You know what I'm saying? The white man showed 6,000 years. This nigga down goddamn colonized Africa. Goddamn.
Wow. Nuclear warfare, all type of.
You know what I'm saying? Like, god damn, bro. Like,
Hubble telescopes.
Yeah, this shit made me feel horrible as a goddamn black man.
Now, so that's a great point. I'm gonna add to that. So we had 78 trillion years to do something for ourselves, right? That's the thing. Do without the white man. Separate. 78 years separate from the white man to do for self. We produce absolutely nothing. Well, nothing. When I say nothing justifies 78 trillion years in an advantage of being here. Then you expect us to believe, if we separate from the white man now and they build up some stuff for us, that we're supposed to work.
It's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
So,
I don't understand niggas' logic. Like, that's just crazy.
But I knew that. So before you got here, I said this. So he hung up with me earlier because he on a phone conversation. So I was saying that when people call me on the phone, Corey, whoever, when we talk, the only person who I talk about things on a live with is Unc. He's the only person, and we talk about other things too. But Unc is the only person really out that calls me outside the live, the YouTube world. Yeah. He's the only person I talk about stuff that happens on the panel, or Sunday TV, things like that. Our trending topics. Everybody else, the watcher, Amber, whoever calls me, we don't talk about these things, bro. We talk about everything under the sun. When Hassan calls me, we don't talk about this. You dig? So when DJ Focus called me, I try not to talk about this. I don't want to be arguing. I try to we talk about other things. I talk about the Constitution, that type of stuff. Away from this right here. And he would go ahead and bring up Margaret Sanger. So this is how it all started. He said, I already proved she's a racist by the letters. I said, dude, you broke the letter. Nothing was in there. Then he said, well, she met with the KKK. I said, so did Elijah Muhammad. He said, no, he didn't. I said, are you sure? He got mad because he had me on speakerphone and they heard it in the shot. They heard that. He hung up on me and said, don't call me. Okay. But I didn't think he'll come. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go into your doctrine. I did say that. And I did. But it was long overdue. So I went live. I sent him the link anyway, just in case. And I was talking and he was listening in the chat and he wanted the link. And I said this before he even chimed in the chat. I said, listen, if he actually comes on the panel, I said, I guarantee you, he's not going to let me tell their doctrine. I said, no member will, not just him. If anybody believes in the teachings, if they hop on this panel, they're not going to let me finish. Because they know how full that this stuff sound, right? So they're all going to stop me. They don't want to hear about you learning about a helium god who's got brains in space. And then have the nerve to challenge the Big Bang and evolution. And I didn't get to making a man, the father of mankind by Elijah Muhammad. But the point was valid. I said we know more about the devil than God. And that's true because we know how the devil was made, but we don't know how black folks got on this earth.
Right. And like I said, he wanted then like so when he juxtaposed the question, how much do we know? That wasn't the point of like, do we know all of it?
Right.
It was saying that the little that we do know deals with that, and we know absolutely nothing about the creation of black men. Like no knowledge. I have no understanding. I've never heard of it, anything. But
so he texted me just now. He said I cut him off. I ain't give him 2 minutes. You know,
you always say that.
Okay, do you know why? Because his whole complaint, Akachi can bear witness, and the watcher, especially the watcher, his whole complaint was I'm misrepresenting his points. So the first thing he do is hop on here and don't speak to what I actually just asked him. He's talking about, I'm like, dude, wait, you were supposed to respond to the public knows more about the white man being a devil as opposed to the knowledge of God. He went somewhere else. I said, no, we're not going to do that. You know what's going to happen? That's a free 3 minutes to talk about that stupidness. And then he's going to want to answer the question afterwards. He pulled that last time. He'll talk about something random and then say, okay, let me address Sosa now or
Yeah. Because all he had to do was when he said that, when he asked the question, he said, okay, it's in this book. Okay, let me go to it.
Right.
It says right here, blah, 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 boom, 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 and you dead. You know what I'm saying? But then after all the whole diatribe, he's like, yo, where's it at? You go, we covered that in the beginning. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy, man. It's crazy.
Now, the reason why we wasn't go ahead anyway, it was a perfect segue because he said, with Akachi on the live, he said on the panel, he said that the science, he said, white man has his science and then there's actual science, implying that they have actual science, confirmed science. So I said, what about their science, actual science, and your science? Implying that you have your own version also. And then there's the actual truth. So I said, all right, well, let's talk about how the science of your God coming here. So I said, Akachi, you agree with this science? And of course you can't. Because that's not, he said, nah, that's Nation of Islam science, because it is. That helium is the first thing here. What science says that? Helium came from somewhere.
Yeah. Then he'll say they got their own science, but then he'll then use that science and then say, okay, well, the white man says it too, to corroborate it as if, okay, yeah, I got the white man agrees, so then it must be true. You know what I'm saying? But shit that done, like, they don't even agree with that shit. Like he was saying, science said the earth was 6,000 years old. That's not a scientific claim.
Right.
Yeah, that number came about from the genealogy of Adam. Like, scientists never made that, never said that's creationism. That's not a scientific claim. Like, they didn't say the earth was 6,000 years old. That's crazy. Because they know there were things on this planet that they date older than 6,000 years ago. Like, come on.
Yeah, man. So, God damn. So let me. And
yeah, they just focus how you run in circles, man.
And then look, he hangs up. Why hang up? Why not? Look, just go on mute. Because right now he clearly want to get back on. Why you keep hanging out like a baby? Just go on. Like if you think we're doing you wrong, go on mute, right?
Hang up and tell you to suck his dick.
Right.
Ain't that nigga suck my dick, nigga. Yo, you was cutting me off disrespectfully. Oh, look.
Dude, yeah. So we go to their creation story, right? So I want to read a little bit of it. Matter of fact, I'm just going to go to the message to the black man because I'm having a problem with this PDF. Again, I hate Macs without the mouse. I got the mouse hooked up to my other Microsoft and I don't feel like switching it. All right, so I'm going to go straight to the message to the black man. Okay. And so so some of us, like you said, you're familiar, Kachi's familiar, but a lot of people are not familiar with what the Nation of Islam teach about how, their evolution story of how white folks got here, right? Or their creation story, their made story, whatever they want to call it. So let me go ahead and read a little bit from that. So this is for reference points. So when you hear this guy challenge things and this and that, evolution, you keep going to Darwin. Okay, so you challenge Darwin, you're heavy in that. And Haskell does the same thing. He critiqued Darwin, but when he accepts, it's like, wait a minute, your terrain theory, this theory over here, that got more holes than anything. So if you're just great researcher, you critique things, why nobody critique within, like their own little things that they accept? Okay, so yeah, cool. So here we are. This is the message to the black man. What? Yeah, cool.
It's crazy. Goddamn, your cool got a goddamn lab, and we can't get it. We got a goddamn pyramid at 3500 BC.
Yeah. All right.
You know what I'm saying? This nigga grafting white people. You know what I'm saying? We got to build some infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? Like shit.
Yeah. Okay. Damn. Patmos. There we go. Patmos. All right. Oh, 59,000. Okay, I got it. I'm going to find it. 59,000. Watch this one. Okay. Here we are. Let me tell you where we're at. This is the message to the black man. God damn. All right. God damn. Chapter 55, the making of the devil. Okay. That's where we at. Now, down near paragraph 80. Yeah, 80. Okay, stop. What the heck? Stop. This thing went crazy. All right. Here we are. Okay. Oh boy. I'm gonna try to read kind of quickly. So, on YouTube, you're able to fix the time. The speed. You can slow stuff down. So if I'm talking fast, just go ahead and slow it down to playback. Okay. So this is going to start around 63. Okay. He also referred to as the Christ, the second Jesus, Son of Man, who is wise and is all powerful. That's Master Muhammad. He knows how to reproduce the universe and the people of his choice. He will remove and destroy the present old warring wicked world of Yaqub, the Caucasian world, and set up a world of peace and righteousness out of the present so-called Negroes who are rejected and despised by this world. Mr. Yaqub was naturally born out of the 30% dissatisfied. As we know, wherever there is a longing or demand for a change, nature will produce that man who will bring about it. Allah taught me that the present percentage of dissatisfaction is 98%, near 100%, with the present ruling powers. This 100% dissatisfied will bring about 100% change. Okay. So just that. So DJ Focus said earlier that the 100,000 registered Muslims don't need to get the other 21 million, whatever, on board to start our own thing for ourselves. Okay, well, according to this, just now we read, you have to have 100% dissatisfaction for a change to happen. So with that being said, that's the 22 million will have to be dissatisfied for changing. So I'll read it one more time. Allah taught me that the present percentage of dissatisfaction is 98%, near 100%. With the present ruling powers, this 100% dissatisfied will bring about a 100% change. That's what Elijah Muhammad wants for us today. Yaqub did not bring about 100% change, but near 90%. Allah said when Yaqub was 6 years old, one day he was sitting down playing with two pieces of steel. He noticed, okay, so Yaqub is playing with two pieces of steel. He noticed that the magnetic power in the steel attracting the other. He looked up at his uncle and said, Uncle, when I get to be an old man, I am going to make a people who shall rule you. Oh, Akachi. Okay, I don't know if you're familiar with that. In the chat, this dude realized steel can stick to steel by magnetism. And from that, he said, oh, he had a light bulb. Uncle, with this new knowledge, I'm going to create a people who's going to rule you.
Damn, that nigga's a goddamn genius.
So I do understand why a lot of people think this is foolishness, and I honestly ain't gonna lie, I think it's foolishness too. But I'm not saying this to demonize the NOI. I think this was more so somebody at the highest knew that our people are deaf, dumb, and blind. They know they're easily manipulated. So they were trying to use this philosophy or this campaign, this propaganda to kind of unionize them to give them an enemy. And I think that it has its purpose, but I think that it can be, it's a downward slope. You know what I'm saying? It's like skating downhill. It's a downward spiral. It has to be handled carefully. Otherwise, you know what I'm saying? You got people like, all white men are the devil and all that shit, just talking foolishness. And then when they get sick, who they call? The ambulance, and with a white man, so in defense of the NOI, I think that the people who created this knew that it was bullness. I think their intentions were something other than, I don't want to say they were honorable because, it's still deceptive, but I think they did it for a purpose. And that's my defense of the NOI, but yeah, it's really
I can agree with that based on the time frame. They're trying to use something to weaponize it against the power and control. You know what I'm saying? And then use that to galvanize, other African Americans, at the time frame. But the problem is that when it permeates into the future, and the future generations, believe this is actual factual.
Agreed. Exactly what you said.
So, playing with two pieces of steel, he noticed that magnetic power in the steel attracting the other. And from there, this guy said, I'm going to make...
Yeah, he make a giant ass leap. I feel you.
Yo, this is a true scientist.
I know, that nigga like, I was making a peanut butter jelly sandwich. And then I realized the peanut butter go for jelly. And at that moment, I realized that I could create a race of people. Like, what? How'd you get that from that? Like, shit. Oh, Lord. This uncle was like, yeah, sounds good. It's like, shit. His uncle should say, hey, yo, don't do that. Like,
yo,
bad. No, Yaqub. No.
We're here, Yaqub. Called Diaper, that nigga. That nigga up.
Whip his ass. Boy, you need to whip it for that one.
Yeah, this nigga said, when I get to, like, how diabolical can you be? Still, peanut butter jelly sandwich, you making grits and eggs, and from here, I'm gonna hang a whole bunch of niggas. Like, I'm gonna kill all people. I'm gonna shoot them. I mean, just ridiculous.
I know, that's gonna rule you, uncle. Rule over you and your bees, uncle.
What's that? Yeah, what they got to do with, wait. So playing with Still, he wanna rule his own uncle.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
I mean, why not rule the lions, right? The gorillas. This guy want to rule his own people. So the uncle said, what will you make? Something to make mischief and cause bloodshed in the land? Well, obviously, if he's making people to rule you. So Yaqub said, nevertheless, uncle, I know that which you don't know. So he's 6 years old. All right. And it was at that moment, the boy Yaqub first came into, now DJ Focus Colleen is still cussing me out in the text.
And Allah made, God damn, why would Allah make that guy? That guy is
My man said I muted him. Yeah, I give him 3 minutes to make his point. He gets done. Then he wants to make another point real quick. And when he was debating everything was always real quick. Uncle's like real quick. You always say everything's reunk quick. Like, and then after that, it's real quick. Like everything is like, and he said the Wujawu tactic, you know, I gotta leave in a minute. So let me skip the line. Let me say my piece. You know, DJ Focus is a master at that. So still cuts me out. So at that moment, the boy Yaqub first came into the knowledge of just who he was, born to make trouble, break peace, kill and destroy his own people, with a made enemy to the black nation. He learned his future from playing with steel. It is still and more steel that is made. Now look at this leap. He learned his future from playing with steel. It is still and more steel that this made race, the white race, are still playing with. Steel has become the most useful of all metal for the people. What he really saw in playing with two pieces of steel was the magnetic power of attraction. So that's what he's saying. The one attracting and drawing the other under his power. In this, he saw an unlike human being made to attract others. So, who could, with the knowledge of tricks and lies, rule the original black man. I mean, black folks are that damn gullible. This guy playing with madness, and he understood the magnetic power of unlike and alike attracting. That coupled with technology, I can subdue this powerful nation who Allah created himself and empowered them with the knowledge of God. This is it. Yaqub was the founder of unlike attracts and like repels. Though Mr. Yaqub was a member of the black nation, he began school at the age of 4. He had an unusual sized head. Now, I don't know. He started school. Like, what does that mean? The age of 4, right? Okay, that's nothing. He had an unusual size. But again, when you drop out of 3rd grade, like that seems impressive. Okay, so he began school at the age of 4. He had an unusual sized head. When he had grown up, the others referred to him as the big head scientist. At the age of 18, he had finished all of the colleges and the universities of his nation. God damn, all the colleges and universities of his nation. And was seen preaching on the streets of Mecca, making converts. He made such impressions on the people that many began following him. He learned from studying the germ of the black man under the microscope, right?
What date was this though? What do they have like a date? What is that?
Yes, this is 12,000 years ago.
It's a 10,000 BC. He's doing this in Mecca. Okay, all right.
The microscope.
Microscope and shit. All right.
He worse than polite with that one. That there's this guy has a microscope, and in that microscope, he was able to see two people. That one was black, the other brown. He said if he could successfully separate the one from the other, he could graft the brown germ into its last stage, what would be white. With his wisdom, he could make the white, which he discovered was the weaker of the black germ, which would be unalike, rule the black nation for a time until a greater one than Yaqub was born. That's Master Prophet Muhammad. This new idea put him to work finding the necessary converts to begin grafting his new race of people. He began by teaching Islam with promises of luxury to those who would believe and follow him. So he had the first prosperity doctrine. As Mr. Yaqub continued to preach for converts, he told his people that he would make the others work for them. This promise came to pass. Naturally, there are always some people around who would like to have others do their work. Those are the ones who feel for Mr. Yaqub's teaching 100%. As he made converts in and around the holy city of Mecca, persecution set in, and he's still cussing me out. Persecution set in. The authorities became afraid of such powerful teachings with promises of luxury and making slaves of others. As they began making arrests of those who believed the teaching, the officers would go back and find, to their surprise, others still teaching and believing it. Finally, they arrested Mr. Yaqub, but it only increased. Yeah, he still cussed me out. It only increased. Where am I? The teachings, right? So when they arrested Yaqub, it only increased the teachings because it, when you arrest somebody for teaching the truth, the government's got to silence you, got to stop you. So the people are more convinced. They kept persecuting and arresting Yaqub followers until they filled all the jails. The officers finally reported to the king that there was no room to put a prisoner in if arrested. All the jails are filled, and when we go out into the streets, we find them still teaching. What shall we do with them? The king questioned the officers. So now listen to this right here. This is very important. What should we do with these people who keep teaching this unfamiliar, this diabolical doctrine? Okay, the king questioned the officers on just what the teachings were and of the name of the leader. The officers gave the king the answers to everything. The king said, "This is not the name of that man." On entering the prison, the king was shown Yaqub's cell. Wa alaikum, the king said. "So you are Mr. Yaqub?" He said, "Yes, I am." The king said, "Yaqub, I have come to see if we could work out some agreement that will bring about an end to this trouble. What would you suggest?" Mr. Yaqub told the king, "If you give me and my followers everything to start a civilization." Don't this sound like Elijah Muhammad's plea? Mr. Yaqub told the king, "If you give me and my followers everything to start a civilization as you have." This sounds like Elijah Muhammad plea to the American government. "And furnish us with money and other necessities of life for 20 years. Guys, the same shit. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. "I will take my followers and we will go from you." The king was pleased with the suggestion or condition made by Yaqub and agreed to take care of them for 20 years until Yaqub's followers were able to go for themselves. That's the same plea Elijah Muhammad asked for this American government. Okay, so if this story is true, why do you think they ain't gonna do it? They don't want you to create another devil in your own state, your own country, your own place. Okay, so after learning who Mr. Yaqub was, they all were afraid of him and were glad to make almost any agreement with him and his followers. This history or future of Mr. Yaqub and his people was in the nation's book by the writers, 23 scientists of our history, 84,000 years before his birth. So the government began to make preparation for the exiling of Mr. Yaqub and his followers. This is exactly what he asked for from the American government. The king ordered everyone rounded up who was a believer in Mr. Yaqub. They took them to the seaport and loaded them on the ships. After rounding them all up onto ships, they numbered 59,999. Yaqub made 60,000. Their ships sailed out to an isle in the Aegean Sea called Pilan, Bible Patmos. After they were loaded into the ships, Mr. Yaqub examined each of them to see if they were 100% with him and to see if they were all healthy and productive people. If not, he would throw them off. Some were found to be unfit and overboard they went. When they arrived at the isle, Mr. Yaqub said to them, "See how they, the holy people, have cast us out? Now, if you will choose me to be your king," that's interesting. After he begged and arranged a deal to sit on his own aisle, right, his own place to do his wickedness. He sat there and told his people, you see how they casted us out? Okay. So if Elijah Muhammad is asking for the same things, and if he's granted these things, and they have their own state, maybe the government thinks Elijah's going to pull that same card. You see how they kicked us out? They don't want us. Okay. If you will choose me to be your king, I will teach you how to go back and rule them all. Of course, they had already chosen Yaqub to be their king at the very start. So Yaqub chose doctors, ministers, nurses, and a cremator for his top laborers. He called these laborers together and told them this plan for making a new people who will rule for 6,000 years. He called the doctor first and said, Doctor, let all the people come to you who want to marry. Now listen, this is the process. This is the making of the white man. Watch how detailed this is. So what I was asking DJ Focus is, brother, can you show me so many similar details of how the black man was created, similar to the white man? He said yes and couldn't do it. There's no such doctrine. So watch these details. There's no such doctrine of how the black man was created. There's no information. So you could be against evolution all you want, but you have nothing in regards to black folks, but we hear about white folks. So let me close this out right here. Eugenics. All right, so let all the people come to you who want to marry. And if there come to you two real black ones, take a needle and get a little of their blood and go into your room and pretend to be examining it to see whether their blood will mix. Then come and tell them that they will each have to find another mate because their blood does not mix. It was the aim of Yaqub to get rid of the black, and he did. Give them a certificate to take to the minister, warning the minister against marrying the couple because their blood does not mix. When there comes to you two browner ones, take a pretended blood test of them, but give them a certificate saying that they are eligible to marry. Mr. Yaqub's charge to his laborers was very strict: death if one disobeyed. They didn't know what Yaqub had in mind until they were given their labor to do. He made his laborers, from the chief to the least, liars. He made them all liars. The doctor lied about the blood of the two black people who wanted to marry, that it did not mix. The brown and the black cannot be married, brown only. The doctors of today hold the same position over the people. You go to them to get a blood test to see if you are fit to be married. See, so he been pitching this anti-doctor, anti-hospital, since the beginning. Today, they say it is done to see if there are any contagious germs in the blood. You see? So he said doctors want to see if you are healthy. They test your blood to see if you are healthy, but they're up to something diabolical, just like the doctors of Yaqub. So again, today they say it's done to see if there are any contagious germs in the blood. I wish that they would enforce such a law today, keep the white from mixing with black. Just the opposite. Perhaps we could remain black and not be disgraced by all mixture of all colors. Some would say that's eugenics, or something similar. In the days of Yaqub grafting of the present white race. Let me see. Just respond to focus. All right. So in the days of Yaqub's grafting of the present white race, a new and unalike race among the black nation for 600 years, his law was that they should not allow the birth of a black baby in their family, but the white devil should mix their blood with the black nation in order to help destroy black. But they should not allow the black to mix with their blood. His aim was to kill and destroy the black nation. He ordered the nurses to kill all black babies that were born among his people by pricking the brains with a sharp needle as soon as the black child's head is out of the mother. If the mother is alert, watching the nurse, Then the nurse would lie and fool the mother to get possession of child to murder it by saying that she, mother, gave birth to an angel child. So this is your abortion, okay? So they're murdering the babies that were not light enough. This is your abortion, the first abortion. And that she, the nurse, would like to take the baby to heaven. So when the mother dies, she will have a room with her child in heaven, for a baby was an angel. So she's trying to gas the mother up, smooth her out so she can kill her, abort the baby. This is the beginning of the first lie or liar. And it was so that the nurse would take the black baby away on this falsehood and claim that they were taking the poor baby to heaven, as Yaqub had taught them. They would feed it to the wild beasts. Damn. And if they did not a wild beast, if they did not a wild beast to feed the black babies to, Yaqub told the nurses to give it to the cremator to burn. God damn, that's worse than abortion. Mr. Yaqub warned the laborers. At this point, Yaqub was black, so he's the first abortionist. Mr. Yaqub warned the laborers, from the doctor down to the cremator, that if any one of them failed to carry out his orders, off go their heads. Okay, 1 second. Let me go here real quick. See, I have something to look at. I hate when it's a black screen. Again, that's Captain Tazariak website, oils and cologne. I'm guessing he got women products here as well, but this is his products. Tazariak Creations, S-to-C, right? So back. Mr. Yaqub warned the laborers, from the doctor down to the cremator, that if any one of them failed to carry out his orders, off go their heads. When there was a birth of a brown baby, the nurse would come and make much ado over it, and would tell the mother that she had given birth to a holy child and that she would nurse it for the next 6 weeks, for her child was going to be a great man. That is when the baby was a boy. Okay. After the first 200 years, Mr. Yaqub had done away with the black babies, I guess about dark skin, and all were brown. After another 200 years, he had all yellow or red. Okay. So he had yellow or red. Yellow or red was next, which was 400 years after being on P-line. Another 200 years, which brings us to the 600 year, Mr. Yaqub had an all pale white race of people on this isle. Of course, Mr. Yaqub lived about 150 years, but his ideas continued in practice. He gave his people guidance in the form of literature, what they should do and how to do it, how to rule the black nation. He said to them, he gave his people guidance in the form of literature, what they should do and how they should do it. So Farrakhan was right when he says that white folks wasn't born a devil. Naturally, they were taught it. They had literature to remind them what to do. He said to them, when you become unlike white, you may return to the Holy Land and people from whom you were exiled. The Yaqub made devils were really pale, white, with really blue eyes, which we think are the ugliest of colors for a human eye. They were called Caucasian, which means, according to some Arab scholars, let's see if Hassan agrees with this, one whose evil effect is not confined to oneself alone, but affect others. Okay. And in one breath, Elijah would tell you he wouldn't care for all the Arab scholarship of the world, but he's referencing the scholarship. It's funny. There was no good taught to them while on the island, but teaching the nurse, so again, teaching literature. They weren't born. They were taught this. There was no good taught to them while on the island, by teaching the nurses to kill the black baby and save the brown baby so as to graft the white out of it by lying, doctrine, to the mother of the baby. The lie was born into, there we go, the very nature of the white baby. So somehow lying to somebody a lot is in your nature now. Okay. And murder for the black people also born in them. or made by nature a liar and murderer. Damn, the doctrine, damn. The black nation is only fooling themselves to take the Caucasian race. Okay, so that might have been it. So I skip down a little bit. Mr. Yaqub taught his maid devils on P-line that when you go back to the holy black nation, rent a room in their homes, teach your wives to go out the next morning around the neighborhoods of the people and tell that you heard her talking about them last night. So they causing confusion. They got people fighting, just paraphrasing, reading all this stuff. Okay, so that is after Yaqub's devils were among the holy people of Islam, the black nation for 6 months, they had our people at war with each other. The holy people were unable to understand just why they could not get along in peace with each other until they took the matter to the king. The king told the holy people on the black nation, that the trouble they were having was caused by the white devils in their midst. Damn, so the king knew they were white devils and let them mingle with the holy people? And that there would be no peace among them until they drove these white made devils from among them. That's interesting. The king knew they were white devils, but he let them mingle with holy, righteous black folks. The holy people, wait. So I thought black folks were able to conquer, I thought white folks were able to conquer black folks because they came with a way that was unfamiliar to us. Right, we were peaceful. This is Focus said. We were peaceful people, and we trustworthy, and they used deception to like take over us and break treaties. This is what he said. They got us. But according to this story, that already played out. So if this is history, and the Nation of Islam teach this is actual real history, by the way, then we should have been aware of that trick. Okay, so it said put an apron on them to hide their nakedness. Okay, so first of all, the holy people prepared to drive the devils out from among them. The king said, gather every one of the devils up and strip them out of our costume, put an apron among them to hide their nakedness. Take all literature from them and take them by the way of the desert. See, the literature, the doctrine. Send a caravan armed with rifles. Huh? Yeah, you know how long this is ago? This is 6,000. Yo, we had a caravan back then with rifles? No. No. This can't be right. Wait a minute. The king told white folks 6,000 years ago, send a caravan armed with rifles to keep the devils going westward. Yo, I've never noticed that. There was a caravan 6,000 years ago, and we had rifles. We had this stuff. So Sosa, you were wrong. They had the technology. They had rifles and a caravan. He instructed them, don't. Yeah, did you know that?
I learned as you read this shit.
Yeah, I ain't never catch that before. Send a caravan armed with rifles to keep the devils going westward. Don't allow one. This is 6,000 years ago. Don't allow, the third grade education is showing itself. Don't allow one of them to turn back. And if they are lucky enough to get across the Arabian desert, let them go into the hills of West Asia, the place they now call Europe. You see, so they didn't call it Europe then. This is old. So now you know what to ask them. Ask them about these caravans and rifles 6,000 years ago. When Rizzo, you get a chance to talk to him. There you go. Yaqub made devils were driven out of paradise into the hills of West Asia. Now look, so this is going to prove this 6,000 years ago. Yaqub made devils were driven out of paradise into the hills of West Asia, Europe, and stripped of everything but the language. They walked across the hot, sandy desert into the land where long years, both trouble and joy awaited them. But they finally made it. Not all, many died in the desert. Once there, they were roped in to keep them out of paradise, to make sure the Muslims who live along the borders of East and West Asia were ordered to patrol the border to keep Yaqub devils in West Asia, now called Europe, so that the original nation, the Black nation, could live in peace. And the devils could be alone to themselves to do as they please, as long as they didn't try to cross, as long as they crossing in the east border. Look, the soldiers, check this out. The soldiers patrolled this border armed with swords to prevent the devils from crossing. This went on for 2,000 years. Sosa, that went on for 2,000 years. So this is 6,000 years ago. They had rifles in a caravan. I'm done. Oh, God. After that time, Moses was born. Okay. So Moses fought, so 6,000 years, 2,000 years, 4,000 years. Moses is born. They got caravans and rifles during the time of Moses, before Moses. The man whom Allah would send to these exiled devils to bring them again into the light of civilization, Moses. Before we take up this first 2,000 years of the devils exiled on our planet, let us not lose sight of what and how they were made, and of the God who made them, Mr. Yaqub. Okay, so I guess it's the last. Oh, now, if the rifles and caravans 6,000 years ago wasn't funny enough, since we have learned So if that wasn't enough for you, caravans and rifles 6,000 years ago. Since we have learned, and look, I don't know if you caught it. He talked about after 2,000 years from the caravan and rifles, Moses was born. So now we know we're talking about 6,000 years ago. After that, Moses was born. You know, Moses is said to be here 4,000 years ago. So 2,000 more was a white man with the rifles and caravans. All right. So since we learned that Mr. Yaqub was an original man, Black, the ignorant of our people may say, if Yaqub was a Black man and the father of the devils, then he was a devil. You think?
Yeah.
Now look at this fool. He said, that is like saying the horse is as much as a mule as the mule. Okay, so I think Amber she might like this. Since we have learned that Mr. Yaqub was an original man, Black, the ignorant of our people may say, so these are the deaf, dumb, and blind. If Yaqub was a Black man and the father of the devils, then he was a devil. I mean, how can you be a father of something and not be what you fathered? Then he says, that is like saying the horse is as much as a mule as the mule. That's his response to that. Or, look at this, or that an orange or lemon is as much grapefruit as the grapefruit, because the grapefruit is grafted from the orange and lemon. They are not alike because the graft is no longer original. Okay, so that's his logic, right, to answer that question.
Which is crazy.
Just what have we learned, or rather are learning from this divine revelation of our enemies, the devils? Answer, we are learning the truth, which has been kept a secret for 6,000. So now you know, caravans and rifles, 6,000 years concerning the white race. So this was the beginning of the white race. They teach the white race, you heard Focus say it, was 6,000 years ago. So at the beginning of white folks, the king had caravans and rifles. Who has deceived us? We learned what is meant by the Bible's symbolic teaching that they were made from dust. So clearly you can see where his mind frame was. His mind frame was he's trying to fulfill scriptures. Okay. So So here's the last thing. Again, we learn who the Bible, Genesis 1:16, is referring to in the saying, let us make man. See, again, right? Bible references. This us was the 59,999 Black men and women, making or grafting them in the likeness or image of the original man. So Akachi, there you go. So he believes in the Bible, Nation Islam members, all of them, they believe in the Bible that when God said, let us make man, he was talking about Yaqub saying it amongst his followers.
I knew that already, though.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so I believe that's it. So there you go. Yeah, that's it. That's the story. Oh, wait. No. Yaqub's race of devils were exiled in the hills and caves of West Asia, now called Europe. They were without anything to start civilization and became savages. They remained in such condition for 2,000 years, no God or literature. They lost all knowledge of civilization. The Lord God of Islam taught me that some of them tried to graft themselves back into the Black nation, but they had nothing to go by. A few were lucky enough to make a start and got as far as what you call a guerrilla. So that's that. So the guerrilla, Sosa, was because white people trying to graft back into the Black nation. And they produced a guerrilla.
So I heard, you know what I'm saying, about the caves in Western Asia. I knew that, but I didn't know that they produced a gorilla. I didn't know about it.
Who was the first to compare Black folks to gorillas? He just said, in an attempt to become Black again, white folks produced a gorilla.
4,000 years, a long knowledge. Did it all.
In the words of Kevin Samuels, you can't make this up. In fact, look, Sosa, in fact, all of the monkey family are from this 2,000-year history of the entire white race in Europe. So gorillas, apes, monkeys came about from white folks trying to be Black again. So please bookmark that.
Yeah, that's how we got the monkeys and shit.
So they were the first to compare. Elijah was the first to compare. Their God was the first to compare Black folks to gorillas. Okay? Being deprived of divine guidance for their disobedience, the making of mischief and causing bloodshed in the holy nation of the original Black people by lies, they became so savage that they lost all their sense of shame. They started going nude as they are doing today and leading the so-called Negroes in those very acts. So this is what I'm saying. When I say white folks had this scientific racism about Black folks and said this crazy stuff about us, all we did was just take those talking points and paint them Black. You dig? And we said it about white folks. Like, this is our response. Well, actually, we're not the monkeys. You are the monkeys. You are the devils. You ain't do nothing in life. You were savages, and everything they said about us, they just repeated back to them. So they became shameless in the winter. They wore animal skins for clothes and grew hair all their bodies and faces like all of the other wild animals. in those days, they made their homes in the caves on the hillsides. There's a whole chapter devoted to them in the Holy Quran. And I guarantee you, every Orthodox Muslim will say, bullshit. They had it very hard, trying to save themselves from being destroyed by wild beasts, which were plentiful at that time in Europe. Being without a guide, they started walking on their hands and their feet like all animals and learned to climb trees as well as any of the animals. At night, they would climb up into the trees, carrying large stones and clubs to fight the wild beasts that would come prowling around at night to keep them from eating their families. Their next and best weapons were the dogs. They tamed some of these dogs to live in the caves with their families to help protect them from the wild beasts. After a time, the dog held a high place among the family because of this fearlessness. to attack the enemies of his master. Today, the dog is still beloved by the white race and is given more justice than the so-called Negroes, and is called the white man's best friend. This comes from the cave days. Now, just to let you know, FYI, when I was reading this stuff at 24 years old, 25, 26, somewhere around there, I was like, oh my God, I know the true history of the white man. This is what they're hiding from us from our schools. This is, you couldn't tell me that this was not the history. Okay, so after 2,000 years of living as a savage, Allah raised up Musa, to bring the white race into civilization, to take their place as rulers as Yaqub has intended for them. Moses became their guide and leader. He brought them out of the caves, taught them to believe in Allah, taught them to wear clothes, how to cook their food, how to season it with salt, what beef they should kill and eat, and how to use fire for their services. For their service. Moses taught them against putting the female cow under burden. He established for them Friday as a day to eat fish and not to eat beef on that day. Yeah, he's tying Christianity this. And fish is the main menu on Fridays in many of the white homes today. You see, that's funny. You talk about revising history. They were so evil, savage, that Moses had to build a ring. Now, this part gonna be funny. They were so evil, savage, that Moses had to build a ring of fire around him at night, and he would sleep in the center of the ring to keep the devils from harming him. They were afraid of fire and are still afraid of fire. Allah said that one day Moses told them he was going to have fish come up from the sea, so that tomorrow we will have some fish. On the next day, the fish were there. Moses had a boatload sent up from Egypt. Egypt. Moses said, see, the sea came up last night and brought up some fish. One of the savages was a little smart and said to Moses, where's the water? From then on, Moses recognized the fact that he could not say just anything to them. He had a hard time trying to civilize them. Once they gave Moses so much trouble that he took it. Look, this is funny. Moses, of course, the story. Moses took up a stick of dynamite, went up on the mountainside, placed them into the group, and went back to get those who were giving him the most trouble. He said to them, stand there on the edge of this mountain, and you will hear the voice of God. They stood there about 300 in number. Moses set the fuse off and killed all of them. This guy's humorous. The imams got after Moses for performing this trick on the devil. Moses said to the imams, if you only knew how much trouble these devils give me, you would do as I do. Moses taught the devils that if they will follow him and obey him, Allah will give them a place among the holy people. Most of them believed Moses just to get out of the caves. The imams recognized the tremendous job Moses had trying to civilize the savages. These enemies of the righteous black nation of earth now had to take the place as the rulers and conquerors of the earth. The devils were given the knowledge and power to bring every living thing, regardless of its kind of life, into subjection. So God empowered Moses, and they empowered white folks. And God said, let us make man our image after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air. All that Bible stuff, okay? Be fruitful, multiply. Okay, that's Genesis 1:26. The above was all necessary if the devils were to rule as God of the world. So the devils was going to rule as God of the world. They must conquer and bring into subjection all life upon the earth, not land life alone. But they must have. So now you guys understand why the Nation of Islam don't mess with anything that's white produced, white manufactured. They believe that everything they're doing is to get back at Moses and his tricks in the black nation. Okay, so all right, so I think, make sure that's it. Yeah, so that's it on that. That's it on that, Sosa. That's it.
Yeah, I can see why the traditional Muslim don't deal with the. You know what I'm saying? Because it would be like, why would not, like, you know, why would the message of Muhammad not speak on that?
Right.
Like, you don't create something that you can't even support with, not even the hadiths. Like, you done went total rogue and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they did their own thing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't even heard that. I never heard of shit about Moses. So they got their own things about Moses too. Like, I ain't never even heard that stuff about Moses.
Yeah. I'm stuck on 6,000 years ago. The king sent caravans and rifles to round up Yaqub made devils. Caravans and rifles 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, so they got down. So we just lost the technology, and then the white man rediscovered it before we rediscovered the shit.
Yeah. And these people have got the nerve to question things and try to poke holes in, like, yo, how did you? Now, I don't remember reading that, to be honest, but you got some scholars in the nation, like Dr. Wesley, right? Like Dr. Khalid Muhammad, who came across that. Yo, Malcolm X got one lecture where he's talking about Yaqub. One lecture. I don't ever hear him talking about Yaqub ever again. The other ones, they stay mentioning Yaqub. I never heard Malcolm X explain the mother plane, ever. I'm not saying it's not out there. I'm just saying, if you got it, produce it. I never heard Malcolm X ever talk about the mother plane. And for Stupies, he ain't here. That's next, because that's what Stupies want to hear. You want to hear about the mother plane. That's next. James Powell said, he said, that gotta be a joke. Yo, Sosa, this is worse than any Santa Claus story. At least the Santa Claus story, it sticks to the script. It's fantasy, it's magical, they stick with it.
So how do they reconcile Farrakhan dealing with the Europeans and Scientology and Dianetics and shit? That's, you know what I'm saying, getting the technology of Dianetics from those people in Scientology. How do they reconcile that?
So what they say is this. I'm gonna paraphrase, they say truth don't have ownership. So in other words, if it's true, it's true. Like white folks don't own the truth.
So how could they create something that ain't devilish though?
Right. That actually works for them.
And then share it with the, you know what I'm saying?
Bro.
With the black man. Like, why would they give you that? Even share that knowledge with you. You know what I'm saying?
Well, don't forget, he said that some white folks accepted Islam and try to graft themselves back. So these are Wiggers. So, right? So the Wigger is going to turn on their people and give us, they said Charles Taze Russell, one of the founders of the Jehovah's Witness, because his doctrine is similar to Nation of Islam, but he predates the Nation of Islam. So their rationale for that, Sosa, is Master from Muhammad must have taught him. So, when we are in this age of source up, if there's an older doctrine than a younger doctrine, we will say the older doctrine must have been here first, not the nation. If the older doctrine is first, it's because their God taught it. So their God's going around teaching white folks the truth.
Truth given to African people from a non-African. know what I'm saying? Like, just like Dr. Sabi, you know what I'm saying? His shit come from a nigga over there in Mexico. That ain't his shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, okay. Again, the mother plane. Now, if you think that was something Sosa, the mother plane is gonna blow. If you didn't hear about it already, and I'm sure you might have forgot certain details, it's gonna blow you away.
No, I only heard little tidbits of it. You know, I blocked that shit. You know what I'm saying? I hear something ridiculous. I just start blocking shit out from memory.
Yeah, that thing is hilarious. That thing will have you on your heels. So Blue Devil said, if they believe in the mother shit, why wouldn't they believe in Scientology? They deal with the aliens as well. Yeah, they definitely believe in aliens. So Infinite Mind said, I read Elijah's book on the mother plane. Mongo said, I don't remember those parts in the doctrine. Damn, I forgot all about that. And Amber said, they didn't mean rifles. It's Arabic for double barrel slingshot. Right, because folks gonna come up with something. Nah, see, and caravan, nah, it ain't what you. Yeah, get ready for that. So, go ahead, Sosa.
Yeah, but Focus admitted there was some things that he didn't agree with in terms of what Elijah Muhammad said. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, he ain't say that.
Yeah, but he never clarified.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. There's no Nation of Islam person that I know of that.
You remember when I asked him that shit? I was like, "Yo, so you believe everything Elijah said was right in his act?" And then he was like, there's some things that we update or whatever.
Okay, if he said that, then that's growth. He's the first person in that doctrine that admit that, bro. They all, cause don't forget, they believe it comes from the word of God. How can God be updated? Like he knows what the update is.
I'm gonna ask his ass again.
Yeah, I
hold on, time out. According to DJ Focus, God does not know everything. So
yeah,
from my perspective, you would have a point there. But
God does not know everything.
That's what he said.
So okay, so he said that his God's not omniscient.
Nah, he's fallible.
Yeah, he said. Well, he said that he's not omnipresent. He said he's not omniscient. He said omnipresent. That's what he said. He said he's not everywhere. He didn't say omniscient. He didn't say, well, it was pretty much the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he was saying that in response to me saying, referring to an omnipotent creator. And I think that's what he meant. Like he don't believe that he's omniscient, or he don't believe that he's omnipresent. Omnipotent. So, yeah. That confused me when he said that, but that's what he said. And then he also confused me when he was saying that the creator God created another God, and the God that they're dealing with is the one that he created. And I would actually agree with them from the Muslim perspective. From my perspective as an Israelite looking at the Muslim God, I would say, yeah, his God was created by another God. But that's a whole different argument. But yeah, man, I don't know. He kind of threw me off with stuff. But anyway, just to kind of defend him a little bit, the point you just made does not apply to his belief, because he doesn't believe his God knows everything.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. So shit is happening. He like, oh shit, like how'd that happen? What the fuck? Like, that was supposed to happen like that. Like, oh shit, like I gotta rearrange some shit.
Shit. So check this out. So now we all read the destruction, what the Yaqub made devils did to the holy people of the city of Mecca, right? And we also know what they did in Africa to Australia. This is what they'll tell you. They did in China, what they did over here in America with Black folks and Native Americans. They would tell you, right? And some of that history bear witness, right? Most of it. With all of that, Akachi and Sosa, with all that history of murder and bloodshed and colonizing, Elijah Muhammad said that the Indians are worse than white folks. And do you know why?
What you mean? Which Indians? The Native American Indians or Indians?
East Indians.
East Indians. All right, go ahead.
He said they are. I muted you by mistake, AG. Yeah, I was trying to let Amber in, but I muted you by mistake. So, with all of the destruction, white folks did, colonization, apartheid, Jim Crow, hanging, slavery, brutality, all over the world. Elijah Muhammad said, East Indians are worse than white folks simply because they believe in multiple gods. And they should be killed first. Something like that.
Damn, so they're the super double. So it's a goddamn super double, and then that damn.
Hey, keeping it real, I don't know if you remember, but when we were talking about it before, and I was saying, like, I've heard the conspiracy theories that he was actually an Indian, an East Indian. And then somebody else pointed it out also in the chat that the 72 trillion years is a Hindu principle. I mean, not a principle, but that's the point that the Hindus try and say. You know what I'm saying? That the Earth is like trillions of years old or something like that.
Whoever said that, and this, whoever said that in the chat, and this is the beautiful thing about wrenches, right? Is that they're able to provide the source, and that's why I do it. You know, so because sometimes it'd be debates in the chat, and they can't provide a link because they don't have a wrench, so it's just their way out. So,
but it was just interesting because and it actually kind of supports the theories that he was actually an Indian. You know, a crypto Indian trying to describe himself as black, because that is a Hindu idea.
Yeah, so
that 76% like that.
The person who said that, the 72 million thing, please put that in the chat. Now, I do know this. I do know Charles Taze Russell said the 76 trillion thing too. So Google Scholar said Hindus don't say that. Now, just for the record, I am amongst those who believe that Prophet Muhammad was an Indian.
Yeah, they said what? Yeah, I've heard Indian, Pakistani.
The same thing. The Pakis are Indian.
And I heard Arabian.
Yeah, the Pakis are Indians. They're Indians. They won't deny that. Because India was split. So one side took on the Hindu faith, it kept it, the other side took on Islam, but they're both the same people. They're both Indians. But yeah, I did hear the other things as well, and you know, I had an open mind. But I'm with Paul Good. I believe my man is Paul Good said Buddhist, something like that. But I believe that Indian, like I said, the doctrine is like Imam Bashir will agree.
The guy
sounds Asian to me. He sounds like an Asian, like that's how Chinese people sound when they try to.
They are Asians.
Yeah, yeah. I gonna say, well, Indians are Asian too.
Yeah, somebody, whoever disagreed that the Hindus don't say that. Nah, the Hindus do say that. They do say that the universe is like trillions of years. They do say that. Maybe not 76 trillion exactly, but they do say
find that somewhere before.
It's called Maha something with a K. I don't know, but you could Google it.
No,
I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah, I'm about to say we don't pass off homework. You Google it and you put it in the chat.
Maha Kalpa. That's what it's called.
Yeah, but Google that and put that in the chat for us, please, or the back chat.
All right.
Chat or the regular chat.
Yeah, looking at it, said the Hindus are like they said the universe is 15. The Earth is 155.5. God damn.
Wait. What? Say that again.
That was 155.5 trillion years old.
Oh my! Are you serious?
According to Hinduism, look.
Oh my God, that's true. That's something I never known. And to find to find something like that, I never known about. After I researched everything,
Yeah, when you look at it, we find to make sure.
I Googled it. It says 111.04 trillion years.
See? But anyway, the reason I brought that up is because me and Unbiased was just talking about the conspiracy theories that the guy was not really ADOS. He was East Indian or some one of them people over there.
Yeah, Amber.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because maybe I'm confused. So I did hear Focus say that he doesn't subscribe to like the all-knowing, all-powerful God concept. Like that's not how it's viewed in NOI. So I was just concerned because I'm like, okay, so what do they mean by prophet Elijah Muhammad? Like God revealed to him something that God don't even know? Like, because he's speaking of future and what we need to do and how to come together, and I'm just confused.
Unbiased actually asked him that, not verbatim what you just said, but he actually asked him, and then I tried to help him out with the most logical response, but he got upset. You remember that, Unbiased? You asked him, so he told him this. Why didn't he tell him this? You know what I'm saying? Did that God also know this?
Right. So the question was this: Elijah Muhammad clearly said he doesn't know when the beginning was, right? So I said, now, because he kept saying we don't know, but he's talking about God in the same paragraph. So I said, DJ Focus, do you believe he's representing God's views as well as we don't know, or is he representing just the humanity? So he said humanity. So I said, okay, cool. I said, do you believe? So I'm asking him personally. I said, do you believe that Allah knew the beginning, like when the beginning was?
Like was the creator conscious of being when he was in the process of being created or coming into existence, so to speak?
Right.
The creator should know that. No, think about it. The creator should know that because the creator is Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. What he was now, he always is. So he would know when he come into existence or when he decide to come into existence.
Because he was saying that one guy created another guy. So you're looking at the Alpha and Omega from similar to how I would look at it, but he's not looking at the Alpha and Omega. The God that Elijah Muhammad was speaking to was not the Alpha and Omega. It was a creation of the Alpha and Omega. That's what he said earlier, and I'm not misrepresenting him because he clarified it like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it's like
even with that, because
generation.
So what he was saying pretty much was like the atom was the creation of Allah, right?
Yeah.
Like in its inception. But the crazy thing is, as y'all stated, the atom is made up of, like, it can be broken down.
Right.
Protons, neutrons, electrons.
Yeah, so then how is the atom because you had to have those pieces to make the atom.
Right.
You understand? So then the creation of Allah, or the creator of Allah, has a creator.
Enter your participant ID
Right.
followed by pound. Otherwise, just pound.
So question. Because you know what we need to do? We need to do philosophy 101 in this room here. Get a good philosophy book. We have a philosophy teacher in the chat, right? Ask him to recommend a good philosophy book I would challenge each member of the chat and each member of the audience to download the book and read the book. Because a lot of the questions that we're asking are I can never
Philosophical.
logical question,
Close enough.
right? Like the existence of God and the forms and all of that. And a lot of people, because honestly, this whole God concept is man create God or God create man? Right? We need to get over that hurdle. And the other thing is that then nobody pray more than black people. I like bring up Jamaica, don't cost me. Jamaica have more churches per square mile than anybody is. Yet still they have one of the highest murder rates. Yes, it's true.
And that is murder rate. Like church.
Yeah, they have more churches per square mile. Yeah, there's more churches per square mile than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, they got that highest murder rate.
And yet still have one of the highest
All those
murder rates in
churches.
the world.
That's what we need a lot of Jesus in the neighborhood.
Well,
God.
every neighborhood you're going to Jamaica, you have at least 3 churches. Right? Every
God.
neighborhood. It could have been a neighborhood with 10 people living there, at least 3 churches in there. Right? So trust me. And you ask yourself the question, so what's the benefit? What's the benefit of this Jesus? If all of these people are doing every Sunday, yet still 7 days a week.
Yeah, like it's like you had your chance to make peace with the people. You got all these churches, like it's over. Like, you had your chance. Like what else could you possibly want?
Right.
I can't understand the logic of literally when you read through, your solution came from Yakub and the devilish ideas that were manifested in him. Then fast forward, your solution now, you still have to go to the devil to facilitate. Like, you can't do it on your own. So the concept ain't original, nor is the execution of it something you can actually do on your own. You still, if the devil, because at this point I would look at it as the devil is your provision then, not God. The devil is. So what is your affinity to this God? He don't have none of the answers to your problems.
Does the NOI and the NOI, do they hate Yakub? Do they hate Yakub?
No.
That's
like, no, they hate the white man.
I don't understand why they don't have what I mean, a visceral.
He's black. He's part of the original nation. They don't hate that.
But
no, they don't hate
even with that concept though, that he black, but he can't be like, just because he black and the devil came from him don't mean he as devilish as the devil. Well, like to me that's crazy. That if something greater, so you're saying a greater evil can come from this evil. Would that mean a greater good can come from the good that initially created us? So we can actually be better than so-called Allah.
Yeah, they created,
Yeah, I don't understand the logic because I've heard them too, like big up Yakub, like he was a scientist, but I'm thinking like if he's a reason why you're suffering, you know what I'm saying? Like it was his like they don't look at his deed as wickedness.
Now, but look at the contradiction though.
Curiosity that went awry.
So
no, not curiosity. He was like, I'm going to create a people to rule over you.
Oh, eugenics.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, this is what I'm going to do. Like he wouldn't like, you know what I'm saying? And he set out to do it.
But didn't they mention a microscope? I was confused. Did they have microscopes back then?
They have a spaceship.
No, apparently they did, and then we lost that knowledge.
They have a microscope.
Lost the knowledge, and they
yeah, 8,400 years ago, by the way.
But the crazy thing is they had a microscope, but when they asked about God, and he told them to go grab a magnifying glass and look at the atom. Why the fuck we can't? Why we never get the good shit? Never.
Right. Yeah, so it wasn't 12,000. It's 8,400 years ago. I remember.
Yeah, so either Yakub invented the microscope or somebody else invented the microscope for Yakub to use. So like, yeah.
I asked a question the other night. If they have so much technology on the spaceship, why the NOI don't have a university and build a factory like Elon Musk?
We ain't ready yet.
Yeah.
We ain't
One of
ready
the
yet.
things that on the ship.
You said why they don't got no university?
Yeah. No, they have all that technology on the spaceship. Right? Just bring one thing off the
Because
spaceship.
the white devil has not given it to him yet.
Right.
We
Yeah, they're gonna say. Yeah, they're gonna say the white rule is not up yet.
Yeah, it's a time. They can't come before the time.
Yeah.
You know, work. That's how it works.
You can't come before the time.
Yeah, it's a cycle. You feel me? It can't. It's prophecy, like.
But justice or else, though, right? But you can't come before the time. But justice or else.
So nothing we can't get off the spaceship. Nothing.
Nah, your nigga mind wouldn't even understand how to even deal with that type of shit.
No bathroom breaks.
That's why the prophet. That's why Elijah couldn't let you know about Farah, because your nigga mind couldn't fathom somebody non-African. That's why he hid it from you.
Your nigga mind.
Your nigga mind would.
And you can't practice polygamy because that nigga mind.
Yeah, because your nigga mind. You dumbass. You trifling ass niggas wouldn't know. That's crazy.
He said deaf, dumb, and blind. Yo, he told the white interviewer. Huh?
We can't get one of the space toilets. Not even one of the space toilets.
See what that spaceship.
Yeah, man, Wesley killed me with that shit. He said, yo, nigga, that dog, your nigga mine. He killed me with that shit. I was like, damn.
Oh.
I got that from Wesley.
Who was saying that?
Wesley Muhammad. Wesley
He
Muhammad.
said that?
Yeah, that's where I get that from.
Oh, my God.
You understand when he was
I
on
know
Garfield
that,
shit? When old boy was challenging him on Garfield? Because when he did the documentary about Elijah, about the girls and shit.
He came on. No.
Yeah, you ain't seen it. The barbershop dude on his channel, he had to sit down with West, and they was going back and forth. He was going for the document. Yeah, they was battling out, and he was like, he said, why?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and he was like, the reason he hid it because the nigga mind wasn't able. He knew that the nigga mind wasn't capable of dealing with it. And that's why he hit it.
The nigga mind.
Yeah, he said that's why Elijah was like, only he can practice polygamy, because he forbid it for all other mothers, because he know because the nigga mind can do the only he had the infinite wisdom to deal with that type of.
Of course, he wasn't a hypocrite. Of course.
Yeah, I got that shit from Western. That's Western shit.
It's the mental gymnastics.
Word. The nigga mind. That's a new one.
Yeah, you gotta watch that little shit. Whatever the little channel was, barbershop shit. He got a whole interview with him because he going over Malcolm case, and you know what I mean. And they going over whole shit, and you know what I mean, the whole Malcolm shit and Elijah. He going, Wesley putting on FBI documents.
Okay, yeah. That's 4 hours long though, right?
I don't know how long. They sat down for a while. I saw parts of it.
Okay, so this is for Stuppies. I think this is what you're supposed to have. Cause you Google something, it give you a title, but then you play it, it don't. Yeah. I never heard it before, but this is for Stuppies. This is Elijah talking.
Okay. No, I heard him talking. I heard about it. When you played it, I was listening to it. I was listening listening to it for a while.
Now it doesn't want to play. Okay. Let me see if I get this. The Stoopies wanted to know about this.
About the spaceship. I want
Yeah.
a space toilet in my house. I want one of those.
Yeah, your nigga
Yeah,
mind.
wait till you find out how they made the spaceship.
You wouldn't even know where to sit on the space.
Oh, wait, I wanted to.
Listen,
What
one
the
nigga
hell?
mind couldn't comprehend the spaceship.
The nigga mine. All right, fuck it, I'm gonna play it. Yo, wait till you guys find out how the spaceship was made and where at and who made it. Okay? All right, here we go. It won't let me. It won't let me. That's crazy. Yeah, they got it in a way where you can't share it. The audio automatically stops.
Mm-hmm.
So when I play it live, right, without the share, are you able to hear it clear? Like through my phone?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, hold on. I'll bring the phone closer. Not yet.
But remember
Can you get it?
that black could not have been behind white.
Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Because it's impossible to take white out of black. But you could take white out of black, but not black out of white. This makes you be the first, regardless of what people say. You are the first. Because we can't make this our color from white. It has been experimented many times by the enemy to see if he could not claim first too, or equal as first. But he can't do it. It's impossible. Now he's going up. Allah opened up the heavens as the Holy One teaches.
There you go.
So let him go up there and peep in. Then bring him down to the bottom of hell. Because he's not able to stay up there. He's not able to stay nowhere, only where Allah permits him to stay. Then Allah takes him away from that will. Anytime he will, he takes him away. All the white men go to the moon.
There you go, Stoopies.
Yeah, but what is the moon? It's our moon. He didn't find there where he made anything. No, he didn't make nothing up there on that moon. We made. Let him go and peep at it. Now he's making instruments to look at the civilization on Mars.
Stoopies.
Well, when he sees what's on Mars, he won't see no mark of his. It's our Mars, our people, so God have taught me. And that he didn't know they was there until
Our people that God told me, and the white man didn't know they were there on Mars.
a few days ago. He used to look at Mars and just call it a star, and that's all. But our fathers made it with some type of intelligent beings, like ourselves, to walk on 2 feet or hinds. They are not animals. They are intelligent people. The marks that we see on Mars is not from a ignorant, silly, uncivilized person. They show signs of civilization. And they look something similar to us, not exactly, but they look similar. They walk on 2 feet,
Bipedal.
and they're not white folks.
There you go, Sufi. Life on Mars. They look like black folks. They walk on 2 feet, and they're not white folks.
Okay.
Absolutely
Absolutely.
ridiculous.
No, the man right. Did you ever see that? Did you ever see those people? You nigga man can't comprehend this shit. That's the problem.
Okay? This is why we know so much about white folks and nothing about black people, according to the doctrine. You're going to hear stuff like that. They hide that from the public. Nobody will ever join if they led with that. They lead with, they're terrorizing your communities. We need unity. The white man, vaccines, the government, abortion. They lead with the scare tactics, things like that. That's how they get you.
It's
but they won't lead with that.
It's our Mars, our moon. We just, why don't they see what's going on?
You see, that's the problem. You have the nigga mind. You have the nigga mind. You need to get rid of the nigga mind. The nigga mind limits your possibility. That's what the nigga mind does.
Nigga mind make you take claim of everything because you don't feel like you got shit. Our Mars, our moon. It's so weird.
Now, I always heard that. I never heard it myself. That was my first time hearing that thing too. I just heard the Nation of Islam pioneer, the leaders or whatever, repeat that, but I never actually heard it.
The fact that they was willing to repeat it though. But you know what? I'm gonna say it. I do blame the white man. You know why?
What?
Because they come up with all this, Santa Claus and all this it make it like it's okay to just pull shit out your ass, make it up, and people believe it. Why the fuck not? If they can have their Easter bunny and they Santa Claus, why the fuck we can't have Mars and the moon? Why?
Right. Yeah.
If that guy can walk on water, shit. Yeah, we could be chilling out on the spaceship in space, not taking bathroom breaks or nothing, coming and getting fucking, what is it, oxygen? They got to come to the surface to get oxygen.
Yeah. Every so often they got to get oxygen.
Yeah. It's just so fucking ridiculous, though.
That is the nation. Look at this phone. Yeah, that is the Nation of Islam, right there. That's their doctrine. That's some of it. Like again, like their views. Amber, I don't know if you caught it, but I said all of what they condemn white folks for, all of the reason why they would call them the devil, worse than to call anybody, on earth if you're into their religious stuff. All that being said, and they tie in the history of the white folks, they said the Indians are worse, the East Indians are worse than white folks. Not because they did all that stuff, colonize, apartheid, none of this, lynching, slavery, not that. They are worse than white folks, more evil, simply because they believe in multiple gods.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, the crazy thing is, I don't think people even see how much religion reinforces the concept of superiority. one
Right.
God, all supreme. So if you looking at that, you're not looking for it to be the concept of multiple gods allows for at least there to be uh multiple mediums of greatness or power or excellence or however the fuck you want to look at it. But the concept of one true God it's so isolating, you know? So everybody want to
Yeah.
attach themselves to that one true God. It breeds supremacist ideology.
It's
There's no
because you
room
have the
for
nigga
anybody
mind.
else to be great. Huh?
It's because you have the nigga mind. If you say if you have the enlightened mind, you could have seen what the honorable, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, the last prophet of fraud, not fraud, Ford, FAUD, Ford Muhammad. I need to get rid of this nigga, man. That's my New Year resolution to remove the nigga, man.
I'm surprised you didn't see that. I'm surprised you didn't see that part, Stupid. Because I think Garfield aired it on his show. I'm surprised you ain't seen the whole shit. That's how I seen it.
Yeah, oh man, I gotta find that quote right there.
That's
The
just
nigga
hilarious.
mind.
Yeah, that shit hilarious.
No, but
The nigga mind is the reason.
the dude who said it, what's his name again? Him sound like a pretty intelligent dude, you know.
Wesley Muhammad.
Wesley Muhammad, you know.
He is, man. Like he know, like Wesley knows. Like, yeah, the higher ups know the bullshit, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? They know what it is. Wesley, when he started off, he wasn't that dogmatic in the beginning. He tried to really stay away from that. And then I guess, like, you know, I mean, like I think after coming under criticism, he then started becoming more in line with the you know the pseudoism, because he used to always be like, I'm not so dogmatic. He used to be big on that.
Right. Yep.
Then later on, he started to change. I guess, you know what I mean? I guess, you know what I mean, as far as trying to get leadership, trying to get that leadership role, he realized, like,
Oh yeah.
gotta fall in line.
Got to go all in.
Yeah.
So the question I'm
And
asking,
that's why Malcolm went nothing to do with that.
when Farrakhan, because the position is a position for life, I realize that he's never stepping down. But when he dies, who will get the organization?
My opinion is that it's going to do what it always does when the leader dies. It's going to fall apart.
Yeah, it's gonna fracture. You know what I mean? And different people going, because, you know, they got the royal family. You know, they call it Farrakhan the royal family.
Really?
Yeah. That's what they're
Oh,
referring to
wow.
as the royal family. Yeah. And I think the same thing too. It's gonna fracture. You know what I mean? People gonna split and they're gonna take segments and run off with their followers.
Yeah.
Do you think that his son with the white wise?
Yeah. Mustafa.
Especially if he take the, you know what I'm saying? Especially if he take the reins, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but that's what always
if he take
happened.
over that thing.
Yeah, you look at Noble Drew Ali, same shit. First time when Elijah went away, same shit. You know what I'm saying? All of them happen the same way.
Yeah, they never had any will for the people in order.
Is that the children they want to pass the reign to their children? It's like that fat one TD Jakes and his children literally rule the church.
Hey, how come none of the niggas at the head ain't never got no goddamn afros? All these niggas here be slicked back and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, really?
And look, let me speak to that real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're quick to tell you how Darwin used the word savage. Well, Elijah Muhammad teaches if you got any hair on your face, hair on your head, that's the savage type. So this is why you got to cut it low. You look like a savage.
What about the fro though? What about the afro? The afro's forbidden?
Savage.
Yeah,
Like
didn't they?
you heard
I know. I
Farrakhan?
heard something. Yeah, I heard something about the curly hair was like a curse and it got straightened. Some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, your hair's
That's
supposed to match
Farrakhan.
your eyebrows.
Yeah. Damn, I should have played it.
All of a sudden, all these
I want
niggas
to
got
listen
this
to
slick.
the curse, the eyebrow, and all of this, and I listen to the dude, and I said, "This is what is seriously selling to our people. This is what is being sold to our people."
Yeah, they try to walk that back too, some kind of way. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't understand how people overlook the self. Like, okay, I can understand years ago, but now y'all don't see the blatant self hate embedded in the doctrine. You don't see it.
Right.
Yeah. All of a sudden, all these Negroes here,
The fact,
versus Islam, and all they got these little baby curls and shit. Yeah, that's it.
yeah, motherfucker look like a fucking frontal wig. Got baby hair and shit.
jet black, mama and daddy jet black. All of a sudden, but they got the curly hair and shit. We got it's crazy.
And they all got to get that
whole texturizer.
Yeah, because even the other little young, well, I don't know how young he is, but you know the other slick talker want to be talking that kind of look like Wesley.
And they go old. And you told Nuri.
Yeah. You even got the same
like
shit.
60.
Yeah.
I think like 62 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, how old is Farrakhan?
Farrakhan is almost 80.
Gotta be 80.
Nuri Muhammad.
Yeah, that nigga was around with Malcolm, bro. Think about that shit. Yeah.
He's old, but he's never going to give up power.
I mean, that's how
just
they
like
died.
the old white men that not gonna give up power. They got to die off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they never named a successor either. That's same shit.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, you ain't got your affairs in order. This is so important to the people, but you ain't got your affairs in order. You just gonna leave that shit, in Allah's hands. Shit.
Yeah.
Probably don't want to think about death. You know what I'm saying? Shit. We want to think about death. You know what I mean?
Farrakhan talk a lot about it. Like he's so ready. Where at one point he was,
Before those mean old doctors saved him.
You said before the mean old doctors saved him.
Yeah, those wicked doctors, saved him.
I know he ain't go to no wicked white hospital.
Yeah, he built it back up though. You gotta give him his props because they was fractured. Like he revived them niggas. You know what I'm saying? And really, with that and the help of Donahue, you know what I'm saying? Donahue catapulted him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe who went on there? I believe Dr. Khaled went on there first. I can't remember.
I think it might have been Farrakhan.
I believe that.
But it could have been. It could have been.
Farrakhan he went twice, right? He went twice.
Yeah. That's how I got into Farrakhan. Yeah, because I started getting his tapes was being passed like through the community when that shit came out. You know what I mean? There'd be cassette tapes with Farrakhan speaking and shit. You know what I mean?
Hey, did you know that Sean Hannity been calling out Farrakhan for the longest?
Who?
Sean Hannity.
Yeah.
For the long, I mean, bro, just Google it. I mean, disrespecting him. It's like, yo, you afraid? You sent Dr. Khaled, you sent Malik Zabad, but you won't show up. Yeah, I mean, disrespect.
Yeah, so I didn't want that smoke, like nigga. I want that smoke.
Yeah, he want them bad, bro. and my man will not show up.
Yeah,
But
they
he'll
deal
go to
with the
Alex Jones
control
show.
set. They deal with control settings. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, they're not going to be in a setting where it's
Yeah.
equal footing. Yeah, they got to be able to control the narrative. And every time there's an interview with somebody who's sympathetic, you know, they all do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially Farrakhan is all
but
slow talking and shit.
I just don't
Yeah,
understand how
Phil
they're
Jones
not
is-
guilty by association when Margaret Sanger is guilty because she met with the KKK. Like, how these people not guilty by association when they, you know, link up with white people to communicate their message? How are they not agents for white people?
You see, you can't understand it to the amber. You know why you can't understand it?
He
The
like
nigga
that.
mind. It's the nigga mind.
The nigga man.
Or they goddamn, or
Yeah.
the Unc bringing up the Jim Jones being in the mosque. That shit there blew me away.
Oh yeah. That's another one. Like they always line themselves up with cult leaders. Yeah, they invited Jim Jones. I forgot to mention that one too. I mean,
Which
they
Jim
invited
Jones?
Jim Jones.
Say Jim Jones.
The
He
killer
said,
Jim
which
Jones, the
Jim
drink the
Jones?
Kool-Aid.
Not the
Yeah,
one from
He drink the
Dipset.
Kool-Aid.
Shit.
Yeah, not the ball. Not that one.
Seriously?
Yeah, they invited the Kool-Aid
Yeah.
Jim Jones, bro, to
Yeah, he
speak
was in the
on a
mosque.
platform to their
Yeah,
members.
he was in the mosque. Yeah, he was in the mosque.
That white dude with the eye with the shades?
Yeah, they poison them. They poison motherfuckers in Africa. Yeah.
Right. Teach me your ways.
In Guyana. So
Teach me your ways.
Yeah, because wasn't old
Yeah.
boy from Scientology dude, wasn't he a teacher of Farrakhan? Like I was one of a professor some shit? If I'm not mistaken. Like Farrakhan knew that guy.
Mhm.
Which one are you talking about?
The Scientology guy.
Oh, the founder.
Yeah, like he's familiar with him. Either he
I'm not
was
sure.
either they schooled together or that was his teacher. Let me find it. Yeah, like he knew him. He commented on him before, like, you know what I mean? In the same kind of terminology, like he was a great man type, kind of like he did Hitler type scenario.
Oh yeah?
Let me pull it up. Let me see if I can find that shit.
Wow.
I want to know who is taking over the nation after Farrakhan. If he really wants to give it to his son.
I don't know, but I can say one thing: it ain't gonna be dark.
Hell no.
Whoever it is, ain't gonna be original black man. I say that much.
Because Elijah Muhammad wasn't dark either. He was light skinned.
Nobody.
He wasn't nowhere near dark. Shit.
Nah.
Very ambiguous looking black man. Shit.
Yeah, he was nowhere near. Right? They had Dr. Khalid and they had Leo Muhammad over in the UK. Who everybody was feeling. And Leo Muhammad, man,
Malcolm was not dark as Malcolm was not dark as
Nah. But Malcolm was too black in his talking.
his speech.
Mm-hmm. But it's like if you watch like old Asian films, like you had the king and they have all their successors, you know, all they kids and shit. And they be at each other's throat, trying to off each other to get the throne. Yeah, I think it's gonna be something like that.
They're trying to off each other to the throne. That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
The slander gonna start. The backbiting, the slander. If you don't know Two B's, man, it might be Father Flagan.
Nobody dark skin not getting that shit.
Man, this shit a hustle. He don't give a damn what the fuck happened to it afterwards. He rolled his way.
No, he wants his kids to get it.
Yeah. Hey, wait. Do you know his net worth, by the way?
That's at 4.5 million.
I don't think it's that much, but yeah, it's somewhere around there. Yeah, I don't think it's that much because I think polite fake net worth is worth more. I think he had like 2.5.
The man of 100,000 followers. There's no way more than $2.5 million. Stop that.
Yeah. Go Google it. Google it.
I know. It's a 4.5.
It's 2.5 or 3. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, I could be wrong.
We Googled it, remember? But we're talking about it. He has 100,000 followers.
Oh yeah. I think I remember.
Oh.
Yeah.
If you wanna be blessed, pay your tithes and your offerings. Somebody been tithing and offering.
$10 a year off of each of those people is $1 million. $100 a year is $10 million.
Let me see if that's about right, because I know when I was in there, we was giving $5 a week to what they call it the charity.
Yeah, $50 a year.
So 52 weeks in a year, whatever that amounts to.
$260. So, right.
But it could be more now because at that time the final call only cost $1. It costs $2 now. I don't know what the charity is today. I got to find out. But I do know this: on top of that $5 charity, you're still required to, when they pass the plate, you're still required to put something in there. And then if you're a male, you're required to sell final calls. And you got to pay for your final calls up front. Whether you sell them or not, that's on you. But you got to pay for the final calls up front. They're prepaid. They're not given to you and you sell and then you get a percentage. That's not how it works. You pay for them up front.
So you pay them to advertise.
Yep.
It says he didn't know
how much final call for the year you have to buy.
Okay, so I think they're weekly, and starting off as a new member, you can take whatever you think you can sell, 10, 15, but a couple months in, they're gonna try to talk you into snatching more.
Yeah, leveling up.
And
so let's say you sell,
and then
give you 10 a week. That's $20 a week. And each final call would take 50 cents to produce a copy. We'll be generous when we say 50%. 50 cents, because the producer math is far cheaper. Right? So 50 cents a copy. And they sell it for $2. And how much they sell you for? They sell you for $1, right? And you sell it for $2.
Yeah.
Hello?
You get 70 at that time. You get like whatever you sell, like the discount you get 70 cents on the dollar. When I was in there, but they take 30%.
Yeah. But you paid up front, so you ain't owe them nothing on the back end.
Right.
That means if you know how to spell final call, then
But then they still gonna get
find
in
a
your
good
pocket.
spot. If you get a good spot, you can be selling like 100 final call a week, but that's at $70 a week. 100.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you this much. Mondays is FOI class, right? Men's training. That's a Monday. So it's every male on Monday got to show up. That's when you start drilling. Like they got like militant drills they do there. Chanting
What time?
calls you spend.
What time?
7:00
At night.
Yeah.
Then suppose you work night shift.
Okay. Right. Yeah. You got to make it. Now check this out. When they was pressuring me to sell these final calls, because remember, if you don't sell them by the next week, there's a new edition out. Nobody who actually buy final calls want the old edition. So whatever you got, you got a week to sell them. Whatever you got, that's pretty much trash. So what I did, I said, "Oh, y'all want to play that game?" Guess what? I never made a men's meeting. I'm probably the only member to ever join that don't know how to march. Because you learn how to drill on Mondays. I have no idea how to march. I never learned anything because I never went on a Monday. I said, okay, we can play that game. I'm going to sell these shits off.
So suppose you don't want to take any.
Oh, that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. Yeah. They'll put you out.
Then even if he's a working man, I don't have the time to sell it.
There's no such thing as not having time to do a lot of work.
So pretty much they was pimping.
Hey,
Yeah, they would tell you. They would tell you doing for yourself. They would tell you that you can
I'm
make a
already
living
doing
selling
for
final
myself. I
calls.
got a whole job. Now I got to do for you. Shit.
Let me read this little Scientology shit though. Listen, it says the relationship between Scientology and NOI goes back nearly 2 decades. Farrakhan was introduced to Scientology in the late 90s. Scientology leader David Mastovich expressed interest in attracting Black people. And by 2006, Scientologists honored Farrakhan at the Ebony Awakening Awards. And then in 2010, Scientology held a summit near the NOI's headquarters. And according to the NOI official publication, The Final Call, this was around the same time Farrakhan began having NOI members take courses in Dianetics. And it said one of Scientology's most important practices is auditing. A Scientology audit is a therapy session in which an auditor listens to a patient and helps them to eliminate negative emotions and obtain higher levels of consciousness. Some say the auditing sessions are monitored and that the information obtained through the session can be used for blackmail. You know what I'm saying? And they're saying like they think that Farrakhan gets a commission off of converting members and getting the Dianetics. You know what I'm saying? Getting them under Dianetics.
Yeah, I believe that too.
But you know that's how the Scientology controlled its members too. Like that old girl that used to be on the girl Leah used to be in that little show King of the Hill or whatever that shit used to be. Yeah. She was saying like that's how they use certain information for blackmail, and it's like a brainwashing. You know what I mean? So he probably saw that and was like, I can use that tool to further lock in my people. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy.
So are you calling the NOI a cult? Is that what we're saying? Is the NOI a cult?
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah,
in my mind, it's no question. It's a cult. This is the very definition of a cult.
Yeah, no question. It's cult.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely cult.
Yeah, they said the nation said it got 1,055 certified auditors.
What is the auditor? The person who listens to people?
Yeah, that do the
And like you gotta Google the stuff you're supposed to confess in there, like really sensitive information. Like you're required to like confess in there. Like yo, how many sisters you done slept with in this mosque, man? Tell us.
Look,
Give me names.
This says Scientology awarded its highest honor, the Freedom Medal, to NOI Minister Tony Muhammad. Right?
Yeah.
2017. The other person get that is Tom Cruise got it in 2004.
Wow. Yeah, I heard Tony Muhammad. Like basically, yeah, I heard he went all the way in.
Yeah, I think he did.
Like even the members was like, dude, you wildin'.
Yeah, he locked in. He locked in.
Yeah.
So
the
how
members
is he
complain
not
like, nah,
he's no longer a member of the mosque.
No, he still is.
Yeah, I think he still is. Yeah.
So how you serve two masters?
Yeah.
What am I missing here? Am I missing something here?
You still trying to use your nigga mind, or I swear, your brain can't comprehend this shit. Like, why
you still trying to use the nigga mind.
I swear these Negroes are biased. That's why you the little puny brains trying to understand this shit. You gotta go get the lessons, man. Go get audited. This shit make sense to you, stupid.
No, honestly, you're right. You know, I'm still trying to use my nigga mind. My Negro mind, or my nigga mind, or my. I don't understand. I'm trying to understand what we're talking about here. This dude is a Nation of Islam, but he's also praised by Scientologists.
I know getting awards is shit. Getting awards, it's the highest award. Like, nigga, we choose you. Like, the work you done is
you know what?
excellent.
To me, that's the ultimate disrespect. Like, you're supposed to represent the black nation. You love your people, do for self, all this stuff. And every chance you get, and the white man's a devil, but every time you align yourself with somebody white, it's the most, let me just be nice, it's the most controversial of their race.
Yeah. That's why you know some bullshit. You feel me? And why would you even deem it necessary or even any type of validation for them to give you an award?
But you know, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I look at these things as like tests, right? Like, I feel like these are measures of how strong your influence is. Like, how strong of a cult leader are you, right? How far can I go? I'm preaching this message. They all on my ways. If I do this, do I lose the people? Or do they continue?
Yeah.
Like, to me, it's just a reinforcement of the code, you know, the power you have over the code that you're running, you know? Like, how much can I contradict myself? How much is too much? What's my limit here? And today, it don't look like he got one.
Yeah, I think they reach out. Like I said, I think he saw signs. He saw like, yo, I mean, because like, listen, man, remove all the spirit shit away. I mean, they're manipulators and con artists, bro. Whether, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's, Malachi York and the whole nine, they're looking for techniques and ways to further engulf the people in whatever the doctrine is. So when he see that shit being used, Scientology, he's like, yo, I can use that shit right there, man. Yeah. You can see the hypocrisy at the top. You know what I'm saying? When you look at RZA, the school scare, he was involved in this shit.
Oh my God!
Like, you see what it is, like, but only the people at the top players know what it is.
But see, my thing
Amber
is,
2P, are you aware of the school thing he was part of?
What's that?
All right, I'll do that one next. But go ahead, Amber, finish.
Yeah, you can do that.
My thing is, like, I understand that they definitely want to learn tactics and they link with other like-minded individuals to, trade secrets and shit. But the fact that it's not a secret, all of this stuff can be done behind the scenes and nobody would have to know. The fact that you do it so publicly is a show of arrogance and, like, oh, I know I'm uncheckable, and let me show you how I'm uncheckable. I talk all this white man is the devil shit, and then I align with this organization publicly. This ain't no behind the scenes expose type shit. This is loud and proud. And nobody's saying shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, because the doctrine is like, you can't question the minister. Like if he's dealing with this white man, then it must be a reason why he's doing it, and it's not your
right.
responsibility to even question why you're doing it.
You got a nigga mind.
Yeah,
you don't got the mind of God.
Yeah, just follow the line. That's it. It's a greater plan.
Listen, Amber, he listen. I can show you text messages of my boy of mine. He's in there deep. He's mad at me because I questioned his minister information on vaccines. He told me I hate Farrakhan and all this other stuff. Don't ever text him again. I thought he was on some DJ Folk stuff. He's just mad at the moment. This dude ain't responding to my stuff ever again. Matter of fact, the entire pandemic, this guy ain't reached out to me.
Appreciate that. He at least he stood on his shit. Fucking DJ Focus wants somebody to chase after him. He wants you to follow him, follow him, get him, follow him. He wants you to beg him back. Boy, nobody give a fuck. Y'all will never see me again. Man, did you promise? Shit.
Right. Yeah, the dude that cuts everybody. And then he tells me to text. For no reason. I mean, like, you got Akachi who agrees with you. Hey, you won't even give him a chance to agree with you. You're so crazy. He's like,
he does
when
that
somebody agrees with you
consistently,
that much,
though. He does that consistently. He consistently gets into it with people that's literally defending him, like, or trying to agree with him. No, bro, calm down. Nobody's arguing with you. No, because you said, like, he has such a problem with, he wants contention. I don't know if it's something he used to in his regular life. Like, he craves it. He looks for it. He finds it in the most, unusual places. You could be like, oh, you're nice. You're doing a good job. Oh, I know what you mean by that. You're trying to say what?
I know what you mean by
being
that.
Sneaky. I know what you're trying to do. Nigga, I was trying to give you a compliment, but never mind.
That sounded like his ass. I know what you're trying to do. Oh, that sounds like you being sneaky. Yeah, that's exactly him. Damn, that's 10 point.
What about the school shit, though?
Oh, Rizza Islam and his mother. Okay, they were bringing a program to schools. Do you remember the exact program the service that they were bringing? Whatever the service was, they told the schools that it's not religious based. They're not going to try to recruit. It's pure. They were trying to educate it was something like batter teens, something like that. I forgot. Oh, I may be mixing programs up. Don't quote me. All I know is that you want to talk about a conspiracy theory that's confirmed. Their hands was so far down the pocket of school board members, principals. It was a legit scam. They convinced everybody to get on board. They was getting all these grants and things from the government for this, for the program, and they was paying these people off if they bring. I think it has to do with substance abuse. Yeah. So it has to do with substance abuse, and they had like therapy or some type of crap for that, that natural stuff that they had going on, and they could get people proper treatment with this alternative alternative therapy, basically. And they convinced important people in the school system, some politicians as well, to get on board, and it was get them a bag, like a large bag, because every person that signed up, they get such funding for those people. It was making a lot of money, and they was paying. They had the power to put people in their pocket, legit people with careers in their pocket, just to get more people signed up. And the kids who were signed up for this stuff, like, didn't even have substance abuse, issues. Why am I here?
Oh, so they was patting
They
the
just
number.
went with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just went with it. So his mom was the ringleader, and he was like CFO, something like that. And they went to court and everything. It's still open. They got a trial date coming up, but the mom is heavily in trouble. He is too. So they was trying to say he ain't know what's going on with the mom operation, but the authorities like, nah, we got evidence to suggest that you was a major
You
factor
knew.
in this. So
You definitely
so
knew.
he's using that. He's using that to say the white man's trying to shut him up.
Look, the white man tried to shut him up.
But the
Because
thing
I
is,
bet
so
these programs weren't in white neighborhoods. Was these fraudulent programs in white neighborhoods, or were they in black neighborhoods?
Yeah. Now,
But-
I think that was everywhere.
but my thing is, how convenient though, right? Like, first off, y'all preach the white man is the devil, right? I know you had white donors. You had white people that was
Right.
providing grant funds or whatever.
Right.
So how convenient is it that now all of a sudden when shit don't go your way, now they trying to shut you up when
Right.
why did you align yourself with them in the first place if they the devil?
Right. Yeah, they can't be trusted.
Right. Like, so you should be getting what you expected to get. You ain't expect to get this shit, but it's all bullshit, just an excuse. But again, when you preach that type of doctrine, you have a built-in scapegoat every time. Soon as you get caught doing some bullshit, they trying to see, this is what I've been trying to tell y'all. It's the setup is already there, they already got their excuse ready to go. It's gonna be the white man.
Yep. Or every time. And like I'm in these groups, these Facebook groups, but like they are aware of who I am. Again, I've been debating these guys long before there was a Shotnetter TV on YouTube. So my name is like dirt in these groups. They're not gonna, and if somebody's unaware of me, somebody's gonna rat me out. Say no, don't. So, but I have a Facebook. I have 3 accounts. Yeah, so I got 3 accounts, but I got one that's nowhere near my name. I'm just gonna take my picture off now, and I'm gonna try to get these guys on the panel, not to debate, but just to discuss the doctrine openly, all of our concerns and things like that, and you'll see hostility, and and they'll be mild mannered in every other topic, but when it comes to their doctrine, you'll see the uncomfortness.
I wonder if they be feeling like, because sometimes I do wonder, like, how deep it go. Like, do they think that just by them being aligned with somebody that questions the doctrine, that's like gonna do something to them?
They spooky AF.
I'm like, damn, what's wrong with
Definitely
the question? Like, they be trying to shut you down before you get it out your mouth. Like, do you think something's gonna happen if you allow me to ask the question?
They're gonna say, "What's your agenda?"
To get answers.
That's what they're gonna say.
That's the agenda.
Just seen Paul Green in the chat, like he was going in on you about that goddamn.
He was?
Like, yeah. Paul Green was playing no games. He's like, you know what I'm saying? He was all about everything Focus was saying.
Yeah, I started to mention that earlier.
Yeah, he said nothing that Minister Elijah said was unproven. You can't prove anything wrong.
And he
why you tell me that?
No, he actually said, like, why are y'all even questioning it? Like, he he
Wow.
said, why is it even a question? Like, why are you even questioning it?
Pure lunacy. Yeah.
And I told him, I said, what you describing, because I forgot who he used as an example, but he used somebody as I think he might have said Scientology, or he might use that. He said they don't even question it. I said, well, what you describing is a cult. Like, the fuck? Why we even question? Like, scrutiny is healthy. That's not like something to be
Right.
scared of or like run away from. But yeah, he was definitely cutting up in the damn chat. Definitely.
Look, most supporters, sympathizers, members, that's with them, when they, talk to me, Rob Bourne, whoever, like, they're going to immediately know I know what I'm talking about. I know more than most members because they really don't study, most members. Like, Rob Bourne got me on the history, but I got him on the religious doctrine, because even the stuff I pulled out today, I don't think he is aware of. But on the history, he got me there. But I know a lot. So when we invite these people on here, Asiatic black man, they're gonna say I know what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not making stuff up when I tell you about certain final call title. I have stuff they don't know about, because they never sold final calls. So there's no way they'll be able to tell you the percentage and the prepaid things like that, or FOI class. That they're not gonna be able to do that. The charity, $5 a week, they're not gonna be able to do that. Focus doesn't know about that stuff. He never sold final calls as an adult. He never paid charity. He can't tell you that.
Yeah, I really don't understand why he's so invested, because you're not even, I mean, admittedly, you're not really entirely aligned with the doctrine. You take it so seriously on here, but you don't take it seriously enough for you to, actually practice it. Like, I don't get it.
That's it. I'm glad you said that, because that's like equivalent to me talking all this vaccine stuff would be unvaccinated. All this defense and they're safe and effective, but the whole while I'm unvaccinated.
Unvaccinated, not wearing your mask, you're not social distancing, you just living like you unvaxxed, but preaching about vaccination. Like, yeah, I don't understand. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And he said, no, you're not gonna try to make it like, but he came on like pretty much name dropping and talking about it. And then once he got pressed, and people like, oh no, you can't be aligned with them because they wouldn't be acting like this. Then I never said I was.
Yeah,
you're not gonna make it like,
come on, stop.
Yeah, like, no.
But I had told him how it was gonna go. I said, dude, I'm going to play videos. I'm going to read literature. I said, I give you the chance to, correct my commentary or clear it up. That was the agreement. Not to start trying to talk as much as me and rant. He agreed. He did okay for a little bit. And then as soon as the Akachis go, he cutting the Akachi off. As soon as the Watcher go, whoever so that he cutting them off and he arguing with them, and he got to respond right away. After I gave him 3 minutes to just rant.
Yeah, he'll kill me with this one. He'll be like, all right, okay, a question for all y'all that just answered that. I want to know, what do y'all really know about the Yakub story? Well, what I know is, hold on. Why are you coming on, buddy? Like, you just asked me a question. You can answer the question when I'm done.
And he stopped. It ain't like he kept talking, Amber. He stopped. So Kaji said, well, I'll tell you what I know. I ain't done. Okay, see, you want to do that game right there? No, bro. Nah, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, he do it every time, though. Every fucking time.
Oh, like, so I want to say this. the reason why, I mean, like, I could really just do him dirty and show lectures of his peoples. And you'll see that to them panelists, talking a lot means you're smart. Preaching for 3 hours on a Sunday service, supposed to be an hour, 3 hours, holding people in the mosque on a Sunday, football Sunday to 4 o'clock. They really believe talking a lot equates to like intelligence, or like you're compelling the audience, and that's why they do it. They believe talking a lot somehow is going to get their point across and make you believe that what they're saying is true.
But see, here's
They
the
all
thing,
do it.
you know, but here's the thing. I can understand how some people could perceive it that way, right? Only when you're able to do that and maintain your audience. The ability to keep people captivated for any extended amount of time is a gift. It may not necessarily equate to, like, you know, intellect, but there is a certain charisma required to do that. However, what he fails to realize is you do not have that gift. We be tired of hearing you fucking talk. So I'm not, like, you don't make
Right.
sense. You all over the place, and you're not even interesting to listen to. So just give that up.
Right.
He's actually much more tolerable and palatable when he chills out. But all that hyper and, like, this is not the space for that. There may be channels where that shit is, you know, live and lit, but most of the people over here don't like all of that, especially when you lit for no reason. You're picking petty arguments, you're pulling shit out of thin air. You know, like, we're a little more, you know, aware. You can't just make up some shit and then and I don't even understand what the point of him doing all of that when you literally have no allies in the chat. I could even see it being justified if some of the people rocked with you. You be having like one fucking fan in the chat. One. Everybody else sick of your shit.
Right. Sick of your shit. Explain what that means. Sick of your shit.
Sick of just tired. Tired of hearing you talk. Tired of hearing your weak ass talking points. Tired of hearing my point is, if I could just say my point. My
right.
point
Real quick.
I was talking and you cut me off. Like it's
Yeah.
It's
I
tired.
gotta
It's
write
through.
down. Tomorrow, if y'all not caught up in the holiday spirit, we're gonna do part 2. We're gonna do the mother plane. We gotta do that. We're gonna do How to Eat to Live, book 1 and 2, right? So these are supposed to be dietary laws. What to eat, what not to eat. Okay, if you thought something Sabi said was like a reach or extreme,
somebody getting down. Who was that? It can't be. That's stupid.
That's
Stupid is getting down. He's snoring his ass off.
At least when wait, do I be snoring when I'm knocked out? Y'all don't hear me, right?
Normally you have your mic muted or something when you fall out.
Okay.
You know, you
The
prepare
last time I didn't though. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember
my
hearing
luck.
I don't remember hearing no snoring or nothing.
Yeah, I think somebody was lying when they said I was snoring. Like I know I don't snore.
Now I know I have heard you snore before.
Really?
Yeah.
Snore like what Stupid is doing?
Not like what's going on right now. Not quite like that. Like a little heavy breathe. Little heavy breathe.
I have to say, I'm gonna be really concerned. So,
Tom G says sawing logs.
Sawing logs. That's funny. Let me that's bad. Okay, so I also want to talk about his economic plan. Remember, he said that. So, Amber, what Elijah does is what indigenous black man does. They just say stuff, and that's it. They don't go into it in depth. They don't teach you about it. They just say it, and they move on. And then they'll say, I told you that first. Like, dude, you mentioned it, but you never specified, you never elaborated, you never told us anything about it. You just said it.
They don't know anything about it. We've actually had this conversation, I want to say, with Focus before about the economic plan. When you went through and you was reading it.
Yeah.
And as soon as you read it, that's what I was saying. No, that's not what you said. Right. You gave something very general. We're asking specific.
Right. And for what I know is that the economic plan, he included every black person has to participate for the work.
Mm-hmm.
So he said the 22 million, his calculation is based on 22 million participating. Going in.
So here's what's important.
My son over here dying laughing.
Let me say stoopies, man.
He's snoring over him talking.
Oh yeah, he's that loud. Your son heard it. Damn.
Yeah, but it's like every time you was getting ready to make a point, this shit got.
You got louder.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So there was one brother I got from the pseudo killers. He was in there, the Nation Islam rant, and you know, Uncle don't even do that. Like, they're talking about other stuff, vaccines and other stuff, Africa, and this guy just kept bringing up Nation Islam stuff. They're like, yo. So Uncle, you know, like, they'll kick you out. They ain't like me who keep you on and just mute you. They'll kick you out. So I'm like, dude, if you want to do that stuff, come to my channel. So I finally got him on, and he was rude and everything like Focus, but like not nowhere near, but definitely rude and loud and hyper, and an older man at that. So once they do all that, then I'm gonna challenge you, you know, because he kept saying I don't understand something in the teaching. So I said, you keep saying that, you don't even know anything about me. I said, all right, okay, so let's go to teaching. So anyway, Amber, Elijah Muhammad can't make up his mind about Adam. You know, so now this is another funny thing that I'm gonna read, you know, sometime, because again, the point is we want to see how foolish this doctrine is. That we're supposed to take serious and teach in our. He said nobody knows about Elijah Muhammad. They don't know. Nobody teaches about Elijah Muhammad in the school system. Yeah, we're gonna read this dumbness. So this stuff got to be pointed out. He can't make up his mind about Adam. At first, Adam is a prophet of Allah, and then Adam is the white man, the devil. Like he can. Listen. All of you guys are going to be scratching your head. So I got a PDF I made where it's called Yaqub or Adam, because Adam is Yaqub at 1 minute, and then he's the prophet of Allah. He couldn't just make his mind. So the dude, the Nation Islam guy from Unk's channel, when I started reading those verses, bro, he was doing some focus stuff, some focus explaining. But Asiatic black man had straightened him out. He said, "Nah, dude, it's that's what it says. You know, Adam is he's Yaqub, he's the devil. Like Adam's like 4 different people in one chapter."
Damn. Like, you know how you start writing a paper and you can't figure out your direction, so you start over. So like that nigga put all his directions in one. Like, fuck it, I can't decide. Shit, let the people choose.
That's like me when I try to rap. I mean, I don't know where to start, so I'll be all over the place. And I got to cut it, start all over again. So I got a Nation of Islam folder. Now I didn't use that today. You know, what I did was I just control. I got it on Microsoft Word, so I just control find and read it like straight up.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't use my notes, but my notes were like a cheat sheet. There's like all the crazy stuff that they say, and the devil. So he says this. He says they cannot produce good. Okay. For they are without the nature of good. He's talking about white folks. He said they cannot produce good, for they are. So Elijah Muhammad clearly despised white folks. He gave them no credit, zero, and this is their foundation. This is their founder. But then you have the DJ Focus, the Farrakhan later on, and become what he called me, a white apologist. They'll start to show how white folks can accept Islam, and white folks can do this and do good and perform heart surgery on black people, and it's successful. Again, read this. But then like I would have to read all my notes to like give us in the direction where I'm going. Like right now, I'm just looking at stuff. It's not gonna make any sense. I just blurt out certain things.
I do want to say,
before I had like,
I do like Stupi's idea that he mentioned earlier, as far as like topics in philosophy, and I would probably say, as a suggestion, maybe like present a topic previous week to speak on the following week, and people kind of read up on the different philosophical concepts and topics and discuss their viewpoint of it, or posit certain ideas, or just even question the philosophical standpoint of different concepts.
Okay, well, with Adam and Yaqub, that's gonna be the next one. Adam, Yaqub, the mother plane.
Adam and Yaqub.
Right. So you read about Yaqub today, and like and we pretty much know about Adam in the Bible. So that's pretty much what it is. So what he does is he reinterprets the Bible. You go in there, and again, he reinterprets it. Kind of like what Captain Tazari does, where So no, but I think we definitely gonna talk about the mother plane. The mother plane is next. I wish Focus wasn't so rude and
Unhinged.
disrespectful and suck his dude is crazy. Because I would love to have them on air, because they love to talk about the mother plane. Like, they're not embarrassed about that one.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's their go-to. They want to meet you there.
Ugh. I guess the mother plane. Then women are, not as strong as men, but the mother plane is their go-to.
Right.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, the mother plane. Yeah, now that right there, that Santa Claus stuff. Yeah, that's the Santa Claus stuff all over again. Like I said, when y'all realize who built it, what material they had, but most importantly, where they built it at. Listen, it's called a city within a city. right? So if you're building something that large, how is it possible that nobody knew what you were doing? And the technology
Wakanda.
that was,
So Wakanda.
Wakanda.
It wasn't even on the map.
I'm trying to tell you. But their problem is, like, I would respect that if they said a hidden place. They actually gave you a country. And the country aren't black people.
Mm.
But you know what's worse? He said the countrymen built it. So it wasn't like they used the country to build themselves. Now, you see what we're doing here? The Nation of Islam, they never build shit. They want the government to do it, and now their own mother plane, they didn't even build that.
Well, I mean, but my
But
question is, did the people do it voluntarily, or was it a order? Like, did they use slave labor, or like what?
okay,
What
yeah,
was the?
yeah, it was an order to build this ship, but according to the doctrine, they didn't know what they were building.
So slave labor.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's just so
that
many
ship,
contradictions. I can't be bothered. Like
that ship is going to be used to bring black folks salvation. So, again, the white man got to build our society. The mothership was built by foreigners, and in order for the Caucasian rule to end, as he said on the live before, World War III may happen, and everybody dies off of black folks, so we win by default, or Allah comes down with the mothership and get rid of white folks. But nothing in the doctrine where black folks actually are the or else, where we actually go out there and fight for our rights.
No.
So with that,
I mean, but it's not going to be like at the end of the day, this shit is fantasy. It's really just a twisted fantasy of wanting to dominate and control other people the way they felt like they've been dominated and controlled. Everything centers around taking back, but really politely asking for it. Hopefully, probably, if you could, since y'all fucked over us, give us a nation for us to do for ourselves. Like, it's, I don't know. The math don't
but
math.
meanwhile, the problem with that is that, like, you will hear black people murmur, right? We will mumble that the Hispanics are taking over because we see them building houses, we see them with lawn care, all that type of stuff, right? So they're actually physically doing it. So my thing is, if that's how we feel about Hispanics, because we feel like that because we feel like they're doing more than us in our own cities. Like, we've been here longer, and they just got here, and already they surpassed us, or they're right there with us in home ownership. They definitely surpass us in their own businesses. You did things like the restaurants, they surpass us in many areas, right? So if that's the case, if that's how people feel when they feel like their ops are passing them and different things that they find important, if we were to get into the field of STEM and we were to excel in that field, okay, surpass whites will be right there with them. They will feel the same. I mean, to me, that's the way you fight back, because they're going to feel like us when Hispanics come to our city and surpass us or be right there with us in a limited time. They're going to feel like that towards us. They're going to feel like, damn, these black folks, they look at it, they're taking over. Like, now they're the mathematicians and they're the teachers in these college and professors in high schools, and they're the architects, and they got the contracts to build this large skyscraper or these these apartments, whatever they build nowadays. Like, that would be what they'd be saying about us. Like, that's the way you fight back and get respect. And if you believe that they're your sworn enemy, that's how you get their attention. Like, I don't know, because you're not gonna win a war with them. So I don't know another way. But
I mean, honestly, I don't even understand the need of wanting their attention. Like, I feel like it's much better to go undetected for as long as you can while you build, amass, whatever. The crazy thing is, like, a lot of the doctrine that is perpetuated is white man this, white man that, which leads one to believe that anything that is associated or in alignment or has a perception of being in alignment with the white man is, undesirable, forbidden, including educational institutions, right? So it almost kind of breeds a discouragement for going to higher education
right.
institutions, obtaining degrees, and entering uh, the competitive work and corporate workforce to get the experience and the knowledge and the know-how to build a successful business, a successful company, a successful society, you know, in with different industries. However, going back to the plan is to have them create us a nation and infrastructure and educate us within it. So we would still have to be in proximity to white people while they teach us how to survive in the
Right.
society that we're going to go on to do for self in. Like, so to me, my thing is, I don't understand the difference of being in a white society and obtaining the education, building out in this
Yeah.
society or in your own, whatever the case. Or,
Right.
like, to me, like, why wouldn't you make the most use of what you have now? At least the good thing that you can say about entering into a white educational institution is that even if they want to miseducate you, there are some areas where the education is on point because they're not going to miseducate their own. You understand what
Right.
I'm saying? Like, history, yeah, that may be one sided, but this other shit, yeah, they're not going to miseducate their own on finances or engineering or like they're not going to do that. That would be detrimental to them. So you getting at least a quality education in those areas where it
Yeah.
matters. And not to say the history don't matter, but like as far as what is useful, to leading a uh productive and sustainable life in the here and now. But I'm finna go to sleep because I'm finna be like stew peas in 0.2 seconds and be snoring.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
I hear it. When you first got on, I'm like that. Amber ain't so herself. I can see that I'm talking about you first got on. I heard
yeah,
like
I've been tired all fucking night. Like I
yeah,
got on, I
I
wasn't even
heard that.
gonna get on because I've been like struggling. And I actually slept today. I really don't know what's going on. I had plenty of coffee. It just didn't do nothing for me today. Like nothing. So I need to get me some rest and figure this
Yeah.
shit out.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm waking up early at the gym. Start shit at the basketball court, in the basketball gym. So yeah. So we will get up tomorrow. I'm gonna get my stuff together, and we're gonna go round two. And again, I'm on Facebook now with my Ellie's account. I'm gonna join these groups and try to get some people on. All right.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Peace.